Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-started human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became the center of the greatest scandal in Hogwarts history. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and save their friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry returns to Hogwarts as a professor, he expects a fresh start, but a hidden truth and a forgotten prophecy drag him into a scandal that could destroy his name and shake the entire wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The forest was dark now, with thickly woven trees standing together making the slowly setting sun practically invisible to its inhabitants. One of these inhabitants was a sobbing boy. He sat in a pile of leaves with tears pouring down his face, his arm bleeding and his face a mass of colored bruises. He was unnaturally thin and was covered in much too large tattered clothes. This boy was a 7-year-old Harry Potter. This morning his uncle decided to spend the day in the forest, and with no one to take Harry, he reluctantly allowed him to accompany them on the condition he walked behind them because he didn't want people thinking he was related to a freak like him. Dudley brought a toy and dropped it, so his uncle ordered him to go and find it. Harry recalled searching for hours but found nothing, and then his uncle punching him as hard as he could in the face before pushing the boy away and driving off. Harry wondered why he couldn't be treated like Dudley. Instead he was locked in a cupboard and only allowed to eat if he didn't show his freakishness. And so he was left in the forest, miles away from Privet Drive, and Harry feared he would never find his way home. Then he heard a whisper. "Someone is here." The voice was quiet and slightly feminine. Harry turned around hoping it was his aunt, but instead he was hit by a cold wave of energy. He suddenly heard the shouts as he was abused by his uncle and the familiar high cold laugh and the screams of a woman. He shivered as the end of a black cloak flickered behind a tree. Bravely he stood up and wiped his tears. "Who's there?" he stammered, his voice shaking. No answer. Harry took a breath and this time felt something in his voice. "Who's there?" he asked. This time his voice was quieter and seemingly laced with another. This time something appeared. A pair of scabbed hands gripped a nearby tree, then a hooded thing appeared. It stood tall and was covered head to toe in a black cloak. It glided a few meters from the floor and Harry could sense it was looking at him. He wanted to run, but his feet were like stone as the monster approached. He waited for it to hurt him like Uncle Vernon, but instead as he felt cold breath on his neck the voice came again. "You speak our tongue." The voice sounded surprised and Harry opened his eyes. "What's your tongue?" he asked, worried he had offended the creature. From behind the hood Harry could feel something was looking at him. Then the voice came again. "I sense you hurt. What happened?" The voice was filled with concern now, and a scabbed skeletal hand was suddenly placed on his wrist. "My uncle had to punish me for not being good enough at finding things." Harry choked out as the aura around the creature intensified the hurt and upset. Then it stopped. "I'm protecting you from the Dementor's aura," the voice told him. Harry looked up at the monster. "What's a Dementor?" he asked, feeling better now. "I am a Dementor and somehow you can hear us. Now what's your name?" The voice was more pleasant now, almost motherly, and Harry suddenly felt like trusting this creature. Harry Potter, what's your name?" he replied. The creature paused and Harry was worried he had annoyed the creature. He got ready for it to hit him when. "Lucy, my name is Lucy," the creature answered. Harry looked at Lucy. He had never seen anything like her before and he was both fascinated and terrified. "Nice to meet you, Lucy. Can you be my friend?" Harry blurted. Lucy seemed taken aback. "What about your human friends?" Her voice was curious now. Harry looked at the ground. "I don't have any. Dudley won't let me," he muttered sadly. "Dudley?" she asked. Harry spent the next few minutes explaining about his family. Suddenly he felt the ground shake slightly, and this time Lucy sounded angry. "Where did they live, child? Muggles can only see me if I want them to, and I think I should have a talk with them." Lucy was surprised. She had never met a human who could speak in her tongue and somehow felt instantly attached to the strange boy. The ground was shaking as she became more and more infuriated by what she heard. "Number 4 Privet Drive, but don't tell them I told you about what you did or Uncle Vernon might be mad," Harry told her, worried. The Dementor Lucy turned her face to him. "Trust me, Harry Potter, I will never allow them to harm you again," she promised. "Now take my hand, and take a breath. Shadow travel is not for the faint-hearted." Harry looked confused. "What's shadow travel?" he asked, taking her hand. Her hand felt rough and soft at the same time, and Harry was shocked to see how closely his hands resembled hers after the many stomping he had endured. Suddenly he felt as if he was melting. He gripped Lucy's hand much tighter as he fell towards the shadows. The second he touched, he felt like he was moving 100 miles an hour. His skin was rippling at the speed and it felt like it wanted to come off. Harry wondered if this is what a roller coaster felt like. He had seen Dudley go on, but the Dursleys never let him join in the fun, but he enjoyed this ride a lot. Then he was pulled up by an unseen force and found himself in the living room of Privet Drive. Now you need some new clothes. Where is your room? I think humans keep clothes there, Lucy decided. Harry suddenly felt ashamed. He had seen Dudley and his friends go to his room and felt bad as he walked Lucy over to his cupboard. He opened it and immediately choked on the dust. Tell me this is not where you sleep, Harry. Azkaban cells are nicer than this, Lucy asked, hovering behind him. Well, my uncle and aunt need a room and Dudley needs 2 for his toys and Aunt Marge needs 1 for her visits, Harry explained sheepishly. Lucy's hand was now shaking at what Harry assumed was anger. Harry, you need a room. You need somewhere nicer than a cupboard to grow, Lucy told him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly the noise of a car pulling up came from outside. Is this them? Lucy asked bluntly. Harry nodded. Okay then, I'll turn off my anti-muggle charm, Lucy told him. Why is it so ruddy cold in here? Uncle Vernon grumbled, opening the door. He noticed Harry. What are you doing here, boy? He growled, clenching his fists. You can't even die in a forest, right? Harry looked ashamed again when Vernon's eye fell on Lucy, who had taken her hood down. Underneath she was skeletal and her mouth was in a single gaping hole, but other than that there were no visible features. What the hell is that? Aunt Petunia shrilled as she and Dudley entered the house. Dudley began cowering behind his mother as Vernon shook his fist. I'm warning you, he said shakily, if you don't leave I will cause the police. Suddenly Lucy pointed at them and spoke in their minds. You dare threaten me? Her voice was like a knife as it ripped into their thoughts, and the 3 cried in a mixture of shock and pain. You abused this child and you have the nerve to blame him. How dare you? Harry could hear her voice and it hurt his ears, so he could only imagine what the Dursleys were feeling inside. He owes us, we took him in, Vernon roared as his head erupted in waves of pain. You are family. I understand little about humans, but I see that your hate for Harry is built in ignorance and fear, Lucy hissed as the pain grew worse inside them. We only took him in because of the letter, Petunia told Lucy in pain and fear at the enraged creature before her. He is family, and any Dementor, no matter what, is accepted by my kind, and you pitiful excuses for humans should be ashamed of what you have done to him. Lucy was calming slightly as the 3 Dursleys whined in pain. Well, who else is going to want him? Vernon demanded, but his voice shrank when he saw the Dementor approach. She studied him for several seconds, then spoke. Me, Harry gasped at the words, and the Dursleys' shock was just as evident. Well, Ruddy, well, take him then, Vernon snapped. Lucy looked at him thoughtfully. Fine, I will take him, and I will raise him better than you things ever will, and if we ever have displeasure of meeting again, then I will s.k. the soul from your body, she retorted. Really? Harry asked, shocked that this creature he met mere minutes ago was offering to take him away from his abusive relatives. She turned to him. Yes, Harry, I will take you to a place called Azkaban. It's not glamorous, but there is very few humans there and none will argue with me. It may be a prison, but you are immune to our effect now, so you will be able to join me. I will teach you about magic and as much of being a Dementor as I can, and none of us will ever hurt you. She spoke to him directly and kindly. Harry erupted in a smile. Thank you, he said, running up and pulling her into a hug like he saw Dudley do with Petunia. For a moment Lucy was shocked. She had never been hugged. It was not a Dementor thing, but she hugged back after a moment. Vernon was on his feet now. Well, get going, he roared. Lucy turned to him and intensified her aura around him. He gulped in fear and cried in pain as she once again spoke into his mind. We will. He fell to the floor and his gut bounced off, giving the impression he was a large ball. Harry laughed, but Vernon glared at him. He looked ready to charge when Lucy swooped down and scratched him with clawed fingernails. Threaten him again, I dare you, she shouted as he screamed in pain. Harry, get your things, she told him. Harry raced inside his cupboard. He ignored the clothes but grabbed a few toy knights and a book he had been given on his birthday, but a man in a shop. Lucy was even more annoyed at his lack of possessions. You will never see this boy again if it's the last thing I do, she vowed, hitting the Dursleys with one last mental jolt of pain. Then she took Harry's hand and together they melted back into the shadows. Harry awoke in a dark room. He sighed. He had a dream where he was rescued by a creature called a Dementor and she took him away from the Dursleys. He sighed, he wanted to get away more than anything. Then he heard a mutter. He laying in a bed. It was thin but comfortable and much better than what he was used to. He looked around to see an open bare door and a black figure nearby. It wasn't a dream. Lucy. He called out, remembering her name. Harry, she called, gliding into his cell. It was real. He asked, fearful he would wake up. Lucy went down to his level. He could smell something on her breath but he didn't mention it. Yes, it was real, Harry. This is Azkaban, your new home, she told him. Harry's face fell when he saw men and women huddling in rooms opposite him and most of them didn't have a bed or anything. Now it's a prison, but the people in here were told sternly if they tried to bully or hurt you they would see a lot more Dementors on this level, and this is maximum security, so that scared them, she assured him, placing her scabbed hand on her shoulder. Harry took a moment to view his room. It was dark and straw lined the carpet, but unlike the other cells this one had a bed and a damaged looking but okay desk and chair, a thin carpet beside the bed. It was bigger than his cupboard and he saw a pile of books on the desk and his toy knights beside them. Now there are no humans here, so you need to be careful. You can play outside but don't climb on the rocks. There are lots of Dementors who will all be nice to you, and if you want to talk to a prisoner you can, but if they upset you tell me and never help them get out, Lucy told Harry sternly, who smiled. I promise, he told her, hoping to please the creature who brought him here. Well, Harry, welcome to your new home. The corridors of Azkaban prison were a maze to Harry Potter, each floor a new color or new people. Some spoke to him while others groaned and screamed as he approached. Harry shrugged. The last 2 weeks may have been the best of his life. He was saved from the Dursleys and had an entire tower to explore. Some people who talked to him weren't very nice and the Dementors on the floor kept an eye on him. All were nice to him and welcoming. Some prisoners, however, were very nice and he liked speaking to them. Some told him stories of their lives before they came here and others spoke of a Dark Lord who they said would like Harry in his ranks. He was unsure what it meant, but another prisoner didn't like this and said Harry would be with Dumbledore in an order. Lucy was always around. She was in charge of the prison, it seemed, and was always around to talk to Harry and a few times play with him, though she brought his dinner and breakfast, which was normally bread and meat, but it was more than Harry was used to, and thanked her every time, though as he looked around he wasn't too sure which room he was in. He looked at a dust sign which Lucy told him was only for the ministry when they inspected the prison. The words said top level. Shrugging, Harry looked around and saw there was a lot more Dementors on this floor. Most floated high in the air while others glided around the cells. Harry then noticed a man. He was calmer than the rest and laid back as if relaxing while the aura of the Dementors washed over him. Hello, Harry called to him. The man suddenly sat bolt upright. He slowly, as if scared, turned his head around. James? He asked, breathing heavily. He shook as he said this. No, I'm Harry Potter, but my dad was called James the first. Think, Harry answered, wondering if this person knew his dad. Harry Potter. No, I'm seeing things. You're 7 and with your relatives, the man choked out. No, I live here now, Harry said brightly, briefly summarizing the events of the last 2 weeks. You're real, was the reply, as if hoping Harry would disappear from this place. Harry looked confused. I'm Sirius Black, the man said, shivering as a Dementor passed by. The innocent? Harry questioned, remembering overhearing a conversation between Lucy and another Dementor. Sirius looked shocked. How do you know? He asked. He had been condemned by all, Remus, Dumbledore, the ministry, but this young boy could see through it. How? Lucy and Dora, I think her name was, were saying how they knew you were innocent, though Dora said some didn't mind while others did, Harry recalled. Lucy? Sirius asked, regaining some composure. She's a Dementor, Harry said calmly, as if simply discussing the weather. Sirius was not fully convinced the boy was more than a mental illusion, but continued with the conversation. You can talk to Dementors? He asked. Harry nodded. Lucy says one day I'll be able to fly like one too and more, Harry told him, proudly beaming. Well, Harry, that sound great, Sirius told him, not knowing if it was or no. So why did you call me James and how do you know me? Harry asked suddenly. Oh kid, please don't ask, came a irritated, sleepy voice from the other cell. Shut up, Bella, Sirius hissed. Well, Harry, I suppose I'm your godfather. Harry looked thoughtful. Are you? He asked, not fully understanding the term. Well, it's a long story, Sirius told him. If you tell him that, he'll open this cell and shut you up, the woman from the other cell warned. Sirius ignored her. Well, it all started, I suppose, on platform 9 3/4 many years ago. 2 years later, a 9-year-old Harry ran down the corridor excitedly. Some of the prisoners smiled at the boy whose expanding powers protected them from the Dementor's chill, if only for a short while. However, nothing got in the way of the hyperactive boy as he ran upstairs and through wards. He stopped when he reached the top floor. He took a deep breath and raced down the corridor looking for the right cell. "Stop right there, young man," came a stern female voice. Harry grinned. "Aunt Bella," he exclaimed, running over to her cell. She ruffled his hair affectionately through the bars of the cell. "When did you get back?" she asked. Harry smiled at her. "Just now, Aunt Sissy says hello," he told her. Bella grinned. "My ickle Harrykins is back after a long summer. We should have a party," she declared. Harry giggled. Bellatrix smiled. "So you're 9 now, happy birthday," she cried. "Thank you, Aunt Bella," Harry thanked warmly. Bellatrix beamed. "That's okay, when the Dark Lord returns I will buy you a huge present," she declared. Harry chuckled. He met Bella when Sirius told his story, and she told him all about a Dark Lord she knew, and Sirius and her would always argue about him, something that was very entertaining. "So did you and Draco have fun?" Bella asked. Harry nodded. "I did. Me and Draco played Quidditch and some of his friends came over and we had one big game," he began. "Me, Draco and Crabbe beat Goyle, Knot and Pansy 300-100. Bella smiled proudly. Ever since her sister visited, Harry took an instant shine to her, and every summer when Lucy was sent to the Ministry for a Dementor inspection he would go to Malfoy Manor, something he looked forward to a lot. "Though Goyle said it was cheating when I jumped off by broom to get the snitch," Harry told her sheepishly. Ever since he was 8 he developed a lot of Dementor traits. The first was flight, and Bella stifled a laugh when she remembered watching Lucy chase after Harry for hours as he flew around the fortress, though Pansy said it was cool. "Hey pup," Sirius Black remarked, waking up from a brief nap. "I thought I heard your voice." Harry ran over to his cell and beamed. "Sirius, how are you?" he asked the man. Sirius grinned. "I'm fine pup, how was summer? Good?" he asked. Harry nodded fiercely. "Good, it's not been nice here without you," Sirius remarked. As his powers developed, his influence managed to lessen the effect of the chill, something which encouraged a lot more prisoners to be a lot nicer to the boy. "Well, as it's your birthday, why don't you go down to your room and put your stuff away, and then you can come back up here and we can go outside," Sirius suggested brightly. "Oh, the dog mentions that again," Bella hissed. Sirius often slipped out with Harry, who as far as she knew told no one about his godfather's dog. Bella had tried to sneak off, but she found the Dementors were not a fan of her plans. "Okay," Harry decided, running down the stairs. He ran to his room. It had been more furnished over the years, with Lucy and the other Dementors picking items of furniture whenever they could. The tattered old chair was replaced by a rocking one, and the bed had a much thicker quilt. "Harry," came the voice of his guardian as she swooped into the room. "Lucy," Harry exclaimed, pulling her down for a hug, an experience she still found slightly unnerving but was warming to it. "Happy birthday, Harry," she told him, pulling back. Harry's eyes widened as she pulled out something. It was roughly wrapped and the paper had claw marks all over it. Harry gasped as she handed it to him and slowly opened it. Lucy had become a mother to him during the last 2 years, putting him to bed, encouraging him and scolding him. She taught him how to control some of his powers, but a gift was new. He opened it eagerly and found a framed photo. It moved and Harry gasped when he realized who it was. "It's my mum and dad," he stuttered as the pictures waved at him. "I found it in one of the homes we searched. It was stolen, I think, and I knew it was a gift for you," she told him warmly. Harry smiled at her. "Thank you," he smiled, hugging her again. She mentally sighed but hugged back after a second before pulling back. "Now it looks like Minister Fudge sent you something," she gestured to a pile of presents. The year before, Fudge has arrived for an inspection along with a red-haired man and Lucius Malfoy. All three were shocked by Harry's presence and wanted to take him back to the Dursleys. The translator they brought with them had a severe headache after an enraged Lucy argued with them. After a few long hours she managed to put his memoirs in their minds, something they found very unpleasant. The experience was bad enough, but after seeing the abuse, Fudge began ranting about Dumbledore, and the other two for once agreed. It took a few more days, but Fudge eventually allowed him to stay in secret as his presence gave hope to the inmates, which was useful in the rehabilitation process. Well, that was the official excuse, but a man came round every 2 weeks to make sure he was okay, and on Christmas Fudge and some other people sent him gifts. Today a small pile occupied a desk, and after placing Lucy's gift on the desk next to his knights he began opening them. "Don't forget to read the cards," Lucy told him. Harry smiled, remembering when Bella told him to never read the cards as the presents were more interesting. Something Sirius agreed with. Fudge sent him a box of Honeydukes chocolate, while the Malfoys gave him some magic books and toys. There were some other presents, but a big black dog distracted Harry halfway. Lucy sensed the boy she loved like a sun flying around outside. She let out a breath as she happily glided out the room. Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was waiting patiently at his desk. In one hand he was drinking a tea, while in the other he was reading a file. The file was marked Harry Potter. It had been almost a year now since he decided Harry could stay at Azkaban. He still wondered if he did the right thing, but each report said the 9-year-old had a positive effect on the inmates and Dementors. The boy enjoyed his time and visited his good friends the Malfoys often. The Death Eaters treated him well, surprisingly. Ironic, Fudge thought. Dumbledore, leader of the Light, left the boy lad with monsters, while Dementors and Death Eaters actually raised the boy right. Of course no one could know. He could be kicked out of office, but he decided to chance it tonight as a man with a long white beard and wrinkled face emerged from his fireplace. "Dumbledore," he greeted. "Tea." The old man shook his head. "Apologies, Cornelius, but I must make this meeting quick," Dumbledore told him. "Well then, I have some questions about Harry Potter," Fudge announced told him. A flicker of surprise traveled across Dumbledore's face. "What about him?" he asked. Fudge frowned. "Are you aware he has not lived in Privet Drive for 2 years?" he demanded. "What?" Dumbledore asked. Fudge glared at him. "Or he was removed after suffering abuse at the hands of the Muggles you said could shelter him." Fudge continued. "I must insist he return," the old man interrupted. Fudge glared. "Out of the question. The boy is safe now and you will not know of his location. I want to ask why you never checked on him ever," he hissed angrily. Dumbledore ignored him. "I must know where he is. What if a Death Eater finds him?" he demanded. "He is protected, Albus, and I will not leave the boy to you after all he has been through," Fudge told him. "Now you will send any Hogwarts mail to me and I will give it to him. He is safe where he is, and I do not want you to be in contact with him when you send his letter year after next." Dumbledore looked surprised. "What?" he asked. "You heard me. Also I want an official report on why you left him there without ministry supervision by the end of the week," Fudge demanded. Dumbledore spluttered something and left in a huff, and Fudge couldn't help feel some justice after what he had seen happen to Harry Potter. 2 years later. He's growing up. Lucy and a fellow Dementor flew side by side. The boy in question was tucked up asleep in bed while the Dementors patrolled. "I know," Lucy replied with what sounded like sadness, "but he's almost 11 and I expect an owl soon." The other Dementor stopped and looked inside his room. "I can't believe it's the same confused boy you brought here 4 years ago, and by the next year despite all the influence from the Death Eaters," it said. "I still remember when I first met him, Dora, that poor boy in the forest, scared and confused. I always wonder if I did the right thing," Lucy replied. The other Dementor stopped. "And what was the alternative? Grow up in fear and be someone so desperate for love they can be molded by anyone?" "No, Lucy, no matter the problems with growing up in a prison. You made him stronger. He found out about the Dementor within. He can fly, manipulate emotions, sense minds, and read them at 11. Think of him in 10 years or 20, the Dementor named Dora told her sternly. "I suppose, but who would need to place him with abusers, and more importantly, why would they do it? He saved us all from Voldemort, including us. We only supported him because of the way we were regarded," Lucy questioned. Dora shook her head. "We will know soon, and anyway today you and Harry need to get to Diagon Alley as they call it and buy him his school supplies. I can only imagine the reaction when they find out Harry Potter was raised by Dementors," she remarked. Lucy made a deep noise which could only be described as the Dementor equivalent to chuckling. "Oh, I can see Dumbledore now," she whispered. Suddenly the two sensed something. "What is that?" Dora questioned. Lucy looked around. "I sense low emotion and no thought. What is that?" She wondered briefly. Then came the squawk of an owl. The noise was far off and it pecked furiously at the glass window of Harry's cell. An annoyed Lucy opened it with a wave of her hand. Useless things, it could have woken him, she complained angrily. You sound more and more like a human mother every day, Dora remarked, reaching for the package it was carrying, then she stopped. It was a Hogwarts crest with a note scribbled on top. To Harry James Potter. Cell room 35. Enclosed as 100 galleons for all school supplies. Cornelius Fudge. He really turned around after what we heard, Dora remarked. Lucy nodded. He saw Albus Dumbledore for what he is, not someone to ask for advice but someone to consider as both ally and enemy, she explained. She fumbled with the envelope. Outside the sun was beginning to rise, her scabbed hand eventually used a clawed finger to rip the letter from its envelope. What's that? Asked Harry. The two Dementors glided back a few steps. Morning, Harry, Lucy greeted, holding the letter. Harry's eyes widened. Is that a Hogwarts letter? He gasped, then he became worried. What if they're telling me I can't go because I'm not at my uncle's, or I'm not really a wizard? Harry was worried. Calm down, child, Dora soothed. I'm sure they don't send rejection letters. Harry looked down. What if I'm the first? He asked, worried. Lucy looked at the letter. She sensed the words on the page, causing them to glow in her mind. Dear Harry James Potter, she began. Harry shook as she read. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry absorbed this for a few seconds. I'm in, he stated. Lucy nodded as the boy punched the air. Yes, I'm going to be a wizard. During his jump he seemed to forget to land and he hovered a few feet above ground. I'm going to tell Sirius and Aunt Bella, he declared, gliding over to Lucy and Dora and hugging them both. Then he flew off with the same grace as a Dementor. That boy never ceases to amaze. I mean, hugging you I know he does, but me. Dora commented. Well, we need to fly to the alley, or shadow travel, Lucy wondered, ignoring Lucy's comment. Flying would amaze them, while shadow travel might be a bit dark for humans to understand, Dora answered thoughtfully. Lucy raised her hands. What are they going to say? Boy who lived flies to alley, this will be good. Oh, and I need to reduce my aura for a few hours, she sighed. Well done, pup. Sirius grinned proudly as Harry showed him the letter. Bella's ickle, Harry is going to Hogwarts, Bella sighed, dramatically smiling at him. Suddenly a dark voice came from a cell. You disgust me, Bella, was all it said. Bella was suddenly angry. Shut up, Crouch, she hissed, much to Harry's confusion. Why was this man being nasty to his aunt, a person who had been kind to him and even decided to be his new aunt after hearing about the last one? You play and talk with the boy who killed our Lord, the man spat from his cell. He was a baby, too young to know what he was doing. And Crouch, you call yourself one of us? You sobbed to your father and whined when he turned away in disgust, Bella retorted. The man laughed. The boy doesn't even know he killed the Dark Lord, he told her. Harry looked at Bella. I killed who? Harry questioned, worried about the direction of the conversation. Bella sighed. Well, I suppose I should tell you the truth. The Dark Lord thought you was going to hurt him, so he came to your house when you were a baby, and your parents, who were Dumbledore's people, she began. Sirius interrupted. He killed them both, he announced to Harry's shock. Bella shook her head. Anyway, he came to you and he cast the spell at you, but it didn't work. The spell killed him instead. No one knows how, but you are famous, Bella finished sadly. Harry looked shocked. He killed my mum and dad. I thought you said he was nice, he questioned. Sirius saw his distress. Voldemort was not a nice person. Well, to some he was, but he killed you parents, he told him. Bella looked abashed. Harry, the Dark Lord was wrong about you and I can see it now, and I'm sure he will apologize one day when we both meet him again, Bella soothed. Harry looked upset and confused. From what I've gathered about Dumbledore, I'm tempted to join up, Sirius growled. Bella glared at him. Not a conversation for him, she protested. Suddenly she shivered and the man called Crouch became silence. Listen to me, prisoner, if you ever try something like that again with him in the room, I will put you in a supermax cell, Lucius voiced hissed in his mind. Crouch whined in pain. Come on, Harry, we need to go, she told him, lowering his distress levels. Where to? He asked, calmer now. A place called Diagon Alley. We need to get you school equipment, Lucy informed him. How are we getting there? Shadow travel? He asked eagerly. Lucy shook her head. No, we flying. I hope you won't mind, she asked slyly, knowing his love for flying. Harry grinned. Okay, he said enthusiastically. Well, put on some clothes, not pajamas, and we can get going, she instructed. Harry shook his head and flew off down the hall to his room. Lucy addressed the room. Death Eaters with nothing nice to say to him will remain silent, she spoke angrily in their minds before gliding off. Later. The skies were clouded with little light reaching the pair who expertly glided through them. Harry Potter ducked and dived through the clouds as they zoomed through the skies. How much longer? Harry asked Lucy, who pulled close to him suddenly. We're here, now rules. Some people may not appreciate my presence, so you are to avoid anyone who may try to cast that silver spell, she warned. Harry vaguely remembered a silver cat once driving Lucy away when they flew together once. Now second, you can explore the alley. I have the money, so if you see something and I'm not there, then find and tell me so I can get it, she finished. Harry nodded. Lucy took his hand and guided him down through the clouds. Is that Harry Potter? Is he flying? Is a Dementor holding his hand? These were the first words he heard as the two of them touched down on the pavement. Harry looked around at the many shops. He felt even more excited than he did at the start of the day, and it took a scabby hand to restrain him. Okay Harry, as we're here we can get your wand, Lucy told him, pointing to a shop. They both entered and Harry gasped when he saw the hundreds of wands piled onto shelves. An old man was sitting at the desk. Then he saw Lucy and jumped up. Hello, am I in some sort of trouble? The man questioned, reaching for his wand. No, I need my first wand, Harry told him brightly. The man relaxed. Harry Potter. The man wondered. When Harry nodded, his wand hand dropped. Oh good, I was wondering when I would get a visit from you, and a Dementor guard. The man seemed puzzled by Lucy's presence. No, I live with her, she's my guardian, Harry replied. The man seemed concerned by this. She raised you? He stuttered. Harry nodded. The man looked at Lucy quizzically before relaxing. Well then, I am Mr. Ollivander and you need a wand, I suppose, he stated. He gestured Harry forward. When Harry was standing at the desk, the man put a box on the table. Let's try this one, he decided, giving Harry a long twisted wand. He held it in his hand and waved it. Nothing happened. Maybe this one, Ollivander thought, giving him a short stubby wand. Harry repeated his action and this time the wand shot from his hand. No, wait, I wonder. The man seemed to be talking more to himself now and strolled to a shelf. He picked out the right box. Here we are, he exclaimed, giving the wand to Harry. The second he touched it, a warmth shot up his arm and flooded his hand. He knew this was the wand for him. Curious, how very curious, Ollivander muttered. Harry turned to him. What's curious, sir? He asked. Ollivander looked at him thoughtfully. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, and why this wand chose you is very curious, considering it has a brother who was sold many years ago, to a man you yourself defeated, he spoke wisely. Voldemort? Harry questioned, knowing he could speak the name with no Bella to scold him. Yes, Mr. Potter, he who must not be named did great things with that wand. Terrible, yes, but great, was the cryptic response. Harry, seeing that as a dismissal, allowed Lucy to drop a few galleons onto his desk and leave. Okay Harry, now why don't you go the robe shop and I'll get your cauldron and books, Lucy suggested. Harry shrugged, still wondering what Ollivander said. He nodded to Lucy and walked into the shop. Watch where you sticking them pins, women, groaned an irritated by familiar voice. Draco. Harry smiled. The pale blonde boy looked up. Harry, I heard you arrive. Well, I heard about you flying here by the whole alley. You know how to make an entrance, huh? Draco Malfoy greeted warmly. He and Harry had become close friends over the summers they spent together. Lucy decided, plus I got a wand, Harry told him, showing of his holy and phoenix feather wand. Draco nodded in approval. I got one too, but I am a little busy with some pins, Draco announced as the woman stuck another pin into the folds of fabric. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, she exclaimed, stand here, I'll get to you in a moment. The woman turned back to Draco and removed a pin before vanishing off to another part of the shop. Typical, she leaves me with pins, stabbing me if I try to breathe, Draco whined. So Harry, you got your letter, when you round mine this summer? Harry grinned. Next week, but I think Lucy is picking me up before to say goodbye to Bella and she wants to see me off, Harry answered. Draco looked astonished. She is a strange one. I mean, a boy talking to a Dementor is one thing, but she reminds me of my mother. Caring but not to smothering, he remarked. Harry smiled. Well, she would be nicer if she could talk to everyone, but mind talk is apparently quite painful, he commented as the bell rang and a red-haired boy walked into the shop. Mum, I thought you said we were going to meet Harry Potter, Hemo.net is a red-haired woman followed him in. We will. Ronald Dumbledore said we would, but you still have school, the woman said sternly. Harry frowned. You always told me I was famous but never why. Now I have the whole wizarding world after me and this lot look a bit. Harry began. Annoying, greedy, stupid, Draco suggested. Harry nodded. The boy most likely, but my feelings tell me the woman is not too nice either, he replied, reaching into her mind with his Dementor powers. There he is, the boy muttered, pointing at Harry, but frowned when he saw Draco. The boy, to Harry's annoyance, rushed forward. Hi, I'm Ron, he introduced, thrusting his hand out. Harry ignored it. I'm Harry Potter, but I think you knew that judging from your thoughts, Harry told him, searching through his mind. Well, you're famous, Ron stated. Harry frowned when he saw his thoughts. I know, but if your mind tells me anything, then you are not here to be friends, only to share imagined wealth and gain glory, and if your mother's mind is reliable, then you are getting a lot of money for befriending me, he growled. Ron looked angry but then calm. Funny, he smiled, but you defeated you-know-who, so it's only sensible that you befriend a true Gryffindor like me. The boy was more insistent now and had trouble concealing his anger. Luckily Madame Malkin chose then to appear. Sorry, Mr. Potter, she told him, taking out a tape measure. For a few minutes she muttered to herself, much to the displeasure of a stiff and agitated Draco. Then she withdrew the object and summoned some robes. Here you go, she said warmly, handing over a bag. Draco looked annoyed. So you use that on him, but on me you use these pins, he asked. You asked for Venom Silk, something which requires a lot of time and money, she smirked, then her face fell as a black cloaked figure emerged into the shop. Both Ron's mother and Madame Malkin drew their wands but stopped in shock when Harry spoke. Lucy, do you like them? He asked, showing her the wand. The women looked confused as he spoke in Dementor tongue, but even more when a low whispering sound escaped from the Dementor's mouth. Very nice, Harry, how much? She asked, reaching for the small enchanted bag of galleons. How much? Harry asked Madame Malkin. 5 galleons and 2 sickles, she stuttered as the Dementor handed over the money. Oh, Lucy says hello, Harry directed at Draco as they left the shop, leaving 2 open-mouthed women, an annoyed Ronald Weasley and the irritated voice of Draco. Okay, he can talk to Dementors. Can we get the pins out now? How was Draco? Lucy asked as she glided a few centimeters above the ground. He's fine, but there was something, Harry told her, explaining the events in the shop. Lucy sounded conflicted suddenly. Stay away from him, Harry. If what their minds said is true, then you need to be careful about who you trust at Hogwarts, Lucy warned. She had suspected Dumbledore of a lot of things recently and had overheard many conversations between prisoners about him. Nevertheless, she didn't want her adopted child anywhere near him. I will, Lucy. I didn't like him much and his mother was getting money for him to be friends with me, Harry explained. It's a good thing you already have friends then. Now the boy, at Hogwarts, he may follow you, and if he does, don't cause him any pain. Reading his thoughts fine, manipulating his mind fine, but causing any pain through your powers except in self-defense is out of the question, she told him gently. Harry nodded. So what else do we need to get? He asked. Well, Harry, why don't you go to Flourish and Blots to get some books while I have a look for an owl? Lucy suggested. She had wanted to get him something for a while now, and with the money provided she wouldn't have to suffer any of them annoying ministry owls. Yes please, Harry exclaimed immediately. Lucy would have smiled if she had a real mouth as she gave him 3 gold coins. The bookshop was large and Harry had never seen so many books. Some he had seen in Draco's and others had been presents over the years, but with the money bulging in his pocket he couldn't decide what book to get. Then he saw someone. She was about his age and had brown bushy hair and her front teeth that stuck out slightly. She seemed alone and was looking for something. Hello, are you okay? He asked, concerned about her being alone. She turned to him with something of a confused expression. Yes, I'm fine. Do you know where this book is? She asked, handing him a sheet of paper. Harry looked at it. Defensive spells. Oh, it's there, he proclaimed loudly, pointing to a book on the high shelf. The girl's face fell slightly. How do I get up there? She wondered. Should I ask someone? Harry shook his head. I can reach, he assured her. She looked ready to respond, but she was speechless as Harry glided up to the shelf, grabbed the book and handed it to her. Here you go, he told her, relieved he could help in some way. How did you do that? The girl asked, interested. Professor McGonagall said she could only fly with a broom, and you're my age. Harry smiled. The girl was very much like him, wanting to know everything she could about everything. Well, it's a long story, he began, then an elderly witch materialized from behind them. Miss Granger, have you found the book? She asked. The girl held it up. Harry turned to greet the woman. Are you Professor McGonagall? He asked. The woman nodded, then noticed his scar. Harry Potter. She stammered, but I thought Hagrid was taking you. She seemed to be talking to herself more than him, but Harry replied. No, Lucy took me, he told her. Then he turned back to the girl. I'm Harry, by the way, thinking it rude to not introduce himself. Hermione Granger, the girl replied as a loud crack filled the room. Harry, came an old voice. Harry turned to see a robed elderly man with a long white beard. He instantly searched through the man's mind. So you are Dumbledore, he realized. He was instantly suspicious. Serious. And Bella had told him to be cautious of the seemingly caring but manipulative man. I've been looking for you for a while. Now where is the person escorting you? I need to ask them to return you to the Dursleys to ensure the wards do not fail. Harry felt a jolt of fear but ignored it. He decided he was out of his depth and sent a mental message to Lucy. He felt a dark power from her. No, Harry told the man coldly. Mr. Potter, please addresses the headmaster with respect, McGonagall remarked. Harry ignored her. But don't you miss your relatives? Dumbledore asked. Harry suddenly remembered something. You are breaking several ministry-mandated laws and in a few moments someone will be along, he warned. Dumbledore seemed annoyed by this. Who told you that? He demanded, letting his grandfatherly persona slip. Hermione shrunk into the background slightly. Harry seemed calmer now and he reached inside the two professors' minds. He quickly set up a shield preventing them from thinking any thoughts that could produce the spell that could harm Lucy. He felt her anger as she approached. The old man seemed ready to draw his wand. Harry thought he might stun him and take him back to Privet Drive, so he quickly rose in the air. This provoked a gasp from McGonagall and Dumbledore raised his eyebrows incuriously. Before he had time to go for his wand, McGonagall clutched her forehead and Dumbledore's eyes stopped twinkling. Harry lowered himself and grabbed Hermione's arm, making her immune to the angry Dementor. I thought it was made very clear to leave him alone. Harry could hear her voice projected into their minds. Hermione heard it too as she clutched onto Harry's arm as the black-cloaked monster approached. Surely Fudge did not send a Dementor to watch the boy, Dumbledore demanded. Harry saw his mind reach for a happy thought, but Harry's well-placed shield prevented him. Watch him, I raised him. Lucy was furious now, and it was only experience that kept the two professors from feeling pain. What? Dumbledore demanded angrily. Watch was all Lucy said as she forced Harry's memories into their minds. It only took a few seconds, but McGonagall was enraged. Albus, how dare you, she shrilled. You promised he would be safe. Dumbledore thought for a response for a moment. Harry grabbed a book from a shelf and looked to Hermione. Shall I see you on the train? He asked. The girl seemed to be frightened at what she was seeing but looked to Harry. He saw in her mind she had never had many friends. Okay, she muttered meekly as the two teachers argued. See you then, Harry said brightly. The girl's spirits lifted by his mood and Harry thought it would be fair to increase her happiness. He did so and turned to the two professors. I insist Harry return with me, Dumbledore was saying. Over my dead body, McGonagall screeched. You tricked me into putting him there once, and I would rather he go with this Dementor than you. Her fury was unprecedented and Harry thought she was giving Lucy and run for her money. Miss Granger, we are leaving, she said. Hermione waved Harry goodbye as she half walked, half dragged out of the shop. Dumbledore turned to Harry, but Lucy had taken a firm hold of his hand. Without a further word to the professor, they left the shop, knowing without a Patronus he had no way to stop them. Thank you for calling, Harry, and well done for not attacking. Your raw anger has been known to cause damage. Harry shuddered. Lucy had once taken him to a playground. Some of the boys were Dudley's friends and he saw them picking on a little girl. Apparently Lucy had broken some kind of restriction on his magic and his emotions took over. He lifted up the boys and threw them across the playground without even approaching. He asked the little girl if she was okay and she meekly thanked him before running off. Lucy had begun teaching him Dementor magic that day and he had learned to control it. He had used much magic, but he had a much more powerful version of Dementor telekinesis and mind control, something Lucy and him had kept well hidden in fear he would be studied by the ministry. Then a white one flew onto his arm. Oh sorry Harry, this is your owl. She seemed to be eager to leave and she seemed like something you'd like. Lucy informed him as the owl affectionately nestled into his shoulder. Hedwig, he decided. The owl seemed to approve of the name. He looked at her fondly. Mr. Potter, came McGonagall's voice. Lucy was instantly on the defensive and stared at her warningly. Harry turned to her. The bushy-haired was nowhere to be seen. I would like to apologize. If I knew anything about how you were treated, I would have raised you myself, she proclaimed. I am so sorry I never checked on you. Harry saw the woman's agitation and guilt. It's not your fault, Professor, he told her. You tried to stop me going there, and they chose to treat me like that. McGonagall seemed amazed. How did you know? She asked. I saw your memories, he told her, removing the mind shield from earlier. How? She asked, still confused. Harry tapped his head. I can, Dementor magic, I think, he told her. He left out the part of him lifting things up with his mind and controlling minds. She seemed more confused. But I have to go. No, but I will see you at school. Goodbye, he said brightly. Lucy took his hand. Now put all your things into this bag, she instructed, opening a small enchanted bag. Harry complied. Good, let's go, she told him. He waved to McGonagall and enjoyed her astonished face as he once again rose in the air, and with Lucy by his side and Hedwig following behind, flew off into the sky. The boy who lived flies. It seems the boy who lived finally makes an appearance in Wizarding Society, with him performing a miracle in the world of magic. Eyewitness reports depict him flying to and from Diagon Alley with a Dementor from Azkaban. Is this where Dumbledore sent Harry Potter, to the Dementors? And how did he breach one of the laws of magic? There must be something extraordinary about the boy who lived. Front page every day for 2 weeks, Draco remarked. The two boys were flying on the family Quidditch pitch with Draco on a broom and Harry hovering next to him. You really think they'd have better things to do? Harry muttered. Draco laughed. Yeah, Rita Skeeter wants to report on normal people when a half-Dementor swoops in, he commented. And apparently you were seen with a Muggle-born student whom I quote you showed a lot of interest in. Draco was laughing now. I'm a bit young for romance, Harry muttered. Besides, she was very nice. Don't let father hear you say that, Draco whispered. He still thinks we hate them. Harry and Draco spent many weeks discussing the purity of blood. Both came to the conclusion they vowed never to share, that apart from wealth blood had no matter. Harry sometimes wondered what Draco would be like if they had never met. Would he have the same views on Muggle-borns or his father's? Don't worry, Harry, that blonde witch will have better things to talk about soon. I mean, everyone thinks Dumbledore sent you to Azkaban as a child. Fudge won't comment either way. Well, his job is a risk. If he doesn't, he's fine with Dumbledore getting grief for leaving a child with monsters, which is partly right. Draco had limited knowledge of Harry's time with the Dursleys, and Harry refused to discuss it in depth. All Draco knew was they were barbaric. Lucius had discussed it with him when he first met Harry in Azkaban, and Harry found he got on well with the man. So Hogwarts only a few more days, Draco remarked longingly. Harry shared his feelings. You better be a seeker for Slytherin. I mean, you can fly. You could get that snitch in a second, Draco Mo.Ned. Harry loved Quidditch, but he wasn't sure about flying in front of the whole school. It's not against the rules. You can't fly on anything but a broomstick, and you don't need that, Draco reasoned. You'd make a good chaser, Harry complimented, remembering his friend's superb goals when they played. Well, after flying lessons, I wouldn't be surprised if you get an instant promotion to Seeker, and I want to see the teacher's face when you complete the course with no broom, Draco snickered. Anyway, when you leaving? Tomorrow. Hopefully Aunt Bella will have calmed down about me having the Voldemort's wand's twin, Harry told him. The second Bella found out, she was tearful, saying Harry was going to be a great wizard like the Dark Lord, and the twin wands would only ever choose great wizards. Draco laughed. Yeah, I can imagine her doing that. Anyway, how about a game? Harry nodded, and the two flew off towards the goal posts. 5 days later. Have you got all your books? Lucy asked. Harry nodded as they walked through the train station. He didn't speak much as Muggles couldn't see her, and it looked like he was talking to himself. And your clothes? She asked again, worry evident in her voice. He nodded again. Hedwig's food, wand, money. Harry nodded to all three as they descended down a flight of stairs. A few people he could identify as wizards were staring at them. Okay, but if you need anything, tell me and I'll owl it, Lucy informed him as Harry pushed his trolley. Platform 9 3/4, so I'm assuming this wall, she continued. Sirius told him he had to run through an invisible wall, so he would be best to get that wall right or he might hurt himself. Harry saw the red-haired boy running towards the same wall. He vanished. Yep, that would be it, he said aloud. Lucy glided towards it. Okay, take a bit of a run up, she called over to him. Harry saw the wall and began to run. At first he went slowly but got faster and faster. He momentarily wondered if he had the wrong wall when he found himself facing a vibrant red steam train. Lucy appeared behind him. Okay, well, I suppose this is it, she began. Will you write and send mind messages? Of course I will. I'll miss you too much if I don't, and I'll come home for Christmas, Harry promised as he pulled his trunk into one of the luggage compartments. Lucy stared at him. You are so grown up. I remember when we first met, she told him. So do I. That was the first day anyone was really kind to me, he comforted her. Suddenly her skeletal hands were wrapped around him. Harry was shocked for a moment, as was every person on the platform, as they saw a Dementor hug the boy who lived and then after it wore hugged it back. Harry was amazed. He had hugged Lucy before, but he had always initiated it. When she spoke, she sounded what could only be described as tearful. I'll miss you, she choked out. I will too, Harry comforted her. Then she regained herself. Anyway, if you go, enjoy yourself, she told him. Harry waved at her as he boarded the first steps of the train. Goodbye, Mum, he whispered to himself, but Lucy heard. She stood up straight and Harry could feel both shock and pride as he waved at her. Goodbye, son, she whispered, waving back as Harry boarded the train. He leaned out the window and waved, and as the train began to move, Lucy watched as her son vanished from view. Harry briskly walked through the train. Each compartment was full of students and he had no wish to be started at or interrogated about his defeat of Voldemort. Harry, called a voice. Harry spun around. Draco, I was looking for you, he exclaimed happily. Crabbe and Goyle nodded at him as he entered their compartment. So is it true? Goyle asked immediately. Harry frowned. What? He asked. Draco laughed. A Dementor hugged you, he explained. Yeah, Harry confirmed. The two boys looked shocked. Why? Crabbe asked. Harry looked thoughtful. Why does your mum hug you? He asked. Crabbe and Goyle had limited knowledge on his upbringing and only saw him at Draco's. Your mum's a Dementor, Crabbe spluttered. Harry nodded. How did that not get in the Daily Prophet? Draco remarked. Harry smiled. Everyone thinks Dumbledore hid me in Azkaban and Fudge is saying nothing, he told them. I know the governors are not happy. Draco laughed, as did Crabbe and Goyle, when a small squeak caused them to turn to the door. Can I sit here? Hermione asked. Of course, Harry said. The girl sheepishly sat next to him. Draco gave her a smile while Crabbe and Goyle remained indifferent. I'm Draco, the pale boy introduced. Hermione shook his extended hands and the two other boys gave her a nod. Then the door slid open again. Harry sighed. It was the red-haired boy from the shop with two friends. Hello, Harry, the boy greeted. Harry frowned. Yes, he asked, annoyed. Well, we found a compartment so you don't have to sit next to those Slytherins, the boy remarked. I'm Ron Weasley, this is Seamus and Dean. Draco snorted. Why would I want to sit with you? Harry demanded angrily. Ron frowned. Because you're a Gryffindor, you killed you-know-who, he stated as if Harry was simple. These are my friends, Harry said coldly, and if you can't accept it, please leave. Ron's ears turned red. You are a Gryffindor and will act as one, he ordered. Harry took one look at him and knew what to do. He raised his hand and opened it. The door slammed shut and locked. Idiot, Harry remarked as the boy banged on the glass. How did you do that? Draco asked, not knowing of Harry's telekinetic abilities. Dementor magic, Harry told him. Lucy had told him not to reveal too much, but Harry guessed that using some magic didn't matter much. Who was that? Hermione asked, confused. He was paid a lot to befriend me, but it looks like the paycheck won't be coming anytime soon, Harry told her. The next few hours was spent talking and joking with each other. Hermione became more confident and got more and more involved in the conversation. Draco took a shine to the obviously smart witch, and Crabbe and Goyle, who Harry and Draco spent a long time convincing them blood wasn't as important, enjoyed the conversation. The topic suddenly came to houses. Slytherin, my whole family was in it, Draco informed them. Crabbe and Goyle said the same. As long as it's not Gryffindor, I'm fine, Harry commented. Why not? I thought Dumbledore was a Gryffindor, Hermione pointed out. Exactly, and I have a feeling he needs me for something, but I have no idea what, Harry announced. Well, Ravenclaw might be all right, Hermione decided sheepishly. Draco smiled. Ravenclaw, bride of Slytherin, for those intelligent enough to succeed but not cunning enough to be in her husband's house. Draco beamed. Hermione smiled at this and spent the next hour discussing the founders with Draco. Then came a shout. First years. The voice was gruff and the five of them quickly exited the train. A giant of a man stood with a lamp gesturing the first years onward. A forest could be seen in the background as could a black lake. Harry quickly took a look inside the giant's head. His name was Hagrid and was the gamekeeper here at Hogwarts. He had been expelled for something he did not do and was loyal to Dumbledore. He led them to the edge of the lake. No more than 4 to a boat, he called. Harry, Draco and Hermione entered a boat as did a boy. Harry did not know. "Hi, I'm Neville Longbottom," he said. Harry's blood went cold. He had looked into Bellatrix's mind enough to know who this was. "Hello, I'm Harry," he began. "Harry Potter," Neville finished. "Yes, it's nice to meet you," greeted, shaking the boy's hand. He felt awkward knowing what had happened to his parents but knew he could not mention it. A look inside the boy's mind was enough to confirm he was deeply affected by what happened to his mum and dad. Luckily the boat ride was not long and Harry helped Neville out of the boat as Hagrid led them to the castle entrance. His huge fist pounded on the door and Professor McGonagall appeared. She looked at Harry briefly before turning away. She led them now to a door and told them to wait. "My brother said we had to face a troll. No, we need to prove what magic we have. No, we have to." The whispers got to Harry. He had no idea what he would face and without the professor he couldn't read any minds. Then Ron came up to them. "So Harry Potter," he began, "you have made friends with the wrong type of people and I feel it is my duty to help you." The boy spoke sincerely. "No, it is not, and I encourage you to leave me alone," Harry hissed angrily. Ron frowned. "You will accept my help," he encouraged. Harry reached into his mind. "No, I will not, now before I reveal to the whole school about the time you proposed to your sister," Harry growled. Ron's ears turned red. "I was 6, he argued. Harry smiled. "See what the school thinks of that Ronnikins," he told the boy as he found his nickname. "How do you?" Ron asked, shocked as Professor McGonagall appeared. "Follow me," she said curtly, leading them into the Great Hall. Harry noticed a hat and he worked out what was going to happen. Longbottom Neville, Gryffindor, Crabbe Vincent, Slytherin, Granger Hermione, Ravenclaw. The names went on. Draco was in Slytherin as was Pansy and Goyle. Ron and his cronies ended up in Gryffindor when his name was called. Potter Harry. The hall went silent. He walked slowly towards the sorting hat. He sat on the stool and raised his mind shields. "Interesting," came a voice. Harry smiled. "Would you lower your shields, so I may sort you?" asked the voice. Harry complied. "Amazing, simply amazing, you have the traits of all the founders: intelligence, wit, bravery, loyalty. I have no idea where to put you. Not Gryffindor, you are too cunning, while you are too loyal for Slytherin, too intelligent for Hufflepuff. Well, I suppose Ravenclaw, but I'm not sure. Well, a choice is a choice." The entire Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers and claps as the sorting hat spoke. Most were shouting, "We got Potter," and others shouted on similar lines. Dumbledore looked angry as Harry sat down at the table and Harry wondered if he had put pressure on the hat to put him in another house. The red-haired boy was scowling while Draco looked mildly amused. Hermione roughly pulled him into the seat next to her as Ravenclaw shook his hand enthusiastically while others smiled at him. "So is it true you can fly?" one person asked. "And lived in Azkaban for your whole life?" a girl asked a few seats away. "Okay, leave the boy alone," a prefect shouted, slightly annoyed. "Hi," a girl greeted after the noise had died down. She was Chinese in origin and quite pretty, and Harry smiled in response. "Hi, nice to meet you," they said to the first person who actually bothered with an introduction. "Funny you're in Ravenclaw," the girl said bluntly. "And why is that?" Harry wondered. "We all thought you'd be in Gryffindor, but it just goes to show the bravest can be just as clever too." "I'm Cho Chong, by the way," the girl replied simply. "Perhaps it is. I'm Harry Potter and this is Hermione," Harry agreed before introducing himself. "I know you already know who I am, but it feels nicer to actually introduce yourself before the questions start flying." The girl tittered softly. "I suppose you get a lot," she remarked. Harry nodded. "Never fly into a busy street," was his words of advice to many people and reporters. He shuddered, remembering the woman who wrote the article taking a snapshot of him when Lucy hugged him. That was going to make one hell of a front page. Or hug your Dementor mum in the middle of a train station. Cho finished his sentence. Before he could look surprised, Cho explained. I was on the platform and was behind you when you said goodbye, though I must say it's nice to know that even creatures people think to be evil can show they were wrongly judged. Harry was impressed by the girl's outlook. I agree, Hermione began sheepishly. People judge other people in the Muggle world and have no idea what they are really like. It's practically the same. She seemed anxious as if Cho was going to snap and send her away, but was visibly relieved when Cho agreed. See, everyone does it, she announced, but was cut off when food began appearing on the tables. Harry Snape's watching you, Cho commented, looking surprised. Harry quickly delved inside the man's mind. His shields were strong, but Harry managed to get a few glimpses of why he was glaring and was visibly disgusted. What's wrong? Hermione asked as she piled her plate with roast potatoes. Let's just say arrogant children can cause a lot of damage, Harry replied cryptically, tucking into a slice of lamb. The feast dragged on for Harry and quickly found a lot of rumors had been spread about him already, and Ron Weasley wanted to try again to get Harry moved to Gryffindor. Harry shook his head. He wondered if things had been different if he had stayed with the Dursleys and how he would react to the world of magic. Suddenly, as quickly as it appeared to food vanished. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Now I have a few things to say before we get you all off to bed after your journey. Firstly, the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to all first years unless on an academic trip, and more importantly to some of our older students as well. The old man paused on the Weasley twins as he said this. Also, I would like to announce the third floor corridor is out of bounds to all those who do not wish to die in painful death. A few people laughed at this, but Harry had a feeling it was not a joke. But apart from that, I will bid you good night and remember to be up bright and early for the first day of learning, and I leave you with these final words: nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Harry shook his head, knowing the words had a deep meaning that he didn't particularly want to ponder at this late hour, and instead followed the Ravenclaw prefect to the common room. Now to get in we need to answer a riddle first. If you get it wrong, hope you're not the last one into the common room. He knocked, and sure enough a voice came from the knocker. Where does the end of magic lie? A few of the prefects looked confused, but Harry piped up. A place where there is no past or present but only to the future, he answered. Good answer, the eagle knocker replied. Some of the Ravenclaws looked appreciative while others annoyed he got the answer first. Okay, boys up to the left and girls to the right, the head boy instructed, your luggage is ready for you. Harry bid goodnight to Cho and Hermione and walked along to find his dorm. He found it quickly and found two others in the room already. Hi, I'm Terry, one immediately greeted. Hugh, another one announced as he changed behind the blue curtain that covered their four-poster beds. And I'm Grant, they last introduced. He was a taller and thinner than Harry but was overshadowed by a more muscular Terry and taller, fatter Hugh. Hugh had a mop of blonde hair while Grant had his short and spiked. Terry had sandy hair that was cut short. I'm Harry, nice to meet you, Harry responded warmly. The night passed a lot quicker after that, and quickly the three tired boys drifted off to sleep. Harry thought of Lucy as he snuggled into his pillow, sending her a quick mental message of what house he was in, and briefly wondered how she was coping without him. Meanwhile, Slytherin, Bellatrix taunted. Gryffindor. Sirius argued as they yelled back and forth. They had been saying the same words for over an hour and were starting to annoy the other prisoners. Shut up, Crouch screamed from a cell. Shut up, Crouch, Bella and Sirius said together, annoyed with the man. Shut up all of you, Lucy placed into their minds. She swooped in, feeling a mixture of pride and loss as she received the mental message. Bella ignored the pain of Lucy's mind talk and asked. Which one? Tell me it was Slytherin, she squealed excitedly. No, Gryffindor, Sirius shouted. It was Ravenclaw, Lucy sighed, desperate to shut the two up. Bella and Sirius looked at each other. Well, she was the bride of Slytherin, Bella decided. And she was a brave person, so it's a bit of both, Sirius conceded. And he's clever, Bella announced. At least he's not too close to Dumbledore, Sirius said loudly. Here we go again, Lucy said to herself, putting some distance between her and the two cousins. Flying class. Okay, Ravenclaws and Gryffindors have been put together for this exercise, so maybe we can have a lesson without the petty rivalry, Madame Hooch began. Harry stood next to Hermione and knew the red-haired boy was watching him, waiting for a chance. Now please grab your broomstick, she ordered as the group of eager first-years picked their brooms up. Harry left his on the ground. Did you hear me, Mr. Potter? Madam Hooch asked. Harry was about to reply when he saw Neville clumsily grabbing his broom. Neville, wait. He warned as the boy crashed into a wall. The class looked horrified as he fell back down to the ground. Ron was laughing hysterically as Madam Hooch rushed over. Oh dear. Come on, we better go to see Poppy, Madam Hooch was saying as Ron picked up Neville's remembrall and pocketed it as Neville was led away. Give it back, Harry hissed at Ron. Why, Fatso will forgot he lost it, he shrugged, prompting a laugh from his friends. You shouldn't take things that don't belong to you or things people smarter than you own, Harry retorted. Ron turned red. I'm smarter than him, he growled. Doubtful, Harry remarked angrily. Ron obviously couldn't win a fight and jumped on his broom. Come get in then, Ron taunted, levitating in the air. Harry smirked and flew to the same height. A collective gasp ran through the class and Ron paled. You see, Weasley, there is something you should realize. You are on a broom holding a ball of glass and I am flying unaided and wondering if I can get away with pushing you off, Harry threatened. The class was watching the pair in awe as Ron looked down. He didn't want to seem weak, so instead threw the glass ball as hard as he could in the other direction. If you're on that broom when I get back, you're coming off it, Harry growled. Then he relaxed slightly, then with intense speed he zoomed after the ball. It was about to enter the Charms classroom when Harry lunged for it. Luckily the window was opened slightly and Harry braked just as he entered Flitwick's room. He grabbed the remembrall and looked pleased with himself. That was until some very surprised foul words hit his ear. He was in a class full of second years. He saw Cho. Hi Cho, he greeted awkwardly as he saw Professor Flitwick's stunned face at the flying boy. Well, I better get back, so. See you later, he smiled quickly, rushing out the window and diving towards the ground. The class ran to the window in time to see him glide away and land in the middle of the first-year class. Ron was looking amazed while a few of the students cheered. I've had enough, Potter. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. Another gasp ran through the students. No, I'm fine, Harry answered. What? Ron asked open-mouthed. You're too weak. No, I'm not going to waste time or energy while you send sparks at me, was Harry's answer. You have to accept, Seamus announced. No, I don't. Plus, Harry began flicking his hand towards the two boys. As if an invisible hand pushed them, they fell to the ground. I can call that a win, Harry coolly replied as two teachers emerged from the castle. Phyllis, what do you mean flew? He maneuvered a broom through your window. Madam Hooch was asking, shocked. No, Rolanda, he flew no broom, no charm. He flew into my class, grabbed a glass ball and left. The half-goblin squeaked excitedly as they walked over. Madam Hooch looked a lot sterner when she approached the class. Harry flew, Ron shouted suddenly. Before Harry could protest, a floor of students began defending him. Miss Weasley threw Neville's. No, Miss, Harry was only helping. But miss, it wasn't his fault, the group babbled as Madam Hooch held up a hand. Quiet, Phyllis, would you like to talk to Mr. Potter? She asked. The man quickly rushed towards him. Hello, Mr. Potter, I'm head of Ravenclaw now. Was it you who just flew into my classroom? He squeaked. Harry nodded nervously. How? Flitwick asked, amazed. Harry shrugged and rose himself a few meters off the ground. Madam Hooch looked amazed while Flitwick smiled in pride and astonishment. Can you come with me, Mr. Potter? He asked when Harry landed. I have a captain that you might want to meet. Oh, I better ask the headmaster about bending a rule, and also if you can fly without a broom in Quidditch. This year might be the year of the Ravenclaw, Flitwick spoke to himself as he looked at Harry. Okay, Professor, Harry agreed, hoping he wasn't in trouble. Then Flitwick grabbed him by the arm and Harry half walked, was half pulled in the direction of the castle. Harry walked into the potions classroom barely on time. Flitwick had dragged halfway around the school to meet the Quidditch captain. He looked at Harry skeptically and told him to be on the Quidditch pitch after lessons for a test. Flitwick didn't reveal much other than he could fly excellently and what the direct rules were for Quidditch. Then he was pulled from his thoughts as the dungeon door burst open. Like a ghost, Severus Snape seemingly glided through the room, inspecting his new students. His eyes had nothing but disgust and dislike, and Harry found them pause on him for a second longer than the rest. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. He began his speech dryly and Harry was starting to lose interest. Ah, Mr. Potter, our new celebrity, His voice was dry and full of contempt, and Harry really couldn't blame him. After even a quick glance into his memories, Harry glanced up at the man. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry frowned, knowing the answer but also knowing it was very advanced for a first-year class. "Draft of the living dead," Harry answered. A brief flicker of surprise passed over the man's face, obviously not expecting him to get the answer. Well then, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a bazaar?" The question was slightly harder, but Harry remembered the answer from a book he picked up. "The stomach of a goat, where the acids create a very strong antidote," Harry replied quickly. Snape's eyes flashed with anger this time. He was trying to show Harry up and it wasn't working. With a sigh he gave it one last effort. "Well then, Mr. Potter, tell me, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry was slightly irritated now, as he understood the man's dislike of James Potter, but trying OWL-level questions on a first year to show them up was defiantly unacceptable. "They are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite," Harry replied coldly. As he spoke, a light chill coated the room and Harry knew his Dementor abilities were reacting to his emotion. "Well, are you not going to write this down?" Snape demanded, angered that his attempt had failed. Hermione nudged him. "Was that you?" she whispered softly. "What?" Harry asked. "When you spoke just now it was like that." "What was it?" Dementor swooped into the bookshop, she hissed. Harry didn't see much point in lying. "Yes, but don't tell anyone," he whispered, "it would not be good." His last words were spoken more to himself than Hermione, remembering Lucius' warnings about not revealing the true extent of his powers. Meanwhile, "I'm sorry," Lucy replied, seemingly surprised as 3 Dementors glided over to her. She was on patrol outside the prison borders when 3 of her sisters approached her. "You heard correctly. It seems that a great deal of money has been removed from Harry's primary account. A goblin sent the report to Dumbledore, but Ragnarok intercepted it. He found out that in wizarding terms almost 20,000 were taken over the years without consent," one informed her. Lucy made a deep growling noise. "And he sent it to Fudge, who is Harry's contact," she growled deeply. "Precisely. He issued a statement to us, and the corrupt goblin in charge of the funds has been in Muggle terms eliminated," another continued. "So who has the money been going to?" Lucy inquired, already dreading the answer. "Albus Dumbledore and Molly Weasley," the third replied angrily. "What?" Lucy exclaimed. "How dare he take Harry's money after all he did to him?" Her clawed, scabby hands were shaking in rage as the Dementor Dora piped up. "I'm sorry, Lucy, but that is not all. It seems Dumbledore is in the process of drafting a legally binding marriage contract to Harry and a third party." Lucy froze. "He was trying to do a lot more than control Harry. He was trying to ensure he had complete power over his life and this contract," she realized, "and he dared to make a contract about my son." The second the words left her mouth, the group of Dementor let out a burst of air. "I knew it," Dora nodded, tilting her head slightly. The others felt amazement and pride that their friend had accepted she was a lot more to Harry than a mentor. "We can talk later, but more importantly we need to deal with this matter before it gets out of hand. We need to do something to make sure he gets all the money back, and I want to rip that contract into shreds," Lucy finished with a hissing noise. Later. "So Harry isn't it?" Nihal Davis asked. He was a tall 6th year with neatly combed blonde hair. His eyes were a dark blue, which drew attention from his muscle-riddled body and imposing stance. "Now Flitwick didn't tell me much, and Madam Hooch over there suggested I use a training quaffle to fly around the pitch and be ready for one hell of a surprise. Now I know the rules are relaxed, but if this talent of yours is hurtful or cruel, then get lost, because I try to maintain a good, reliable, upstanding team," he began, obviously showing skepticism, and gestured briefly to Madam Hooch and a few other members of staff. Flitwick was there, sitting in the seats excitably knowing what Harry was going to do, while the nurse Harry hadn't met yet and another teacher looked interested to why they had been invited. "Okay, Harry?" Nihal asked, taking out one of the quaffles. He threw it into the air and it began to fly around the pitch at a low speed, Nihal obviously thinking Harry would not be keep up for long. He looked ready for Harry to pick up the broomstick on the floor, but Harry stifled a smirk at his gasp of surprise as he ascended into the air. The rumors had been flying around the school about his unplanned flight into the Charms classroom, and obviously few had taken them seriously. He glanced at the shocked staff who were pointing and talking quickly to each other. Harry focused on the quaffle. With as much speed as he could muster he swooped over to it and plucked it from the air. He lazily flew back to Mihal, whose mouth was still open. How did you? What did you? Well, he stammered, eyes wide. Harry held out the quaffle. Mihal let out a breath and chuckled shakily. Well, that was one hell of a shock. He remarked. How did you do that? Harry smiled knowingly but gave nothing away. Screw it, I don't care. Whatever you just did was amazing. Oh my god, I want to see the look on Wood's face when a first year literally glides off the floor. You're in, he stammered, grinning, then his face fell serious. Okay kid, let's see how you do when the quaffle is moving a lot faster. Say from broom to broom, he ordered, throwing it back into the air. Once again Harry zoomed of ready to play the game that he loved. Slytherin common room. Oh, why couldn't he be in Slytherin? Pansy whined, sulking as she leaned against the green sofa. Draco was chuckling as she muttered how much she wanted Harry to be in their house. He's in Ravenclaw, Bride of Slytherin and all that stuff, he remarked, shaking his head. But he's cool, not nerdy or annoying like the other Ravenclaws, and he can play Quidditch, Shimo.Ned. Just cause you think he's cute, someone yelled out. Shut it, Greengrass, Pansy retailed as a blush came to her cheeks. Draco was laughing hysterically at this, and it took being pelted with several cushions to shut him up. You got your work cut out for you then. He's already got Hermione, the Chong girl, the Ravenclaw Patel twin and half a dozen Gryffindors, Draco snorted with a cackle. I do not. Pansy hissed. I mean like him. Well, I like him as a friend, but... She trailed off. Besides, since he's in Ravenclaw, doesn't that mean you can boss him around, seeing as he's in Slytherin's wife's house? Blaise Zabini asked curiously. Pansy's face lit up at the suggestion. He could fly me to class, she responded thoughtfully. This was too much for Draco and most of Slytherin house, who burst out laughing. Shut up, Pansy hissed, pelting Draco with another round of cushions. Just cause the girl has a crush. Daphne Greengrass commented. Shut up, Pansy practically screeched. But I agree he can play Quidditch. I was going to tell our captain about the legless issue, but he is so arrogant around first years, I think we can leave it. That might just wipe the smirk of his face. Draco answered with a sly smile. He spoke softly, and Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle smirked, knowing their captain's dislike of first years. So we're going to lose the Quidditch Cup, what's new? Pansy asked, bored of the Quidditch conversation. Draco snorted. I don't care who wins as long as it's not the Gryffindors, they are just too smug, Draco commented, annoyed. Tell me about it, Pansy muttered, glad to have her embarrassment discarded in a new conversation. Gringotts. The day was slowly winding down now, and only a few goblins were left on duty. Some were tapping away at different machines while others were writing furiously on parchment. Then the door opened and a small man walked in with a toad-like woman wearing a luminous pink cardigan. A few goblins looked up in surprise as the Minister of Magic himself walked up to a desk. I'm here to see Mr. Ragnarok, he squeaked nervously. Of course, Minster, may I ask under what premise? It asked sharply. Harry Potter, Fudge replied. As the goblin walked off to alert the bank director, Dolores Umbridge looked up. May I ask what you know of Mr. Potter's case? I mean, the press have made some guesses about the boy that are less pleasant than one would like. She inquired. I see you are learning the game of politics, Dolores. Hide your questions in worry and concern, Fudge remarked with a smile. The goblin suddenly emerged. Accompanying him was an elderly goblin who seemed surprised the minister asked to see him. I believe the guardian of Mr. Potter would be joining me, so why are you here, Minister? You are listed as his contact, not his guardian, the director began dryly. Apologies, she cannot be here due to a security issue and has sent myself as a proxy. Madam Umbridge is taking notes on the meeting, Fudge greeted, gesturing to the woman as he handed the goblin a signed document. Understandable, Director Ragnarok decided formally. Now what is it you wished to discuss? Put simply, the guardian of Harry James Potter has requested that all the money be returned to him, the marriage contract dissolved, and any other goblins found to be involved in the conspiracy be dealt with harshly, Fudge explained as Umbridge scribbled furiously on her clipboard. Interesting, the director remarked cryptically. What is? Fudge asked, oblivious. When you first became minister, we believed you to be a very weak, incompetent man who relied on advice from another wizard, or as we call him, the puppet master. But something has changed. You seem to be more confident and less suspicious of the goblin people. I wonder what has caused such a change, Ragnarok revealed. Fudge seemed unsure of what to say to this backhanded compliment. But your demands are acceptable. However, if his guardian had no inclination of the funds, it was theft plain and simple, and we will be launching a full investigation into these thefts and any goblins who are involved. I promise you will be dealt with in the harshest manner possible, the director assured Fudge darkly, who broke into a smile. Thank you very much, she will be delighted to hear it, Fudge replied, thank you for your time. As he turned to leave, a voice interrupted him. However, it comes at a price, the goblin remarked. Fudge turned round. I have gold, he announced, hoping that was what they wanted. No, even amongst goblins Mr. Potter is famous, and in exchange we want to know exactly what happened to him without the rubbish your press are printing. Is this acceptable? Ragnarok inquired innocently. Fudge sighed deeply. I suppose, he conceded, knowing his night of explanation was going to be a long one. The sealed letter arrived like another on this crisp October morning, and Albus Dumbledore was king on a lemo. Sweet while reading his mail, then he froze as he unraveled the parchment and saw what was inside. What? He roared in anger, his hands were shaking and his eyes were white with rage. Fox chirped in the background as Dumbledore threw the letter to the ground. Dear Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin First Class. Supreme Mugwump. Under a unanimous ruling from the Goblin people, we hereby inform you that you must pay back precisely 200,000 gallons. 200 sickles and 2 nuts must be returned the House of Potter due to grave misdeeds on your behalf. Until such a time your assets have been frozen and the vault sealed due to its lack of funds. You and Mrs. Molly Weasley must appear in front of a panel of goblin officials for your theft. Failure to do will result in your funds being seized and used to pay back your debt, but also will mark an end to the relationship you have with the goblins. Director Ragnarok. Gringotts Wizard Bank. How dare they? Dumbledore roared. They can't do this to me, I the greatest wizard of all time. His fury was radiating around the room, and even the Phoenix song could not calm the man down. Shut up, you blithering bird, the old man snapped. No, he could do something about this. He could take his position in Supreme Mugwump and put an end to those foul creatures meddling. No, he would not be pushed around by anyone. Then another letter arrived. It was a ministry owl, and Dumbledore smiled. It looked like it was from the minister. He knew the idiotic man couldn't go too long without begging for advice. Well, let's just see what he wants. Then his face fell as he read the letter. Dear Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin First Class. Supreme Mugwump. It has come to our attention that during your time as Supreme Mugwump you have ignored the basic principles and ideals for the role. Firstly, after a panel of ministry departments were briefed on the still developing Harry Potter case, they have all decided that a full-scale investigation must be launched, and during the time you are placed under suspension until a conclusion can be reached. Secondly, you, Mrs. Molly Weasley, must also appear in front of the Wizengamot to shed light on a number of loyalty and love potions found on her property which are addressed to you. Furthermore, in accordance with the trial of Vernon and Petunia Dursley for crimes of abuse, you will also appear in order to justify, good luck, placing him in their care. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Dumbledore was astonished. He couldn't believe the nerve of the man to order him of all people to appear in front of Wizengamot and then to comment on his reasons for placing Harry in his relatives' care and Molly. The foolish woman should have known better than to address potions to him. Knowing her son's failure would mean there would be no paycheck this month. Meanwhile, you seem excited, Dor remarked plainly, gliding next to Lucy. In front of them was a house that Lucy knew all too well. I have been waiting this day for 4 years, Lucy replied. It was early morning and she knew the inhabitants of number 4 Privet Drive would be up fairly soon. Her and 6 other Dementors had joined her on the mission to apprehend these people. Some would have called that excessive for Muggles, but after hearing 10 minutes about what Harry went through, most demanded much more. It's a shame Muggles can't go to Azkaban, Dor announced. I imagine a lot of our sisters would want a word with them, but no, we can make a record and send them to a Muggle prison, but they may be getting a few visits from me. Lucy hissed angrily. She remembered the first time she saw this place and the hatred she felt for those who lived within it. I think a lot of us, including me, have that view. I know Helena, Esther and some others wanted to come on this mission but didn't have the time. Dora explained suddenly, her scabbed hand extended. A light had been switched on in the living room. Positions. Lucy called loudly. The cloaked things moved slowly around the house. On my mark, she hissed again. Their hidden Muggle charm was turned off and they were all eager to apprehend those who hurt the person they had all grown fond of. Now, Lucy led the attack. She moved as a blur towards the front door, and in one moment as was reduced to splinters, she heard the woman scream from upstairs. The man looked at her in pure fear. "You!" he exclaimed, stammering. "I said you would pay for what you did, and now I would like to inform you that you and your wife are under arrest for the crime of child abuse, neglect and mistreatment." She spoke in his mind with malice. He squeaked in terror and pain as her scabbed hands tightened around his arm. From upstairs Petunia screeched as Doris said the same thing and pulled her roughly down the stairs. "Get away from my mum!" a wail of a boy said, charging towards her. Two other Dementors pinned him against a wall. "Silence, child," they hissed at the bully as he tried to swing his arms. "Dudders," his mother cried as she was escorted out of the door by Dora and another Dementor. Lucy dragged the man by his arm with another Dementor gripping onto his other arm. Feeling satisfied, she flew off into the sky. Later, the Halloween feast was an occasion for all it seemed. With a variety of treats and dishes, Harry was sat opposite Cho, who was tucking what looked like a chocolate-covered rat. "How was class?" she asked politely. Harry smiled and grabbed a cauldron cake. "All good, though Snape went ballistic in potions, apparently catching me out is harder than he thought," Harry remarked slyly. "And when he found out you're a new chaser, he spent the whole day on edge." Cho giggled. Suddenly Harry knew something was missing, or who. "Wait, where's Hermione?" he asked Cho. Her face fell slightly. Hermione had spent most of the day helping Neville with his charms work after they were paired up. Harry and Hermione were the only ones to actually complete the spell. Well, after class apparently the Weasley boy came up to her. Cho crinkled her face in disgust and the mere mention of Ron. Anyway, he was annoyed because she was a Muggle born and she shouldn't be so good and she should leave because no one likes her. Cho continued glaring at the mop of red hair over at the Gryffindor table. "Anyway, he said some nasty things and she ran off. She's in the girls' toilets and won't come out. I tried to comfort her but she was hysterical." Cho sighed. Harry was now angry and stood up. His eyes were slightly foggy as he made a big show of walking to the Gryffindor table, wand drawn. All eyes were on him as he calmly made his way to where Ron was sitting. "So, you decided to join us at last," the boy remarked, grinning. His grin didn't last long. Before he could blink, a wand was positioned between his eyes and a very angry Harry glared at the boy. "If I ever hear of you bullying one of my friends again, I will pick you up and throw you off the astronomy tower," Harry barked, his eyes much darker. Ron was petrified. "Understood." Harry growled menacingly. Ron nodded. Harry gave him one last cold glare and walked back over to his seat. Ron was being glared at by seemingly all the Gryffindor who knew of the incident, most of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Draco had just heard of what happened and looked ready to march over and beat Ron to a pulp. "That worked," Harry directed at Cho but said loudly enough for all to hear. Then he felt someone behind him. "Mr. Potter," came the stern voice of Professor McGonagall, "while Mr. Weasley's actions were in poor taste, I do not think your actions are appropriate." Harry turned to her. "If I had informed you like some others have about his bullying behavior, then there is a high chance that he would do it again before you had a chance to reach him. It seems there is no harm done, other to his pride," Harry responded calmly. Then the doors smashed open. Harry saw Quirrell burst into the room in a fit of panic not unusual, and scream, "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeon!" Then he fainted. The entire hall burst into panic and cries. Shouts and sobs could be heard in all directions. It took several loud firecrackers from Dumbledore's wand to silence the students. "Prefects, lead your students to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons," he spoke calmly. Harry got in line when he was nudged by Cho. "Harry, Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll," she told him, worried. Harry was suddenly alert. "You're right, we need to get her. Let's think. Quick, follow me," he instructed, leading the girl into the Slytherin line. Then he saw Draco. "Draco," he whispered, causing the blonde boy to turn around. "Harry?" he questioned, surprised. "Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll," Harry indicated. It took a moment for his words to sink in. "Crab, Goyle," he called, grabbing his henchman. They five quickly sidestepped into a corridor. "Cho, where did Hermione go?" Harry demanded. "First floor, bathroom," Cho responded. Immediately Harry took the lead and they rushed through the halls towards their destination. "Okay, so what's the plan?" Draco inquired as they ran up a flight of stairs. "Haven't worked that part out yet," Harry confessed, making a sharp left. "How are we going to fight a troll?" Draco asked. "No clue, Cho's in second year so she might know some more advanced magic," Harry admitted. So we're running blindly to get Hermione while a troll is in the castle which could kill us and we are defenseless except for Cho who might or might not know offensive magic. Draco checked. Pretty much, Harry answered, then he heard a loud thud. He stopped sharply and looked around. Genius, that has to be one of your best plans yet, Draco remarked dryly, doing a great impression of Snape. It's close, he warned, hearing giant footsteps. Work that one out, Goyle stammered. This way, Cho pointed, grabbing onto Harry's arm and leading him towards the noise. Come on, Crabbe and Goyle, we're only running to rescue a Ravenclaw which happens to be close to a troll which might or might not kill us depending on how inclined it is to eat us. Oh, and we are defenseless. Draco laughed, trying to put on a brave face. Secretly he wondered why he was doing this. Sure, Hermione was his friend, but would he do the same if Crabbe, Goyle or even Pansy was in her position? Oh, Harry sighed. The door was gone. All that was left was a pile of splinters and a screaming girl. Come on, Harry instructed, rushing forward. After a moment Cho followed him. Genius again, if you're trying to kill us next time, say do something less dynamic, say a dragon or insane wizard. Or maybe just drop a chandelier on us, Draco shouted after them before following. Crabbe and Goyle seemed unsure. And you too, Draco scowled, pulling the two forward. Harry, Cho, Draco. Hermione was surprised at seeing her friends as the troll swung its club in her direction. Crabbe and Goyle are here to, Draco remarked as the two run into the room. In front of them was fully grown mountain troll. The stench choked their lungs as it turned to look at them. It roared angrily, brandishing its wooden club. We're dead, Draco decided impassively, wondering why the hell he wasn't afraid. Harry, however, was looked into the creature's eyes. Its thoughts would be no help, and he doubted it had much of a mind. That left one choice. His eyes turned jet black and thick black smoke rose up from around him. The troll seemed confused as Harry's hands became sharp and skeletal, and he heard cries from his friends as rose in the air with his legs lost in a black cloud. Harry Potter had done something Lucy had told him never to do unless it was an emergency, and he guessed this was an emergency. He had revealed the full extent of his power, and his appearance was just the beginning. The feeling was euphoric. A cloud of black smoke swirling around his legs faced the beast in front. Harry saw its soul and life force pulsing through its form, creating the feelings of fear and wonder. It raised its club and swung towards him, but Harry was already gone. He moved as a blur between the troll's strikes and flew with grace as he began working out his next move. His friends were looking horrified and confused, but Harry had no thought for them as his clawed skeletal hand reached out and stopped the club halfway. The beast made a strange inconsistent noise as a wave of telekinetic energy sent it crashing to the floor. The wall shuddered as the monster's head slammed into it. The sinks broke as one and the windows smashed into shards. Then, like silky tendrils, the black smoke surrounding him began reaching for the creature, gripping it and piercing into its flesh. It cried out in pain as they punctured muscle and fat tissue and howled when the tendrils leached into its veins, and without knowing it began draining it. Harry felt like liquid gold was poured inside him as the monster's life force, not soul, was pumped into him. The troll's eyes clouded as its soul began looking for an escape before it was tied down by the darkness, only to be savored once the beast was dead. Harry, came a voice. It seemed both close and far at the same time, and from somewhere Harry's sense urged him to listen. The life force of the troll was nearly depleted, and in a few moments it would breathe no more. Harry, the voice was louder, more urgent, and Harry turned to see the shocked faces of Cho and Draco, the tearful, terrified face of Hermione, and amazed faces of Crabbe and Goyle. No, I will not lose control, Harry told himself as his sense began overpowering his urge to feed of his victim. The smoky tendril recoiled, and with great effort Harry detached himself from its life force. The effort took every ounce of power in his body, and he felt some relief when he saw the creature was not dead. He had not killed it. Then his eyes began to flicker, and like a damaged missile he crashed to the ground. Harry, Cho asked, a mixture of concerned and shocked as he began to lose consciousness. So sorry, shouldn't, Harry mumbled as his body went limp. He faintly heard the noise of the teachers charging into the room, but he quickly fell into a deep sleep. What happened here? McGonagall demanded, seeing the exhausted, defeated troll and an unconscious Harry. Draco and Cho looked unsure of what to say when Hermione stepped forward. It was Harry, miss, she began quickly. I was in the bathroom when Harry realized I was missing and got some friends to come and help me. He flew around the troll to distract it, and we hit it with jinxes from down here. Cho and Draco accidentally mixed two jinxes up which caused the troll to collapse and it hit Harry with its club in the process. Her lie was far from perfect but it was the best she could come up with in such a short amount of time. Yes, that's what happened, Cho agreed quickly. Exactly what happened, Draco confirmed. Crabbe and Goyle nodded in response. McGonagall looked skeptical. Why were you in here, Miss Granger? Dumbledore asked. Cho stepped forward and summarized the day's events to the teachers. Flitwick suddenly piped up. Why was I not informed? He asked annoyed. If a Gryffindor attempts to bully one of my students then I need to deal with it. Minerva, I am disappointed you did not tell me this. Minerva muttered something in response and looked slightly abashed. Well done you lot. You managed to save a student and take down a mountain troll, and for that I think we should give 60 points to Ravenclaw and Slytherin for their equal part in this rescue. He beamed at his students. Dumbledore was glaring at them trying to dig into their minds but for some reason was repelled. No student of this age could learn occlumency, so something much different happened here, but without proof he had to let them go. Well, you five need to return to your dormitories while we will escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing, he sighed, feeling defeated. The next day, Harry's eyes flickered open. He felt drained both physically and mentally, which was accompanied by a painful headache. He had no idea where he was, but he was lying on soft sheets and was feeling rather comfortable. "Ah, you're awake," a woman noticed walking over to him. "You Potters can never do things simply, can you? A direct hit from a troll should have knocked you out for a week, but it took you less than 24 hours. Harry looked confused before remembering the events of the previous night. Oh God, he almost lost control. Lucy had warned him time and time again that he shouldn't experiment with his other form so young, though the ability to rein himself in was astounding. Then again, knowing Lucy and his mind link with her. "You're awake," her voice was concerned, but Harry could sense she was annoyed. "I'm so sorry Lucy, it's just," he began, worried as she searched through his memoirs. "Shush Harry, shush, I felt your transformation and I was worried you did it to show off to your friends, but instead you did it to save a friend. Then it's fine. But you were almost discovered," she soothed him. The nurse was looking at him, wondering why he was staring into space, but Harry ignored her. "I know," Harry agreed, shuddering at the thought. "Though I must commend you for being able to control it. I was worried you would have done a lot of damage to the school and students, and it took a lot of doing for me not to fly to the school." "You should thank Dora," Lucy told him. "Though my friends saw and I don't know what they going to think," Harry confessed miserably. "It will all be fine, trust me. Just tell them the truth, they will understand," Lucy comforted him. "I need to go and serve food to the East Wing, but if you need me just send a message." Harry sighed deeply as he felt the connection sever. "Are you okay, Mr. Potter?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "Yes," Harry assured her. "When can I leave?" The woman tittered in response. "Not today, you can bank on that. A troll attacked you, Mr. Potter, so the odds of you getting out of here this week are around nil. Your father was the same, you know. Jumping of brooms, crashing into cabinets, all sorts, and yet he expected me to let him waltz out of here with a plaster and a pain relief potion," she told him, shaking her head. Harry groaned. A week? How was he going to survive a week in this place? The Quidditch game was on Saturday, so he should be okay, but if this woman was anything to go by, she was not someone to mess with. Later. It was just after lessons when Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Cho and Hermione walked in. Harry was expecting them, and luckily Madame Pomfrey did nothing but glare at them disapprovingly. Harry quickly entered her mind and put a block to ensure if she overheard any of this conversation she would not remember it. "Explain," Draco began curtly. "We all told the teachers it was a joint effort, but I'm quite sure I saw you try to rip the soul out of a mountain troll." His voice was slightly harder than normal. "Okay," Harry accepted. "You all know I was raised by Dementors, right?" Cho, who had only seen a Dementor hug Harry, recoiled open-mouthed while Hermione looked taken aback. "They do now," Draco remarked, his voice more inviting. "Raised? I thought she a bodyguard or something. When I said mum I was being ironic, but you weren't obviously." "Well, I do agree with the equality stuff, but really?" Cho questioned, shocked. "No, raised. I spent 4 years in Azkaban. I was raised there and have some good memories of the place, but no, I was raised by Lucy, who is a Dementor. For some reason I was also born with the gift to talk." "Dementors," Harry elaborated. "Anyway, I also have other traits for reasons I cannot explain. I can fly like one, manipulate emotions, read minds, and turn into the hybrid form." His friends shuddered, remembering what he had looked like last night. "Which was the black creepy thing?" Draco simplified to Crabbe and Goyle. I found out in a playground a few years ago when a group of bullies were picking on a young girl. I was furious at them and turned into a lesser form of what you say and ended up throwing them across the playground. Lucy had to rein me in before I ate them," Harry continued. "So it's hard to control," Cho realized. "Very. I feel an urge to drain the life force from everyone and it is very hard to ignore, though you lot managed to help last night," Harry pointed out. "Yes, we are brilliant, please carry on," Draco commented, smiling slightly. "Anyway, I was told never to use that power unless there was no other choice, and I have spoken to Lucy who agrees a troll attack does justify using it," Harry finished. "So you did it to save me, I mean us?" Hermione asked. "Yes, I would not have done it for any other reason though. Thank you so much for not telling anyone," Harry addressed them all. "I suppose we can forgive you," Draco decided dramatically. "Though we don't want any more secrets, we are your friends and we want to trust you," Hermione told him sternly. "Well, by secrets I think Hermione means if there is anything else you turn into Sphinx, Basilisk, Dragon, then just give us a heads up. Though lesser secrets, you know, crushes and stuff you can keep to yourself," Cho corrected. "There are no big more secrets," Harry assured her. "Good," Cho smiled, "though Mihal told me to tell you that you need to be at the game. We're facing Gryffindor and he wants his new Star Chaser and Seeker. Yes, I made the team." "Well done," Harry congratulated, beaming at her. "A round of applause for Miss Chong," Draco announced. Cho blushed slightly as her 5 friends clapped to her achievement. "Thanks," Cho mumbled. "Okay, visiting hours are over, kids." Madame Pomfrey began ushering them out of the room. "Bye, Harry," they shouted, waving as the door to the hospital wing slammed shut. Saturday. Harry felt a mixture of things as he looked out on the pitch. Firstly, he was anxious about flying in front of so many people. Also, he was angry how the Gryffindor seemed to regard him as a dark wizard since Ron began telling people he used dark magic to defeat the troll. Also, he felt pressured knowing how much faith Mihal had placed in him. Cho, obviously seeing his distress, squeezed his arm gently. Harry took her hand, seeing she looked just as nervous as him. "You okay?" he asked quietly. "Fine," she assured him, taking a breath to calm herself. Harry let the second year lean on him for a moment as they prepared for the game. "Okay, people," Mihal announced, causing Harry and Cho to leap apart. The team turned to their captain. "Okay, before today Wood has always had a good chance, but he doesn't have what we have. I've been training with Harry privately because he has a secret skill they don't have. I'm not going to tell you, but if someone can get a picture of Wood's face, then I will pay big money. Anyway, we also have our new seeker, the lovely Cho Chong, whom excelled in the trials, and I know with the strong support of this team we can win this game and the cup." He began his monologue, pointing to the new team members respectively. "Sorry, Cap," someone interrupted, "but Harry doesn't have a broomstick." A few of the team murmured at this, causing Mihal to break into a smile. "Let me worry about that." He grinned at them as the curtains to the pitch were opened. With a confident aura, Mihal walked out to meet Oliver Wood, who was standing in the middle of the pitch next to Madame Hooch, ready to shake hands. "Don't know why you bother, Davis. You have no chance of beating my team this year," he laughed cockily, roughly shaking Mihal's hand. "Maybe, maybe not," Mihal replied, causing Wood to laugh loudly. "It would take a miracle," he retorted. Mihal suddenly smiled devilishly. "I might just have one up my sleeve," he taunted knowingly. Draco Malfoy smirked to himself as he saw the team captains walk out to shake hands. He was standing just towards the edge of the Slytherin stand, which was close enough to the Ravenclaw one to talk to Hermione but also where the 6th and 7th years sat. He had chosen this position carefully. The Slytherin Quidditch captain was sitting behind and was bragging about how his team would beat both in the next game. Arrogant git, Draco thought. After Harry's incident at flying class, the first years tried to tell people about what happened, but older students dismissed the idea, saying that it was impossible and denying the very idea that any first year could know such magic. Draco knew better than them all, it seemed, and he had sat here just so he could see the older boy's face. Excited, Hermione stated from the other side. "Let's just say I have been waiting for some time to see this," Draco answered smugly as the players began walking onto the pitch. Crabbe and Goyle were stood behind him, and Draco's eyes widened slightly as he saw Harry. A slight murmur went through the crowd as they saw he did not have a broom. "Dumb kid, probably forgot his broom. This is why you don't let first years play," the Slytherin captain remarked, causing his idiot friends to laugh. Then as each of the player ascended into the air, Draco's anticipation built. The Seeker and Keeper went up first, followed by the Beaters. Knowing his Harry would go last, Draco turned to see the face of his captain turn from arrogance to shock. Harry was lazily rising in the air, and Draco took a lot of delight in seeing the arrogant older kids look at his friend in amazement and shock. "What the hell?" the captain announced loudly. Draco sighed lazily as a collective gasp went through the students as they realized they should have listened to the first years who witnessed him fly the first time. "Wow, he can fly, who'd known?" he proclaimed, making Hermione giggle softly. Draco saw even some of the teachers were shocked and saw the normally sneering face of Severus Snape frozen in amazement. Flitwick, having seen this all before, was chuckling at his colleagues' reactions as Harry soared into the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Potter flying with no broom. What will the Gryffindor team make of this?" Lee Jordan was roaring over the crowd. Oliver Wood was looking like he had been hit by several dung bombs and been punched in the face for good measure. His usual cool demeanor went out the window and all of his team looked nervous. Let the game begin. 20 minutes later. Harry was having a great time. He was soaring and flying like never before and now knew what it was like to take part in a real Quidditch match. He saw the quaffle in the air being thrown towards Katie Bell and launched himself up and literally took it out of her hands. "Thank you," he smiled, nodding to her as he dove down towards the hoops. And Harry Potter makes another amazing move. This time he has snatched the quaffle quite literally from a chaser's hands. How he is doing all this we don't know, but I think Lee Jordan commented as Harry launched the ball towards the goal. It bypassed Oliver Wood with ease, and while Lee Jordan was still ranting his theories, he heard McGonagall snatch the voice piece. 700 to 100, she barked as Lee muttered something in apology. A lone bludger was propelled towards him, and with great effort he caught it in his hands and threw it towards a Gryffindor who dodged in time for another Ravenclaw chaser to grab the quaffle. Then he heard a cry. He froze and looked around to see Cho trying to grasp her broom tighter as if she was struggling. She looked fine, but Harry couldn't help but feel as if something was deeply wrong. Then it hit him. His lie about the troll had included all his friends overpowering it. He cursed himself. Someone had let the troll in for some reason and he didn't think about it at all. Only a staff member could smuggle a troll in, and the idea they would allow the students to get away with foiling their plans. No, something was wrong, but he had no clue as to what. Meanwhile, Draco, Hermione whispered. The blonde boy was paying close attention to the game and she leaned over and shook his arm. "Oh, sorry, what is it?" he stammered, turning to her. "And another 10 points to Ravenclaw as Harry Potter scores again," Lee Jordan announced. "Look at Cho, she seems like she's having trouble with her broom," Hermione pointed out, seeing the girl once again clutch her broom tightly as it moved sharply in the other direction. "Nerves," Draco suggested, wanting to refocus on the game. Hermione shook her head. "No, you see. Look," she shouted, pointing to Cho, whose broom had suddenly began shaking with intensity. "Now that is not nerves," Draco stated, seeing she was in real trouble. He quickly scanned his memory for something his father had once said. "It's a verbal curse," he announced. "It requires eye contact with the target at all times, and I doubt any student would know it." He trailed off, wondering who the perpetrator would be. A nudge on his shoulder pulled him away from his thoughts. "What?" he asked to Goyle, who was looking towards the staff box. "Look at Professor Stutter," the boy murmured, using his pet name for Quirrell. Both Draco and Hermione looked to see the turbaned man muttering fiercely while looking at Cho. "Well, come on then," Draco urged, helping Hermione over the low wall that separated the stands. "Why do we always end up going to save the girls?" Crabbe wondered as he followed his friends behind the stands. On the pitch, Harry was now very worried, not about the game. No, he had scored a lot of points and they were in the lead, but he could tell someone was cursing Cho. He would have swooped over and grabbed the scared girl who was taking deep breaths as she struggled to hold on, but if he did he might get hit by the curse, and if he fell, so would Cho. No, he was hovering around her while the uncaring Gryffindors played around him, trying to claim as many possible points he was here in case the broom managed to kick her off. Knowing if she fell he would grab her, but he risked doing damage to himself and her, plus if he did fall then the injury might call upon his Dementor side to heal, and that would be very bad. Then he saw Draco, Hermione, Crabbe and Goyle climbing under the teacher's viewing area. Obviously they knew who was behind the curse and he hoped they acted soon. The stands. "Okay, what do we do?" Draco questioned as they reached their destination. They were underneath the stand and could see the snarling face of Quirrell as he muttered above. "What kind of curse is it?" Hermione asked, taking control of the situation. Draco looked up and tried to read the man's lips. I can't understand Scopy or something, he sighed, now knowing the man was speaking in a different language. What does that mean? Hermione asked desperately, completely bewildered. I know, Goyle piped up, surprised. The group turned on him. Scopi is Latin for broom. Remember your dad gave us lessons, he pointed out. Draco did not. His father had many ideas on what a true pureblood should know and after a while just tuned them out. Broom, that means Harry could help her, Hermione worked out. Draco, taking the hint, leaned out of the stands and waved his arms to catch Harry's attention. Hermione, however, took a much different approach and was trying to aim a spell between the defense professor's legs. The pitch. What the? Harry was even more confused now. Not only was someone trying to curse his friend, Draco seemed to be doing a very good chicken impersonation from the stands. His mouth was moving and Harry could not work out what he was saying. Room? He queried. No broom. Working out that Draco was trying to tell him the curse only affected brooms, he took action. He launched himself at Cho, whose broom was trying to buck her off, and grabbed her by the waist. Strange tactic, grabbing your seeker around the waist, Lee Jordan pointed out loudly. Cho made a noise of protest, but Harry lifted her off the broom. What are you? She began frantically before seeing the broom dive bomb towards the ground. Some kind of commotion was going on around the teachers, but she was a bit preoccupied. I guess the curse stopped, Harry sighed. Cho didn't know how to feel. Relieved she wasn't on the broom, thankful that Harry had saved her on, terrified that she was being held 50 foot in the air. Before she could say anything, she could see a glint of gold. The snitch, she realized, pointing. Is now really the time? Harry demanded, amazed. Quidditch was still on the girl's mind. Yes, now forward, Cho ordered demandingly. Harry, seeing no reason to argue, propelled the girl forward as the Gryffindor seeker soared towards them as he too saw the snitch. Cho suddenly outstretched her hand and pushed Harry's chest, aiming him upwards. I'm not a broom, Harry protested at being forced around in this way. Ignoring him, Cho outstretched her hand and reached for the tiny fluttering golden ball. Cho grabbed it and leaned to the left, causing Harry to veer, of course. And in Harry Potter stroke, Cho Chang just caught the snitch. Ravenclaw win 950 to 400, Lee Jordan announced, stunned as Harry landed the two on the ground. You're a lot easier than a broom, Cho decided, grinning innocently with the snitch in hand, and despite everything Harry laughed with her as the rest of the team swooped down to congratulate them. Later. So in summary, Hermione hit Professor Quirrell between the legs with a simple incendio. Remind me never to annoy you, Harry remarked as Hermione blushed. They were all walking in the grounds of Hogwarts discussing the match, and in particular the member of staff that had tried this. See, after we saved her from a troll using, you know what, and to repay you she saved you from a teacher by setting his balls on fire, Draco summarized, causing the girls to laugh and the Harry, Crabbe and Goyle to groan in imagined pain. But yes, in all seriousness, Quirrell is up to something, Harry told them quietly, making sure they weren't being followed. I think we worked that one out, Draco pointed out dryly. But what? Hermione wondered, and why take it out on us? Because we stopped the troll, he must have been using it to cause a distraction and we put a stop to that. I think it might have something to do with whatever's on the third floor corridor, Harry explained. Probably, Crabbe agreed, but what is it, a weapon or something? Dumbledore wouldn't be stupid enough to keep some kind of dangerous magical artifact that someone like Quirrell would want in a school, as he? Cho asked. Harry had explained he knew something was wrong with the old man, and Hermione recounted her experience in Flourish and Blots, which convinced all of them Albus Dumbledore was not a man to be trusted. Maybe, Harry sighed, I think we should take a look tonight. What is it with the possibility of death that excites you? First a troll and now the promise of a slow and painful death, Draco sighed, but knowing he was in. Not sure, let's see what it is first, Harry suggested calmly. Good idea, if Quirrell is out to get us then it might be an idea to see what he's up to, Cho agreed. I suppose, Hermione sighed, not too happy about breaking the rules. Do we ever get a say in these things? Goyle asked. Number, Draco responded warmly. All rise, Amelia Bones boomed. The courtroom was set up slightly different today, with only half a dozen witches and wizards to play the role of the jury during this trial. Among them were Cornelius Fudge, Dolores Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy. All were looking expectant at the two people who were sat quite calmly in the center of the room. Looking a mixture of horrified and repulsed, Vernon and Petunia Dursley refused to stand. "Rise," Amelia Bones growled. From behind, Lucius drew his wand, a sight which terrified the couple into standing up. Satisfied, Amelia continued. "Today's Wizengamot is made up of only a fraction of the amount needed for this trial in the matters of security. Does the defense have any protest at this?" Vernon suddenly piped up. "Yes, I don't want to be tried by a bunch of freaks," he roared angrily. "Silence," Fudge bellowed. "There will be no racial or intolerant language in this courtroom regarding anyone's magical ability. Do I make myself clear?" His eye paused on the Petunia and Vernon, who nodded eventually. "Good," he muttered, sitting down at his desk. The courtroom was imposing as it should be, and he took some delight in watching the abusers tremble, knowing they were around so many magic users. Fudge picked up a paper. "The trial of Petunia and Vernon Dursley for the crimes of child abuse, neglect and failure to fulfill duty as guardian will begin. Upon request, the charges of assault and battery against Harry James Potter are to be put on this list, and in light of the overwhelming evidence, a number of secondary witnesses may also be tried," he began dryly, vaguely referring to Dumbledore. "This is not fair. All you freaks will look out for each other," Vernon spat angrily. "The court would like to request a gagging order be placed upon the mouth of a Mr. Vernon Dursley until he gives evidence in order to ensure no offense is caused during the proceedings of this trial," Lucius Malfoy suddenly interrupted. He knew what these monsters put Harry through and was looking forward to seeing them punished immensely. "Does the defense have any objection?" Amelia Bones questioned. Vernon laughed, a horrible sight as his chubby neck seemed to writhe as his mouth moved. "You can do what you like. Nothing will stop me teaching you freaks your place," he spat. Fudge raised his wand and cast a powerful silencing charm. The fat man began desperately trying to speak but failed. "The court agrees," Fudge remarked, keeping a straight face. "Please call the first witness." "Dementor rank 3, also known as Lucy," Amelia Bones announced as the black-cloaked creature glided in. Fudge and Lucius smiled respectively at the person who had raised Harry, and the defense shivered somewhat in fear. "Thank you. Please tell us how you came to meet one Harry James Potter," Fudge queried. A translator was present, and over the course of an hour Lucy explained in depth the events of the forest and the first ever meeting between herself and the Dursleys. The few members of the Wizengamot looked angry as her words were translated, and they cast accusing glares at the defendants. All of the people in the room knew of Harry's predicament. They were told specifically for this trial, and all were disgusted with the way he was treated, and in all honesty Fudge knew they would be found guilty, but they deserved it. "Does the defense have anything to add to this testimony?" he asked once Lucy had been escorted out of the room. "Yes, I do," Petunia spoke up. "That monster over there threatened and hurt me and my son, and in regards to my nephew, well, we gave that boy food, shelter and an education. We have done nothing wrong, and all that is going on here is that you freaks don't normal people like us treating wizards how they should be." Vernon still couldn't speak, but he was nodding in approval at his wife's words. Inside, Fudge wondered if these two could make themselves look more guilty than they obviously were. They were doing a pretty good job, as anyone in a courtroom should know. You don't call the judge, jury or anyone a freak. Later. "Next witness please," Fudge requested, sounding very bored. He had been forced to endure 3 hours of both Petunia and Vernon Dursley explaining why they were innocent. All they did was make the fact they were guilty more and more clear, and managed to insult the courtroom again and again. But this was the moment he was waiting for. Albus Dumbledore, with his head held high, walked into the courtroom. Both defendants were giving him looks of pure hatred, and Fudge wondered who the hell taught them manners. "Albus Dumbledore, thank you for being with us. Do you understand that if the Wizengamot believe you have committed an offense, then there is the risk of you being tried for neglect and financial manipulation?" Amelia Bones was asking. The old man nodded arrogantly, obviously thinking there was no possible way that would happen, and Fudge wanted to laugh then and there. However, he kept a straight face and continued. "Albus Dumbledore, why did you, as the acting magical guardian of Harry James Potter, consent to him being placed under their care?" Fudge asked quickly. Dumbledore glared at him angrily. "Before. It was the right thing to do. He would have been protected by the blood wards around the place, and Albus Dumbledore, you do realize that using, designing or participating in any kind of blood ward is an offense of the highest degree. Blood wards are considered too dark and illegal due to a sacrifice being required." Amelia Bones boomed, her eyes awash with anger. "I did not design the ward," he began quickly. "Then who did?" We need the name of the witch or wizard who did so they can be arrested and charged for crimes against wizard kind and binding 2 muggles into a 17-year contract. If broken they will die horrible painful deaths. Fudge asked quickly, having done some research into the topic. He smiled quickly when he saw the amazed look on Dumbledore's face. The court requests that Albus Dumbledore be removed from the witness stand due to his obvious acts of consenting to a blood ward which is illegal, and all evidence be disregarded due to inquiries being made by the Goblin people about financial manipulation. Lucius Malfoy suddenly interjected. Fudge considered for a moment. The court agrees. Later. You freaks can do nothing to us, we are good respectable people and we will not allow your kind to do anything to us. We gave that boy all we could, and if he needed a slap every now and then, well, that is completely okay. I see no reason you freaks have any reason to arrest us in this way, and the idea you could charge us with anything is obscure. Vernon Dursley shouted in a rage. Fudge sighed. This was the closing statement of the defense, and it seemed the man had signed his own death warrant. The evidence against them had apparently been fabricated by freaks and it was not real. Even Amelia Bones had given up on them after he had used the world freak for the 100th time. Is that all? The woman in question asked. Yes, Vernon spat menacingly. Good. On charge 1 of child abuse, all those in favor of conviction, she began. Impassively as the wizards in the room raised their hands. On charge 2 of neglect. Once more every person in the room raised their hands. On charge 3 of assault and battery, Amelia Bones said finally. Once again the vote was unanimous. This court finds you guilty of all charges. Now if it were up to me you would be spending your sentence in Azkaban prison with the Dementors, but due to muggles not being allowed I sentence you to 35 years with no chance of early release to high-security muggle prisons that are available. Your son will be sent to live with a woman called Marjorie Dursley, and you will not be allowed to have children after you are released. Fudge bellowed, exhausted. The day had been long, but seeing the Dursleys dragged out by the Dementors screaming abuse at least was a high point to the day. Though the third defendant walked in, he had a look of contempt in his eyes as Fudge nodded to Amelia Bones. On charge 1 of financial manipulation, all those in favor of conviction. This vote would be harder to win as a few would always support the old man. Luckily it was a 7-6 vote. On charge 2 of misusing position of magical guardian, Amelia Bones spoke again. It seems a lot of people believed his claims that he had no idea of what went on, and he was found not guilty by an 8-4 vote. And finally on charge 3, knowing about an illegal ritual and saying nothing to the proper authorities. This was a landslide victory for Fudge, and only one person voted against conviction. However, the crimes did not justify a long-term imprisonment. Albus Dumbledore, this court finds you guilty of all but one charge, and for charge 1 a fine of 20,000 galleons will be imposed along with the repayments made to Harry James Potter. Also we sentence you to 12 months suspended sentence in light of your long-standing contribution to Wizard Society. We also dissolve all marriage contracts made during your time as guardian for Harry Potter, and a full-scale investigation will be launched against you to ensure you have committed no other crimes. Fudge bellowed, bringing the gavel down. It was far less than he was hoping for, but it was a start. He hoped the investigation would lead somewhere, but he doubted Dumbledore would be stupid enough to leave evidence, but there was always a chance. But a slight smirk flickered across his face as he realized he needed to tell the press, and there was only one reporter who could do this job. Hogwarts. Night. Okay, let's do this, Draco decided brightly. Harry, Hermione, Cho, Draco along with Crabbe and Goyle were standing outside a door in the forbidden corridor. They had got in with no problems and had heard a loud rumbling noise from within. Everyone ready for a slow and painful death. He joked as he tried to open the door. Let me, Hermione offered, drawing her wand. Alohomora. And sure enough the door unlocked. Ladies first, Draco offered as Hermione walked in. The rest of the group followed and found themselves in a dark room with a very loud grumbling noise. Lumos, Crabbe and Goyle lit their wands. Harry did the same, but the group immediately regretted it. Is that a Cerberus? Cho demanded, seeing the beast in front of them. The light seemed to have awoken it and it was sleepily getting to its feet. All three heads were stretching out and slowly 6 pairs of eyes settled upon its victims. I think we should leave now, Draco suggested, slowly opening the door. The dog suddenly began to bark and the group piled out of the room. Why the hell would you keep a Cerberus in a school? Harry demanded, slamming the door shut. First a troll and now this. What else is in this school? A giant spider. A 50-foot snake, Draco exclaimed, amazed by the very idea. That the school would allow a Cerberus inside it. It's obviously guarding something. Didn't you look at its feet? Hermione interjected. No, we were looking at the three giant heads, Crabbe pointed out as he and Goyle regained their breath. Hermione ignored them. There was a trapdoor, you see, it's a guard dog, she explained as if it was obvious. So what's it guarding? Cho countered. Since the boy who lived literally flew into our lives, the whole wizarding world has been wondering the same thing. What happened to him after his legendary defeat of you-know-who? We assumed he was living safely with a good caring home, but it looks like we were wrong. As of today, the Wizengamot have charged Vernon and Petunia Dursley with crimes relating to child abuse and assault. Are these the people Dumbledore entrusted our savior with? And more importantly, later it emerged that Albus Dumbledore himself was set a hefty fine and a suspended sentence for finical manipulation and taking part in an illegal blood wards, which is a form of dark magic. Is this the man we look up to? The man we entrust with our children? Well, this reporter for one certainly disagrees with allowing him to keep his Hogwarts position, or who knows what he could do. He could try making more blood wards or do much worse to our children. Well, I for one want to see him explain these illegal actions and am requesting he agree to an interview to ensure us all of the safety involving every single Hogwarts child. For more information on Harry Potter, page 2. Blood wards and dark magic, page 5. For the Wizengamot proceedings, page 7. Okay, what we know is a giant three-headed dog occupies the third-floor corridor. Professor Quirrell wants whatever it's guarding, and that's it. Either we need to brush up on our detective skills or we have just won the world's worst investigator award for this year, Draco announced, smiling. The group was in the library, and with a helpful nudge in her mind, Madame Pants left them alone. The topic of this meeting was to work out what the hell was going in their school. Funny, Hermione remarked sarcastically, shaking her head slightly. The group had become accustomed to Draco's dry, witty and very only occasionally funny remarks. I aim to please, the blonde-haired boy smiled with equal sarcasm. So the question is why? Why is a Cerberus here? Why is Quirrell doing this? And why is Dumbledore allowing this to happen? He must know something. I mean, a man led a troll into the castle and no one noticed, Harry interrupted before the two could continue their sarcasm-filled banter. Good question, maybe their minds. Hermione suggested, refereeing to Harry's Dementor powers. No, I tried. Every time I reach out I can feel two different things. One is dark and my inner Dementor tires to unleash itself to protect me, and the other is blank. Like someone is using Quirrell's mind or attached to it, Harry answered, recalling the strange feeling that emerged every time he tried to approach Quirrell's mind. We're idiots, Cho suddenly announced, jumping up. She was flustered and was rubbing her forehead. Well, you might be, but the rest of us, Draco began. Cho shook her head before he could finish the comment. Think about it, when that troll Quirrell fainted and obviously legged it to the third-floor corridor, but why didn't he finish the job? He couldn't have done it because he's still here and looked pretty angry about us defeating the troll, so why didn't he get past the three-headed dog? The man can control a troll. I think a Cerberus would be like taking candy from a baby. Someone must have stopped him. Cho explained, pacing up and down in front of the group as she racked her brain. She's right, Harry agreed, also connecting the dots, but who? Well, Crabbe began. Awkwardly, the whole group turned to face him. Well, Snape's been walking with a limp this week, he pointed out. Draco's face lit up. Look at these two. First Goyle works out Professor Quirrell is the one cursing and translates a Latin phrase that makes no sense to anyone else in the world, and now Crabbe is solving one of the major mysteries of this case. See, we have two smart ones, one powerful one genius, witty cool one, and two problem solvers. I think this is going to work out just fine, Draco remarked, beaming at his two friends who sheepishly looked away. So Snape's involved. What do we do? Hermione interrupted suddenly. Draco tutted loudly. It's obvious, isn't it? We confront him and see what he knows. He smirked, sending a jolt of fear through the group's spines as they envisioned confronting the man. Or we spend the entire year shyly hiding in the shadows, following him and accidentally giving Quirrell a chance to steal this thing, Draco offered up, knowing which option made reasonable sense. Potions. Harry wanted to do this alone. Snape had been going out of his way too much lately to show Harry up, and it was becoming ridiculous. Harry understood the man's original dislike of him, but to bully a dead man's son in some bizarre effort to get some poetic justice was pathetic. Harry was going to ask him what he knew and try to sort this thing out. And so, as the lesson ended and the class went to lunch, Harry slowly approached the teacher's desk. "The door is that way, Mr. Potter. You may be thick but not that thick," was the first thing the greasy-haired man spat. "Professor," Harry began respectively. "Potter, the door is that way. 10 points from Ravenclaw for stupidity." Harry's anger boiled through. The nerve of the man to refuse a student help or even the benefit of a conversation over what a dead man did over 20 years ago. Every light source was suddenly cut out the room and an icy chill lingered in the air. Snape looked alarmed by Harry spoke first. "Enough," he demanded, the air getting colder with every syllable. "Potter." Snape began, shocked, but Harry cut him off. "This has gone on too far, Professor. What my father did as a teenager has nothing to do with me. I never said I supported it or condoned it. In fact, I had no idea until recently," Harry shouted angrily as Snape's face dropped in shock as Harry recited some of his oldest and most protected secrets. "You fell in with the wrong crowd. That's your fault, and you turned your back on my mother. It was your choices that led to her loving him instead of you, and if you had been friendly to her or even civil, then she wouldn't have pushed you away. I had nothing to do with her loving him and not you, so stop taking out your issues on other people. You repented, I'll give you that, and you tried to turn it around, and that is commendable, but enough is enough." Harry continued, brimming with anger as he spilled out all the teacher's secrets and truths he couldn't bear to face. As for Snape, there was no hatred in his face or eyes but instead shock and hurt. A tear welled up behind his eye, but Harry steamed on. "You need to stop living in the past and face your problems instead of using them to justify what you force on students. You are becoming so much like the teenage bully you faced, it's unreal." Harry ended, and his anger subsided as he saw the man face what he had done over the years for the first time. Warmth and light re-entered the room as Harry stormed out, leaving a shocked and terrified Snape behind. Later, Albus Dumbledore was sat sulking at his desk. His vault had been frozen now, and the goblins were leeching from his fortune that rightly belonged to him. Harry had no need of it, but apparently the ministry didn't like him taking it, so they began draining him of what he had apparently stolen. His reputation was going to be in tatters, and nothing could make this day worse, or so he thought. "What did you tell him?" came the enraged voice of Severus Snape as the potions professor burst through the door to the headmaster's office. "Severus?" Dumbledore questioned, completely stunned by the man's entrance. "Oh, don't Severus me, what did you tell Harry Potter? You promised you would tell no one," was the angered response that left Dumbledore even more confused. "What are you talking about?" the old man practically shouted. Snape quickly summarized the events of the day. "What?" Dumbledore mouthed, wondering how the boy could know anything at all about his parents. "Yes, he knew about my past with James and Lily, and also said it was my fault for losing her. But the worst thing is," Snape hissed angrily, then his entire persona changed. The angry ex-Death Eater was gone, replaced by a teary-eyed broken man who had just come to terms with his life. "He's right," he continued, sobbing slightly. His entire life so far had been nothing more than petty revenge, and what made it so much worse was that an 11-year-old had seen through it. Dumbledore looked at the normally cold and sarcastic teacher with his mouth forming a perfect O. He never could have even imagined the man would break down like this, and more to the point would ever feel remorse over what he had inflicted on students over the years. "I made so many lives hell during my time as a teacher, and it was all because of what someone else did to me. I was just trying to make people feel like I did when I was 15. And you knew. You let me teach." His last note was one of accusation. "You were coming over to the light and we needed you close to." Dumbledore began, quickly trying to explain his actions once more. "No, Albus, you can't spin that on me. No. I don't know how Harry knew this, but I already know you wouldn't tell him. I thought you did, but your surprise is just too evident. And I know why. You wanted me to bully him, didn't you? You wanted to give the boy someone at Hogwarts he would dread. I have no idea why, but I can tell you I'm done being your pawn. I will teach, but I am going to change. The bullying, hatred and everything else I've pumped my classes full of over the years. No, and if you want to ever regain my trust, if you want to explain why you allowed me to teach knowing I would bully, then it might help. But I know if you do that, then it will lead me straight to whatever you've been plotting over the years concerning Harry Potter, and I have no idea what that is, and to be honest, just so can look you in the eye, I never want to," Snape proclaimed, glaring coldly at the man he had entrusted so much with, and with that he stormed out of the room. Library. A Philosopher's Stone. Cho was gobsmacked as Harry explained what he had seen in Snape's mind. "Yes," Harry answered gravely. "Sorry, are they trying to kill us? What is Dumbledore thinking? Is his mind like, hey, I've got a great idea, why don't I put a dangerous powerful magical artifact in the middle of a school which practically every dark wizard would want, and also hire a man I've never met before because I get a new defense teacher every year and then entrust this man with the secret. What a genius, Draco exclaimed amazed. He has a point. Why the hell would Dumbledore trust Quirrell, a new professor, with this secret, and more to the point why hasn't he put more defenses up? A giant guard dog, fair enough, but open a book about a Cerberus and you have all the information you need to get pa them, Hermione interjected, sharing Draco's feelings. A very good point, but if it's in this school then we need to be careful. Imagine what would happen if Quirrell gets his hands on it, and remember where. First on his hit list, Harry warned, suddenly realizing the magnitude of the situation. If they weren't careful then Quirrell would enact some kind of revenge, and they were in a school where he taught, and that could only mean he had the advantage. He could make his move any time, and the only defense they had could lead the total annihilation of the entire school. The school had gone through a surprising change over the last few days. Firstly, Ronald Weasley had managed to convince almost all of the first, second and third year Gryffindors that Harry was a dark wizard. Secondly, Snape, true to his word, had completely changed his way of teaching. Gone were the snide remarks and hate-filled glares. Now he gave actual help to people who needed it and even dished out a few compliments every now and then. He had ignored Dumbledore's existence entirely, and the old man could do nothing to win back his trust. Harry had noticed the change more than anyone else, as Snape had not spoken to him since the confrontation. He was scared that Harry knew so much about him but also saw the boy in a new light. Snape didn't want to speak because he had no idea what he would say. He had loved Lily Potter to her last breath, but Harry was right. Her death, her choosing James, had nothing to do with Harry. Another thing the school had noticed was Oliver Wood's numerous attempts to have Harry removed from the team as he was flying unaided, but even after contacting major officials he was forced to accept it did not violate the rulebook in any way, as they had not planned for unaided flight. Quirrell was being watched by Harry and his friends, but he made no move towards the third-floor corridor or even show any sign he was up to something, so schoolwork had taken priority, and as Christmas approached Harry realized they would be more and more distracted. He was going home for Christmas, no doubt about it, but he needed to make sure Quirrell would not make his move while he was gone and needed to find a solution, and fast. It was this reason he was in the library on this night, as he was looking for books on wards or protective enchantments. His friends were in bed and Harry had no intention of waking them up for something so trivial as a trip to the library. Then out of nowhere he heard a voice. It was low and obviously someone was whispering, but his heightened Dementor-like senses picked it up. It's the perfect trap. The boy will find the mirror and, like so many before him, will be entranced by it. I will be able to use it as a bargaining tool and he will be under our control before he even knows it, Albus Dumbledore was saying. I hope so, Albus. We have a lot riding on him being your puppet in this, and I need your assurance that it will work, came a reply. This voice Harry didn't recognize, but it was deep and mysterious. Don't worry, him not befriending the boy is only a minor setback. I am confident that once he looks into this mirror then he will be addicted. I've mixed in a spell so I know when someone approaches it, Dumbledore bragged with arrogance flooding into his voice. Harry considered reaching into this mysterious other man's mind but decided against, as if he encountered any legilimency shields then they may find him. Good, your plan needs to work, Albus. We have waited too long for our comeback and you need the boy to be a pawn for the rise to begin, the other man remarked darkly. Trust me, with him under our thumb then no one will oppose our plans, Dumbledore assured the man with a chuckle. Now let us get drink, it has been a long while since we last spoke. Harry waited for a few moments until he was sure they were gone, then he slowly entered the room. It was ordinary enough, with stone steps, windows and all the normal apparatus you would see in a castle such as Hogwarts, but in the center of the room stood a large mirror. Harry concentrated and used his powers to devour the enchantment placed around the mirror, and slowly he approached it. It was large and framed in some kind of dark metal with the words Arised Straw Eru Oytube Kafru Oyt on Woshi carved into it. Harry marveled at its beauty for a few moments before looking into it, then he took a step back. He understood why it could be used as a controlling device. He could not see into it for he did not have a human soul. No, he saw the enchantment of the mirror, 1,000 colors mixing into one orb at the center. It would reach out into the minds of others and show them their heart's desire. Disgusting, Harry thought, an object designed for beauty to be used for oppression, and he had no doubt he was the target. You're quite easy to follow, came a voice. Harry spun round to see the pale face of Draco Malfoy behind him. "How did you know I was here?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Easy, I know you, and the moment you realized the stone might be at risk, then you would have gone to the one place in this school that could give you some tips on how to protect it," and Draco began. Then his eyes fell upon the mirror. Harry could see the enchantment work as a colorful tendril reached into his friend's mind and pulled out what he most desired. "My father," Draco murmured, suddenly slightly confused. "I can see. Wow. He's looking so proud." He was in a trance, no doubt, and Harry shook his shoulder. "What the?" he questioned, turning to Harry. "The mirror shows you your heart's desire. It can drive men to madness. Dumbledore was here, he thought he could control me with it," Harry explained. "What do you see?" Draco asked suddenly. Harry sighed. "Nothing. Whatever I am, whatever gives me these powers prevents it from working." "I suppose I should be grateful," Harry answered with slight bitterness. "Least they can't control you," Draco remarked, looking longingly at the mirror. "We should leave it alone, I think. It's here for a reason, and that reason is control. It's not worth losing your mind over," he instructed sternly, knowing the mirror would be appealing to Draco and anyone else who wandered by. "I suppose," he conceded with a sigh, turning his back on the object. As the two walked out of the room, neither noticed golden lines of text embed themselves into the mirror. "For blood and hate, his heart remains closed. For darkness, for light, evil never grows. For the end to be met, the truth must unveil. With terrible loss and terrible betrayal, the darkness falls and recoils." And in that one moment the currents of time were forever inscribed with the next great prophecy. The next day, it came to Harry in the very early hours of the morning. The solution to his problem had been staring him in the face the whole time, and he had not even realized. The stone needed protection, obviously, and Harry knew only one man who could do the job. Snape. The man had been doing it before Harry had even known about the stone, and while they were away he would be on the lookout. At least he hoped, and that is why at lunch he sat with his back to the aisle where Snape would walk down. "Are you okay, Harry?" Cho inquired, noticing he was on edge. "Yeah, well, no, you see," Harry began explaining the events of the previous night. "Why would Dumbledore want to control you?" Cho wondered quietly, knowing the need for secrecy. "And who is helping him? He has a hidden agenda, and his mind is complex enough to keep me out. He has a vast knowledge, and his mind is a maze of information." Harry sighed, realizing there was a lot more going on around this school than me the eye, and worse of all, it seemed to center on him. Why, he didn't know, but he knew he needed to be careful or he might end up falling into their hands, but then again it wasn't his biggest concern now. "So Cho, any plans for Christmas?" he asked, changing the subject. "You bet she does," Draco announced, practically dancing over from the Slytherin table. "I do?" she questioned, bewildered. "No, you're not getting married," Draco commented on her choice of words. "No, you are invited to the annual Malfoy Manor Christmas party." Harry sighed. Every year on Christmas Eve the Malfoys threw a huge party and spared no expense. Giant ice sculptures and fountains of wine and butter beer, food to feed an army, and some of the most bizarre entertainment. Harry had attended one last year and had left when a very drunk Lucius Malfoy tired to suggest that Lucy and his wife have a private moment with him, in a cupboard. Harry's only response was, "Thank God Dementors can't get drunk." Draco's was, "How would that work?" "Am I?" Cho murmured as an invitation was forced into her hand. It had the image of a peaceful-looking manor which suddenly became draped with ribbons and balloons which flew around the invite. "Still hanging around with Dark Wizards, Potter?" Came a sneer. Harry didn't even need to turn to know it was Ron Weasley. "And the IQ levels plummet," Draco remarked dryly, causing a few students nearby to chuckle. "Are you still doing this?" Harry asked bluntly, turning to the boy. "What?" the redhead queried. "I have made it clear many times over the last term that firstly I don't like you, and also that my friends are my business, so in other words get lost," Harry retorted angrily. "Not until you accept the fact you belong with Gryffindor," Ron snarled. "Tell me how that works out for you," Harry remarked dryly, turning away. Ron looked ready to say something, but he was cut off. "Mr. Weasley, I believe your house is on the other side of the hall," Snape hissed suddenly. Ron turned to the professor and mumbled an apology of some kind before legging it. "Mr. Potter," Snape greeted quickly before walking off. As he walked, his pocket suddenly felt a bit heavier. Intrigued, he found a note, which must have been slipped into his pocket. His eyes paused on Harry for a moment as he examined the parchment. It simply said, "Watch Quirrell." Platform 9 3/4. Lucy always had a distaste for crowds, and other than Azkaban, the group of parents eyeing her with suspicion were one of the largest. She had not expected much else, as her kind we seen as evil in the eyes of wizards, as apparently they were cold and unfeeling. They were wrong. Dementors had personalities, feelings, and Lucy still remembered the day when Harry Potter had entered her heart. Regardless of species, he was her son, and in one term alone he had accumulated enough trouble to last a lifetime. They shared a bond which meant she could contact him whenever she wished but chose not to. He needed to learn to live without her, but a few times she knew he needed her. In this one term alone he had managed to end up fighting a troll, ending a 20-year grudge, saving a girl's life, and knowing Harry he did lot more. She was worried about him as any mother would be, but at the same time she was proud. He had been able to stand against forces much more powerful than him in the name of justice and righteousness, from saving a girl from a troll, to defying bullies. Harry had been able to change a Malefy's mind about blood purity, and even Lucius Malfoy accepted a Dementor as Harry's family. Well, when he was sober, other than that, things got a little out of hand, but even the crowd could not dampen her mood as Harry was almost home. She could sense the train in the distance, and she knew that Sirius and Bella could not contain their excitement, and not even the Dementor's chill could take away their feelings. Bella had been a shock to Lucy, as she was the last person Lucy would think of to accept Harry. He had killed Voldemort, and yet she treated him like a nephew, though she saw Tom Riddle in him, no doubt, and Lucy hoped that whatever similarity she saw would disappear long before Harry became an adult. Suddenly she was pulled from her thoughts by the sound of a horn, and before she could even register it, Harry was pulling her into a hug. "Hi Mum," was all he said as he clutched her tightly. "Hello Harry," she replied with love and warmth. Molly Weasley had been waiting on platform 9 3/4 for half an hour now. She was not happy. Firstly, a few weeks ago her home had been searched, and the Aurors had uncovered a number of illegal love potions that were being sent to Dumbledore. She was arrested and given a huge fine which looked like it would take at least 3 generations to pay off. Secondly, her idiot son was unable to befriend Harry Potter. How hard would it be to make friends with a lonely, neglected child? Dumbledore had stopped contacting her and stopped sending her money. She was going to strangle her son if this was his fault. How had one child, her own one at that, managed to destroy all of her plans? Now, unless something was done, Harry Potter would never marry Ginny, and she would never get the Potter fortune which she rightfully deserved. Then all of a sudden she felt cold. It was familiar to her, and she turned to see a Dementor on the platform. Its chill was infecting the entire crowd, who drew closer together. No one wanted to attack it, as the law stated Dementors could be repelled if they were causing a problem, and the chill was not causing enough of one. Then the train pulled up and the Dementor's chill suddenly receded. She could see Ron in the window and she shot him a dangerous glare, but then she saw his eyes were pointed elsewhere. "Hi Mum," a sweet quiet voice suddenly hissed into her ear, and she saw Harry Potter hugging a Dementor. Her mouth fell open. On the first day of term she had heard about this but never believed it. A Dementor was his mum. How had Dumbledore allowed this to happen? It was one thing to keep a boy weak, but obviously putting him in Azkaban made him stronger. She thought he had gone to his aunt and uncle's, but someone must have put him in a prison. How, who, and why were the thoughts going through her head as she saw she was not the only person looking shocked. Some had seen it before obviously, but a few people mirrored her expression. "Hello Harry, Lucy." Another man joined the scene, and she saw Lucius Malfoy walking over to the two, so he knew a dark family. How was this possible? And Lucius was greeting a Dementor. "Hello Mr. Malfoy," Harry smiled. And Lucy says hello. The boy could also understand Dementors. What the hell was going here, though suddenly she saw a woman with her mouth twisted into delight. Rita Skeeter was looking like she had just been handed a million galleons. Her pen had exploded, but the reporter was too transfixed on the scene to care. Oh God no, Molly suddenly realized how this looked. After Harry had been taken to his uncle's, Dumbledore told everyone that he had placed the boy in safe hands, and now it looked like he had given him to the Dementors. This was very bad. She had no idea if Dumbledore had lied and placed Harry in Azkaban, but this was going to ruin him. He had already been accused and charged with taking part in dark rituals along with stealing money, and now people were going to think he imprisoned the boy who lived. No, this could ruin everything. Harry, on the other hand, was paying no attention to Molly and was instead chatting to Lucius while the man waited for Draco. "So Harry, are you coming to the party this year?" And Lucy, as always. Welcome of course, Lucius inquired politely. He had shown the Dementor a great deal of respect for saving Harry from the Dursleys and commended her methods of restraining them. Also he felt awkward because he drunkenly offered to have a threesome with her last year, something which Lucy had done everything in her power to forget, and Harry knew she was glad that she couldn't speak or the conversations would be really weird. Lucy did not do much at the party except feed off the happiness. The excessive amount of happy emotions meant she could absorb it but have no effect on the guests. I will be, Harry confirmed. As will I, Lucy announced, and Harry translated. Good, how was school? Draco mentioned a certain red-haired boy giving you trouble, Lucius continued with a hint of disgust in his voice. He tried, but I doubt he will try anything in the near future, Harry assured the man, not wanting him to go into a rant on blood purity. Harry had no time for the ideal, but for Draco's sake did not comment on it. How the hell Draco was going to explain he invited a muggle born to the party he had no idea, but Harry could soothe things with his powers if they got too out of hand. Good, Lucius smiled seeing Draco, I shall see you at the party. As he left, Lucy mumbled. It seems you're having an effect on him. How? Harry wondered. When he used to visit the prison before he knew you, he was very small-minded and racist, but over the years he has become less and less. He sees you as an equal despite being a half-blood in his eyes, and he shows me respect. Lord Voldemort saw us as mindless monsters but also allies, and during the war that is why we sided with him. He promised us freedom against muggles and souls to devour, which we did not want, but we wanted more than we had. He has lost a lot of this racism, and I think he's having doubts on some of the most respected pureblood ideals, Lucy replied, looking at the silver-haired man with interest. Maybe he is, Harry agreed, thinking about it. Then Lucius' skeletal hand lightly tugged at his. Shadow travel it was then. Harry loved the exhilaration, and even though everyone was watching, he and Lucy slowly sunk into the shadows. Azkaban. Calm down, Bella, Sirius sighed from his cell as his cousin paced up and down. He's back today, she squealed. Without him this prison is well a prison. I know, but pacing up and down your cell for an hour won't make time speed up now, will it? He asked, sharing her feelings on the matter. You should be ashamed of yourself, a voice spat. Crouch hadn't shut up since Harry left, always going on about how Bella was betraying the Dark Lord. And you should shut the hell up, Crouch. He's a boy and had no idea what he was doing when he killed the Dark Lord. You can see how powerful he is, Dementor magic or whatever he has. Well, in a few years he could take on the entire ministry and win. Just because you cried in front of your father because you were caught makes you no better than me. I left that courtroom with respect while you cried and wailed as your own father sentenced you to life, and now you sit in a cell bitterly like a fool, she retorted furiously. How dare you, Crouch begun. Shut it, Crouch, Sirius interjected. However, the man did fall silent as in that moment a Dementor swooped in and pointed a finger at him. It was a warning, and a clear one, as in the next moment Harry entered the room. Harry, Bella and Sirius exclaimed together as the boy approached. He beamed at them, and Sirius saw Crouch retreat back into his cell. How are you, Sirius? And you, Bella? Harry asked warmly, happy to be reunited with the pair. He shook Sirius's hands while Bella, who refused to be obstructed by the bars of her cell, forced her hands through them and pulled him into a hug which involved him being pressed into cold metal. Oh, we're fine, Bella informed him, waving her hand. What we want to know is how you're doing at school. Sirius opened his mouth to protest, but seeing as he also wanted to know about his godson's time at school, he did not answer Harry's first question. So for the next hour and a bit Harry began explaining what he had done in school. To his surprise, both Sirius and Bella were very happy with him making Ravenclaw, and Sirius even applauded when he told them he made the Quidditch team. A first year playing for a team, all the greatest players start young. Crumb, Jones and all the rest started from an early years, he exclaimed proudly. And you can fly without a broom, which isn't in the rulebook at all, so you have a clear advantage, Bella pointed out gleefully, knowing Tom Riddle as a boy also made sure he had a clear advantage in everything. Harry knew what comparison she was making and was not happy about it, but not wanting to offend his in all but blood aunt, he let it slide. He left out Quirrell in his explanation and thought it was better not to tell the two that a man was out for his blood in the school, as it would cause them to worry, and also both would try to find a way to break out of the prison and most likely kill the man. He did mention the troll but failed to play down the detail about him turning into his Dementor form. Rewind, you turned into that full form, you almost killed them kids with and beat a troll almost to death. Bella interjected, looking odd that a first year could do such a thing. Harry meekly nodded, not wanting to bring back the horror he had felt after realizing he had almost drained a creature's life force. Sirius luckily sensed Harry did not want to talk about this and changed the subject. So made any good friends? Harry mentioned all of them and saw Bella remained completely indifferent when he mentioned Hermione. He assumed she would be against the idea, but she made no comment. Deciding not to press the matter, Harry then mentioned Cho, and he saw Sirius look quietly impressed that he had befriended her, and after a quick glimpse into his mind found he had a brief relationship with her mother during his school days, something he decided never to mention to Cho. After a while he decided to see Dora and the other Dementors, and once he was out of earshot Sirius looked at Bella oddly. "What?" she asked in an innocent tone. "You're not annoyed he made friends with a Muggleborn?" Sirius asked her, knowing she had strong views on blood purity. Instead she laughed loudly, a noise very rarely heard in the halls of Azkaban. "Really, cousin? Your half-blood godson, who also is part Dementor, is the most powerful person I have ever seen. He can resist the Dementor's chill, something which the Dark Lord couldn't do, for goodness sake. He can fly, break into people's minds, manipulate them, use wandless telekinetic magic and turn into some kind of super-powered Dementor. Please, I gave up on that blood purity stuff when I realized the most powerful person I know is a half-blood. Then I noticed that not even some purebloods go along with it, so I disregarded it. I have no problem if he has a Muggleborn friend," she laughed. Sirius was shocked. Never did he think that his cousin would throw away ideals taught to her since birth. She was the pureblood supremacist always, and yet here she was telling him that she had thrown the idea away. This was close to a miracle, and it only took the existence of an 11-year-old to do it. "He really is something," Sirius murmured. "He is, and I can't help wonder what he's going to be. With all his powers he is still humble, using them when he needs them and not all the time like most people would. He has been given this power and yet he is sensible with it. I have no idea what he's going to be in the future. He could be the next Dark Lord. Or he could be the savior of this world." She sighed, looking towards the spot where Harry just sat. "What about the Dark Lord?" Sirius asked, wondering if her loyalty to him was affected by this sudden change in perspective. "Once there was a time I would follow him to the gates of hell, and I see bits of him in Harry. His cunning, his intellect, but that is all. These skills he has have always led to greatness, but Harry is unlike the Dark Lord in every other way. Now I think about it, he never cared about any of us. He wanted power, and if he ever rises again I don't know if I would take up the call," she explained sadly. "He changed you," Sirius remarked under his breath. "And Lucius, when I knew him he would never allow a half-Dementor or a Dementor into his home, and now he welcomes both with open arm. He's having an effect on everyone, and it seems very few people realize it. He made me see the light and repent, and if he can do that then I think he can do anything." Malfoy Manor was done up and ready for the party. The main hall was lined with tables with a variety of different foods and treats for the guests to enjoy. Wooden figures on brooms zoomed around the ceiling, and 3 moving ice statues greeted guests. The center of the room was dominated by a golden fountain with fine wine gushing from within. Waitresses in loose clothing held trays of fire whiskey and honeyed mead. This was the common layout of the annual Christmas party at Malfoy Manor. Already a few guests had arrived and were clustered together, freely gossiping as their host greeted the guests one by one. Then slowly a single waving line of darkness rose from the shadows, then another and another until they began to form into Harry Potter and his Dementor mother. A few guests seemed surprised a Dementor was among them, but a few had seen both before and gave the boy polite nods. "Harry Emboy," a warm voice greeted immediately as Cornelius Fudge in striking dress robes with Dolores Umbridge in a horrifying fluorescent pink outfit approached them. Harry had never liked Umbridge that much. She was civil but thought only of herself and never anyone else. She may have been one of the people that convicted the Dursleys, but Harry thought it was more to do with her earning good graces with the Minster more than anything else. "Evening, Minister, Madam Umbridge," Harry smiled. "Good evening," she greeted curtly with little emotion on her face. Fudge nodded to Lucy, who made a slight bow before telling Harry not to get in trouble and flying off. "How are you, Emboy? Hogwarts treating you well?" he inquired with a wide smile. "It is, thank you very much," Harry answered. "No problems from any of the staff." The question was about Dumbledore. "Not at all," Harry answered truthfully, deciding not to mention what he had overheard in the library. "Good to hear it," Fudge confirmed, patting him on the back slightly. Fudge cared a lot for Harry, and during the time he had known him, Harry thought the man had become a much more competent minister. No longer did he rely on Dumbledore for advice, but had come into his own a bit more, well, much more compared to what he was. Well then, Harry, I hope you enjoy the party, but I need to see how Amelia is. It's the first year she's been invited and she barely knows anyone, the man announced, bidding Harry farewell and shaking his hand before the pair vanished into the growing crowd. Harry, Lucius greeted suddenly, making Harry jump a bit. How are you, Mr. Malfoy? Harry asked politely. Very well, thank you. Have you by chance seen the Daily Prophet this morning? It was a general question, but Harry had a feeling the man was really telling him to check the paper out. No, I haven't. Anything good? Harry wondered. The man smirked slightly. You could say that. It's one for the scrapbook, he joked, summoning a copy of the paper. Harry felt his blood turn cold when he saw the headline. Boy who lives calls a Dementor mum. Very good journalist work, if I do say so myself. Fudge has been explaining this away all week by blaming Dumbledore, who after you vanished told the world you were safe. People are blaming him more than anyone else, and the ministry is going to release a detailed report on it later in the year, Lucius explained. Harry couldn't help smirk to when he realized how badly this looked for Dumbledore. Already he had been charged with illegal acts, and now he was being accused of leaving the boy who lived with Dementors. His reputation would be in tatters, and Harry wanted to shake this reporter's hand. I of course invited Miss Skeeter here and she should be arriving later, Lucius murmured, more to himself than Harry. Anyway, Draco is outside with Crabbe, Goyle, Miss Parkinson, Miss Chong surprisingly, and also what was her name? Oh yes, Granger, Lucius continued. Harry froze as the words left his lips and wondered how the man took the news his son was friends with a Muggleborn. Glad to see Draco making friends outside the usual Slytherin circles, Lucius murmured. Harry was shocked. He expected disappointment with anger, not acceptance. I'll have to go meet them, Harry decided, completely thrown off guard by the man's casual tone. Oh please do. Now where is that idiot translator? Lucius asked himself, scanning the room. Deciding to give the man a hand, Harry reached out into the minds of the crowd. Over there, Harry pointed to a man standing with his head in the fountain. Lucius grumbled slightly and stormed towards him. Now what did he need a translator for? But deciding it really wasn't his concern, he walked into the grounds of the manor. Harry, Draco called. He was wearing smart casual clothes along with Crabbe and Goyle. He saw neatly brushed blonde hair and saw Pansy was wearing a very revealing dress which would be more suited to 17-year-old with a large chest. Obviously the girl's father was still trying to persuade Lucius that her and Draco should be under a marriage contract. Obviously he thought making the 11-year-old wear a skimpy dress which even she looked uncomfortable with, and what looked like 6 tons of makeup would make Draco like her more. He really did not like some pureblood families, and it was no wonder the Malfoys no longer got on with the Parkinsons as much. Next to her was Cho, who was wearing a flowing blue dress like something you would see on a Disney princess. She looked good with much less makeup and was stood next to Hermione, who had instead opted for a plain red skirt and dress with no makeup. She seemed comfortable in the group and was ignoring the curious stares of pureblood men and women who did not recognize her. Most families knew each other very well. Hello, Harry greeted with a slight wave as he got closer to the group. How are you all? Awful. We have had to suffer. Pansy giving Hermione and Cho fashion tips, Draco remarked dryly. No one laughed. At least some of us have fashion sense, Pansy retorted, gesturing to herself and the girls. At least my dress wasn't attacked by a maniac with scissors, Draco chuckled, staring at the low-cut dress. Harry smiled slightly as Pansy glared daggers at his best friend. It was a low shot, but no one seemed to mind. So how's Azkaban? Draco wondered, beginning a conversation that to anyone else would sound horrifying. Harry explained to the girls who Sirius was and very briefly mentioned Bella. He didn't want anyone mentioning her around Neville, who would take it very badly. Bella had briefly mentioned what she had done and her eyes were full of regret the whole time. It made things very awkward around the boy who was always friendly to Harry, but every time he spoke of his grand, Harry was reminded of what Bella had said. The two had not spent much time together, but Neville was one of the few Gryffindors who didn't think he was evil. So you all get free roam of a prison? Hermione asked, not knowing much about wizarding prisons. No, I'm the only one allowed to walk around and everyone else stays inside their cell. Most people are alright, but I think Lucy would take care of any who weren't. Harry answered briefly, thinking of Crouch. I never heard of nice Dementors until I met you, Pansy confessed. Why would you? People don't think very highly of them, Harry answered, thinking of her family's ideals. Pansy was another one who was once a racist little girl but over time had warmed to a more positive way of thinking, with some help from Harry and Draco. Well, Father hired a translator for tonight. He wants to have a conversation with Lucy and get to know the person he had given guardianship of you more, Draco pointed out, knowing his father found Lucy fascinating. The rest of the evening passed quickly, with the group sitting near the flamingos in the pond and getting rounds of butterbeer from the manor. It was starting to liven up in there, and Harry was the only person who got the drinks now, as he could easily deal with drunks. He had seen Lucy a few times, who was relaxing. She was enjoying the positive emotions and was happily ignoring the glares thrown at her by the less drunk members of the party. Disgraceful, a female voice crept through the night, a man Harry did not recognize, but he saw Pansy curse under her breath. Tell me about it. First the man lets evil into his home, but now he's inviting filth, another man spat, who Harry recognized. This was Pansy's father, and he realized why she was staying quiet. Then he started talking to that Dementor with that idiot translating. Well, seeing him in pain made my day. Probably a filthy half-blood, the woman cackled, and Harry assumed she was Pansy's mother. Like that Harry Potter, I know Lucius invited him and I was wondering where he is, probably with that Draco. I swear the sooner we marry Pansy off to the boy the better. The Malfoy fortune is one to rival, the man spat angrily. They were getting closer and Harry could feel the anger radiating off the group. And that other girl we saw, Chinese or something. What is the man thinking? The Chinese have strange blood purity ideas and she could be a mudblood for all we know, he continued. Forget her, I saw a real mudblood with Crabbe and Goyle's idiot children, Pansy's mother announced disgustedly. Harry was a patient person, but the use of the word mudblood made his blood boil. The entire group had been insulted in some way and Harry calmly walked closer to them. They noticed him and he saw their eyes widen when they realized who he was, and he had heard every word of the conversation. I suggest you return to the party, Harry suggested, trying to remain calm. And why should we do what you say, half-blood? The woman spat. Because I'm asking you nicely. I hold you in no positive regard for the way you treat your daughter. You flaunter her like meat in Lucius's face only for him to reject your marriage contract idea time and time again. You also judge on blood, but should I mention the 3 squibs your family produced? If your blood is so pure, then why would that happen? You then judge on a culture you have no idea on, so leave, Harry ended. Behind him the group looked amazed that Harry had the nerve to speak to a wealthy pureblood in this way, and also pleased he was sticking up for them. Pansy was looking at him slightly worried, as on one hand she agreed with what he said but didn't want her father taking his anger out on her later. How dare you question us? I don't expect you to know anything. Being a half-blood raised with Dementors, the woman hissed before spitting on the floor. If Malfoy wants to make himself look a fool he can, but we will always be better than you. More powerful, more intelligent, the man continued with contempt in his eyes. Harry had lost patience now and raised his hand in the air. Before either could react, an unseen force threw them to the ground. They didn't even have time for shock to kick in as they were raised into the air effortlessly by Harry. I asked you nicely to leave, instead you responded with insults, but without even looking into your mind I can tell what kind of people you are. By the shock and fear on your daughter's face that is obviously not aimed at me I can tell you are abusive, and I have no time for that and could find a way to make you stop. On the other hand, your daughter is a friend of mine, so I am forced to accept there is no way I can allow you to remember this event or she will suffer, Harry explained icily, wanting to get his warning across. Then he dropped the 2 to the floor and plunged into their minds. He created a few memories of them being drunk and a couple more of them passing out before destroying all trace of this meeting. Also he put a small trigger in their minds so if they felt angry to the point of them being abusive it would stop before they got anywhere near the girl or any other child. Then with a flick of his wrist the 2 were asleep. They won't remember any of this, he assured his friends loudly. Only Pansy was amazed as the others all had knowledge on his powers. In people, that is why we stay away from other families, Draco remarked, trying to elevate the mood. However, what none of the group knew was that they were not the only ones who had overheard the conversation. Another man had followed the 2 adults into the grounds, worried they would start something. Never had Lucius Malfoy expected to see the power Harry Potter had used. With no wand or magical device he had disarmed two of the most despicable purebloods he had ever met, then he had wiped their minds effortlessly. How he did not know, but he had just seen everything. Snow was rarely seen in Azkaban prison, but when Harry Potter awoke on Christmas it fell from the sky with a passion, coating the island along with the bars covering all windows of the prison. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Lucy greeted gliding into the room. She was holding a small wrapped package which he knew was from her. The presents from the Malfoys and his friends would arrive by all later in the day. "Merry Christmas, Mum," Harry answered. This was the first time he had called her Mum on Christmas. He always thought she preferred Lucy, but since he returned from Hogwarts their relationship had changed. He realized how much he loved her and also how much she cared about him. She had always been proud and encouraging, but he never realized that she saw him as a son until now. They had missed each other during his time away and both knew their relationship had changed. At first she was a guardian, then without even realizing it she had become a mother to him. She no longer felt any awkwardness when Harry pulled her into a mid-air hug. For a moment they embraced, relishing the bond they shared, but then Lucy pulled back and handed him the present. "Here you go." It was wrapped well and Lucy had obviously spent a lot of time on it, so as he carefully pulled the paper away a book was revealed. At first he was confused, but then he saw the first picture. It was of a younger Sirius waving from a portrait with two other people. One looked much like Harry but lacked the lightning scar, and his arm was wrapped around a young woman with long red hair. It was his parents, and as he turned the pages more pictures stood out. The first was of 4 people including his dad and Sirius. Then as the pages turned he saw them get older and older until it ended with Lily and James Potter holding a small baby. "That's me," he remarked with a smile. The pictures had been hand-cut and glued onto the pages. This would have taken months with Lucy's skeletal hands, but the effort she went to was astonishing. This wasn't it, however. Lucy suddenly revealed another package. It was soft and silky, and as he opened it a cloak fell out and fell onto the floor in a heap. This was found when the Ministry searched Dumbledore's office. There was a note connecting it to James Potter, and you as his son are entitled to it, Lucy explained, gesturing for Harry to try it on. "He did, Father," and he let out a slight gasp as he vanished. It was an invisibility cloak and had belonged to his father. It was a present that meant a great deal to him, as it was both a relic of the past and it was going to be very useful. "Thank you," he whispered softly, pulling her into another embrace. This was warm and full of thanks, and Lucy felt warmer inside than she had ever felt. Dementors rarely felt like this. They reproduced with a fine mist, but this was a new feeling, and something she wanted to keep hold of forever. This was motherhood for her, and she was possibly the only Dementor that had ever felt this way. Later. "Jingle bells, Bella sung over and over again. Sirius was looking unimaginably irritated, and even the Dementors were shooting her looks of annoyance. Bella seemed to thrive at Christmas and enjoyed singing more than anything. Sometimes Sirius suspected she only did it to annoy as many people as she could, and he was right. Harry's influence had done a lot to her and given her some resistance to the Dementor's chill, so in other words she was free to sing and dance as much as she liked, something that Sirius among others did not enjoy anywhere near as much as she did. "Merry Christmas," a younger voice interrupted suddenly, and Harry Potter came into view with a huge smile on his face. "Harry, Merry Christmas," Sirius greeted, as did Bella. Harry spent some time showing the pair the book he had received, and while ignoring Bella's requests to add some younger pictures of her into the book, Sirius enjoyed the time he spent with his godson. Though this was not the only present he received, as a few minutes later a number of owls entered the room. It was almost a swarm, with packages practically raining down on them. The Dementors looked around confused, as they could not sense animals that well, something Sirius used a lot when playing with Harry. Parcels lined the floor and Bella eagerly picked one up. It was wrapped in silver and green paper, and there was no mistaking who it was from. Harry nodded at Bella, who opened the present on his behalf. Inside was a book detailing the history of various families in the wizarding world. To Harry the book was interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, he had always been fascinated by wizarding history and was perhaps the only person able to stay awake during the lectures of Professor Binns, other than Hermione. Also because it gave him a chance to find dirt on real-life families. This was how he knew the Parkinsons had produced a number of squibs. Such things were shameful to pureblood families, and these tidbits of information could prove invaluable in both winding people up and also gaining their help. Fudge sent him a box of Honeydukes chocolate, which Harry devoured immediately, sharing some with Bella and Sirius. Umbridge sent him another book which detailed the most basics in defensive magic and had only sent it to remain in the minster's favor. Hermione had sent him some sugar-free sweets which he kept for himself. Cho had sent him another book detailing wizarding cultures around the world. Crabbe and Goyle sent him books on Quidditch, with one giving a history of the game and the other giving him tips on how to play. Most of these were advanced tips that would be much less difficult for him seeing as he could fly, and Harry was determined to try some out whenever he could. Draco had sent him a book on how to become an animagus, and Harry had no idea where he found that. It was very advanced magic and required a lot of dedication, though decided to make use of it as soon as he could. A number of other presents involved sweets, but his eyes suddenly fell on a badly wrapped Gryffindor red-colored package. Then he took a breath and, using his second vision, saw what was embedded in the wrapping. A compulsion charm. If he opened it without knowing, then he would have complied with the instruction given. With ease he destroyed the enchantment and already had a feeling who sent it. Excusing himself, he hid the package out of sight, and once Bella and Sirius were out of view he opened it. Inside was a vibrant red jumper with the letter H sewn inside. A note was pinned to it and his suspicions were confirmed when he read it. "Harry, how about we start over? You're a true Gryffindor at heart and we both know it. Ron." Harry snorted as he read the note. It was the least subtle attempt at begging he had ever seen, but on the other hand he had to hand it to Molly Weasley. She made a jumper that burnt very well when he practiced Incendio on it. He knew Ron had only written this because he was being made to, but the question remained why. Molly Weasley's mind revealed she would be getting paid for it, but is a paycheck really worth this much effort? This much desperation? Well, at least their desperate effort kept him warm for a few seconds. Later, Harry and a black dog played in the snow. Currently Harry was throwing snowballs at the dog, who moved too quickly to be hit. Lucy sensed this from high above the prison and she knew who the dog was. Her sisters had almost no idea, but she knew Sirius Black was an animagus. Dementors knew the innocent were sent to this place, but they had no way of making the Ministry believe them or explain how they knew. Their chill was a natural part of them and they could not reduce it for long periods of time. So even the innocent were forced to endure the effects of a Dementor's presence. The guilty, however, were a much different case. Dementors would have to see everything the guilty had done. Images of violence, murder and worse flooded their minds, and in most cases the punishment of the chill was justified. Lucy herself was one of the more resistant Dementors and was one of the few who could stand being in the maximum security area and not see the twisted memories that existed in the minds of the guilty. Dementors were all female and were sisters in a way. That is how their society worked, but ones like Lucy were respected for being willing to do what others could not. This was how she was able to bring Harry into their midst. At first her sisters were not happy, but over time they grew accustomed to the boy. He was polite and could talk to them, which many found fascinating. Eventually he was accepted as a Dementor in all but appearance. His gender and blood were irrelevant and many had tried to discover the source of his power. Lucy would stop any experiment she felt could harm Harry, but she was also very interested in how he came about these powers. She hadn't found out yet, but she had some theories that she had not yet shared. "I thought I would find you here." A voice pulled her from her thoughts and she turned to see Dora behind her. The two were high above the prison and masked by the snow. Lucy had chosen this location so she could keep an eye on Harry, but also so she could collect her thoughts. This was the place she always went to think, and it was her worry that got the better of her on this day. "What's bothering you?" Dora inquired, seeing her friend was troubled. "Harry, when the troll attacked he switched into his true form. This can only be activated by him and he has only ever done it twice. The first was not his decision to make. Recently he risked everything to save his friends. He could have lost control at any moment and the entire school would now be empty. That form doesn't feed on souls, Dora. It feeds on life force. That hunger clouds his mind and it takes a lot of effort to pull away. He risked the lives of many to save a few, and while that is commendable, I worry that he will do anything to save a friend. It was a friend who stopped him killing the troll, and without her interference I worry that he could have gone a lot further. Too far. He is a good person, but there is a power inside him. The power is dangerous and he is wise to rarely use it, but not using it is not a long-term solution. Also, I know something is going on at that school, but I have no idea what. Every day I fear that he will use his inner power with good intent, but there will be no one to hold him back, no one to stop him going too far," Lucy confessed. A skeletal hand was placed on her shoulder. "You worry too much, sister. He may have this power, but you must see that he never uses it unless he needs to. If he did not use it, then he and his friends may have died on that night. He knows what is at stake, and your worry, while justified, is misplaced. You should not worry about what he might do, but instead worry about what others are trying to make him do, Dora soothed gently. The air was cold and the snow clung to their robes as they began to glide. What do you mean? Lucy asked after a while. Dora looked around to make sure no one was in earshot before answering. Think about it, given to abusive relatives, isolated from the wizarding world, money being taken from Gringotts, a marriage contract with the Weasley girl, these are not random acts. These are parts of a much bigger plan. Dumbledore could not have managed them alone. Others are helping him, and I sense something has changed in the very fabric of the world. Someone or something wants Harry under their control, and Dumbledore is only one piece of this puzzle. Why, I don't know, but I do know that it will not bode well for Harry, Dora explained. Lucy cursed herself. Dora was right. She had been so preoccupied by the present and worry for the future she did not see the bigger picture. These acts were motivated by control. A marriage contract would assure loyalty, financial dependency would make him willing to work for someone, isolation and abuse would make him desperate for companionship, which would fling him right into the arms of Dumbledore or anyone else who offered it. Now she understood why Ronald Weasley was so desperate to befriend Harry. Ron was a pawn, but a pawn that had the power to change the entire game, a game that these unknown people were currently losing. But how would they react to what had happened over the last few months? Dumbledore being discredited was a major blow to them, and it would not go unpunished. They would react soon, and Lucy couldn't help realize that if she hadn't found Harry Potter in the woods on that fateful day, then everything would be different, and there was a chance that he would have fallen right into their trap. The holidays were slowly drawing to an end, the snow had melted and the year had ended and begun again. Harry's return to Hogwarts was imminent, but he had something to do first. He realized the stone was in danger, but also worked out Dumbledore was keeping it in the open. It was too obvious. Firstly, if you have a powerful magical artifact in your school, you don't tell every possible person about it. Quirrell was a new teacher and was given inside knowledge on the school and the stone, which could only mean either Dumbledore was an idiot, or Dumbledore was doing it purposely. He had no idea why Dumbledore would want Quirrell to know about it, or why he seemed was so desperate to control Harry. He had no idea why, but the attempts were blatant. Him being at the Dursleys, the marriage contract, he could read Lucius' mind as well, the finical manipulation in the mirror. The mirror was a sick, desperate controlling method, but Harry had to admit it was effective. He had seen the lost hungry eyes of Draco and how the mirror reached out for him. If he wasn't immune to its effects, then he would have fallen right under Dumbledore's spell. He needed to know why, and that was why late in the night he rose from his bed and walked out of his room, towards the maximum security wing. It took him a bit longer to get there. He had to ensure that Lucy or any other Dementor didn't sense him. Luckily, most of them seemed preoccupied and didn't notice him slip into the maximum security ward. Sirius, Harry whispered lowly. It took a few moments, but eventually his godfather woke up. Harry, he queried, slightly confused. Sorry to wake you, but I needed to ask you something, Harry murmured softly. He waited until Sirius was fully awake before asking. A while ago you said after what you heard of Dumbledore, Voldemort would be the better option. I want to know why, Harry explained. It had occurred to him over the night. Lucius' mind was incredibly difficult to break into. If Dumbledore's was a maze, then Lucius was a bank vault. Getting in was almost impossible, and she, like most Dementors, could sense when her mind was being invaded. However, he had learned a useful trick. The connection the two of them had opened a tiny little window into her mind. He couldn't get through it, but instead could hear what she was thinking if he concentrated very hard. He had found out about the marriage contract in this way and the other things Dumbledore had done. She was worried about him like any good mother would be, and had a lot on her mind. Why? Sirius inquired, not wanting to burden Harry with what he knew. We both know why. I want to know. You know what he did to me in the past, and I'm betting that you will know at least some of the truth, Harry responded coolly. Sirius nodded. Dumbledore put me in here, Harry, you see. Flashback. Sirius knew where Peter Pettigrew was. Dumbledore had just told him. He knew Pettigrew was the secret keeper, it seemed, and asked Sirius to arrest him. Sirius had lost his best friends thanks to the rat's treachery, and he was not going to let him get away with it, not now, not ever. He was in a Muggle village not far from Godric's Hollow, so he had quickly apparated near the area and was met immediately by the sight of Pettigrew scrambling into an empty home. Perfect. Had Sirius taken time to think about it, then he would have stopped. He would have listened to his instincts, but instead he was blinded by revenge, and even though there was a busy Muggle high street very close by, he drew his wand and charged into the building. He should have thought it through. Pettigrew was not shocked to see him, faintly amused even, but someone else was in the room. "You killed Lily and James, you betrayed them," Peter screamed at the top of his voice. For some reason he was holding a knife, which he plunged down onto his finger and let out a sickening scream. People outside would have heard, but suddenly, before Sirius could grab the man, he felt something touch his shoulder. It was an aged, ringed hand. "Sorry, Sirius, the greater good has to become before all else," the voice of Albus Dumbledore sneaked into his ear. Then a powerful blast of magic sent him to the floor. He could not move, his body wouldn't respond, and he was forced to watch as Dumbledore moved forward. It was like watching a snake move, slow and deadly, but you knew it had lethal intent. Dumbledore drew his wand, then with no incantation he sent a blasting curse into the high street, and within seconds Sirius could hear the screams of Muggles as they were engulfed by the flames. "Pettigrew was working for me, he is going to hide now for a long time now, but one day he will return. The same cannot be said for you, you will be arrested soon and you will be given no trial. I would advise you to never speak of this encounter again, you will not have the chance, and we both know that no one will believe you. Crouch's law means you will not be given a trial because you are a Death Eater, and besides I am the greatest wizard of all time, and in a few moments you will be a betrayer and a murderer, so who would they believe?" Dumbledore explained softly, as if he was talking to a mere child. Then the treacherous old man vanished into the air, and Sirius knew that there was nothing he could do. No one would believe him, and even as the curse holding him vanished he was hit by another one. The Aurors had arrived, and his chances of freedom had gone. "Present. Dumbledore imprisoned you," Harry summarized, looking shocked. He had never imagined the old man would do something like that, but it answered a few of his questions. He had a plan, and a big one, if his reference to the greater good was anything to go by. Also, he had wanted his mum and dad dead. Sirius had told him of Pettigrew's betrayal long ago, and if Dumbledore was controlling Pettigrew, then it would answer why he betrayed his supposed closest friends. Despite the implications of this knowledge, Harry was slightly excited, for this was also a chance to free Sirius. If Pettigrew was still alive, then it would clear him completely, and if that happened, then the world would be very interested to know that Dumbledore was the guilty party in regards to the Muggle massacre. Sirius, however, knew what he was thinking. "Don't go hunting for Pettigrew, Harry. Dumbledore will be keeping an eye on him, and you don't want to go up against him," his godfather warned. Harry knew he was right. It would be a wild goose chase more than anything, but something about the story had made him rethink something else. He didn't know what, but something was unhinged in his mind. Finding out what was the problem. 2 days later, Harry and Lucy once again made their way through King's Cross Station. She was invisible and, as always, was restricting her chill, but she seemed worried. Harry had only just noticed it as he was busy thinking about Sirius. He had not mentioned or even acknowledged the conversation they had. Harry hadn't mentioned it either out of respect for his godfather. It was obviously not a pleasant memory for Sirius and didn't like talking about it. "Are you okay?" he asked through their connection. They had not used it in a while to talk, but her response was speedy. "Fine, don't worry, I just feel a bit strange," she answered telepathically. Harry could understand why. She was sending her son to a place ruled by the very man she considered her enemy and a threat. She was entitled to be worried and scared, but she still thought he knew nothing about Dumbledore's manipulations. "You've been using the connection to read my mind," Lucy suddenly exclaimed inside his head. "What?" Harry said aloud, not thinking about where he was. "The connection works both ways. You thought about Dumbledore's manipulations. You've been reading my mind," she answered. She was not angry per se, but she was not happy about him doing it. "You were reading my mind," Harry announced, realizing what she meant by "it works both ways." "I'm your mother," she responded. It took Harry a few moments to realize he was in the middle of a Muggle train station and was putting on a bit of a show. Quite a few people were looking at the boy, who seemed to be talking to himself. "You still can't just read," Harry began, but trailed off, realizing that he couldn't have a go at her. He read people's minds for the hell of it a lot, but it was different when someone was doing it to him. "Okay, it looks like we're both in the wrong here, so how about we agree to not read each other's minds for now," Lucy suggested eventually. Harry nodded. "So how much do you know?" she asked, realizing he knew everything she was trying to protect him from. Harry, using their connection, told her everything: the marriage contract, the vault, his relatives, and the mirror. He needed to trust her, and maybe she would be able to cast some light on his predicament. What? She questioned after he explained what he had overheard. Calm, he advised quickly. He didn't want her getting angry, instead she grabbed his hand. I can't send you back there, she announced frantically. Harry pulled her into a nearby janitor's closet. Lucy, you have to calm down. I'm fine, Dumbledore can't hurt me, the mirror wouldn't have worked, he soothed. It doesn't matter, she protested. It is, think about it, what will be worse? Me turning up for Hogwarts pretending to be the ignorant child Dumbledore thinks I am, or I don't turn up at all and do damage to his plans. I suppose you have a point, Lucy sighed after a while. I'm not happy with it though. Neither am I, but you can't protect me from everything, Harry smiled. I shouldn't have to protect you from this. I prepared for bullies, enemies, girls even, but this is not something I'm comfortable with. I don't want to send you to a place where someone inside is trying to control you, she retorted. I know, and you have been the best mother to me in the world, and you always will be, but you're going to have to trust me on this. I can handle it, Harry assured her. He wanted to go back. He had his friends, his future within the castle, and he wanted to face it. Lucy thought for a while. Fine, I suppose you're right, you are right even. But promise me something, she responded after a while. Anything, Harry responded, secretly relieved. Lucy's skeletal arms suddenly wrapped around him and she pulled him into a hug. Be safe, my son, please be safe, she whispered into his ear. Harry nodded. He was right to tell her about what he had heard, and if anyone could find out who the masked figure was, then it was her, but at the same time he felt bad. He had dragged her into a conspiracy he knew very little about, and also he was still lying to her. He had not told her of the stone or Quirrell because if he had, then he knew there was no way she would let him return. She was his mother, but Harry wanted to protect her as much as she protected him, but if he didn't return, then Quirrell would have his revenge on his friends and it would be his fault. Sometimes he had to lie to keep the people he loved safe. Meanwhile, Cho, Hermione and Draco had just met up in the station. They were chatting away, seeing if they could spot Harry when they saw him emerge from a cupboard. Lucy, his Dementor mum, also left and the three wondered what he had been doing. Draco began to formulate a witty response. Draco, you make a single sick comment about them being alone in a cupboard and I will kill you, Cho warned, knowing Draco all too well. Harry Potter walked through the Hogwarts Express. The train was moving now and he was looking for his friends. They would most likely be in the same carriage as before, but it was still worth checking. Lucy had seen him off and hugged him again. Everyone still looked shocked, but she had made him promise again to be safe again. He promised, but with Quirrell and the stone, just how safe could he be? He had seen Molly Weasley eyeing him, hoping that her flimsy enchantment had worked. Harry would need to be very careful in the future, as she would undoubtedly try again when she realized it didn't. Harry, a familiar voice cut through the air. Great, this could only be one person and he really did not want to hear them right now, or ever. What do you want, Weasley? Harry snapped, having no time or patience with the boy today. Ron looked taken aback by his attitude. Obviously he was under the impression the compulsion charm had worked. Well, Harry was going to prove him wrong right now. Didn't you get my owl? He wondered, hoping Harry had not somehow resisted the effects of the enchantment placed on the package. Yes, in the present, they both made very nice burning materials. Now scram, Harry replied coolly. After what he and his mother had tried to do, he had no time for the boy. Ron looked crestfallen and also worried, but Harry no longer cared. Instead he was busy looking for the right carriage and also responding to the many greetings he received. Most were from fellow Ravenclaws, but a few were from Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Almost all the Gryffindors except a few still believed he was dark, but Harry put them out of his mind. However, as he walked through the long corridor of the train, he realized he was being followed. He had no idea who, but he wanted to find out. Whether friend or foe, two people were following him. So he led them on a wild goose chase to a quieter part of the train, and as he did not have his cloak on him, he instead manipulated the minds of those around him so he seemed invisible. Where did he go, George? Fred Weasley asked, perplexed. Not many people were around, but a few nodded and smiled to the two well-known pranksters. However, Harry reached into the minds of the people surrounding and they suddenly were struck by the strange desire to walk back up the train or go inside a compartment. Once the last sliding door was shut and all but Fred and George Weasley had gone, he heard. "That's a good question, Fred," George replied, also slightly confused. Harry thought for a moment. On one hand, he didn't have the greatest relationship with the Weasley family, but on the other hand he didn't know these two, and for all he knew they could be nice people. If he judged on family, then he would be no better than the Parkinsons. "Here," he answered, suddenly appearing in front of the two. They jumped back surprised, and Harry suppressed a snicker as he frightened the most competent pranksters in the school. "How did you?" Fred begun, but before he could finish his twin began to laugh. "You got us," George exclaimed happily as Fred slowly began to chuckle. "Looks like we might have a little prankster in our midst." Fred smiled after a while. The initial shock had worn off. For a moment the two chuckled away until suddenly their tone changed from fun to business-like. Obviously they wanted to talk to him, and Harry got the impression they wanted him for something else as well. "Anyway, we the cool kids of Gryffindor. The pranking princes of Hogwarts. Charmers and geniuses in our field. Would like to apologize on the behalf of most of our idiot house and also our idiot brother, who is and always will be a prat," the two said simultaneously. Harry was slightly taken aback by how fluently they spoke together. "Must be a twin thing." "Thanks, it's nice to know not all Gryffindors think I'm a dark wizard," Harry replied with a smile. He quickly delved into their minds and found they had no idea what their mother was up to. "Not at all, in face most of don't. In fact a few think you're normal. Which we all know is wrong, but we know you're not dark," the twins joked, and Harry tutted at the backhanded compliment. "Anyway Harry, we were wondering if you could give us a hand with something. We've got say a prank of some form coming up, but we would be most grateful if say someone who could fly would be involved," Fred explained suddenly, his tone once more businesslike. "Depends who and what are we talking about?" Harry wondered. He was tempted obviously, but needed to know what they were actually planning first. "Well, we have pranked a lot of the teachers over the years, but we haven't got around to Dumbledore yet. I mean, we've done everyone else, but we had an idea, you see Harry, we thought," George began whispering in Harry's ear. As the explanation went on, Harry felt like this would be something he would like to do very much indeed. Later, Harry, Hermione greeted happily. They had been waiting for him for almost half an hour, and they were beginning to wonder if they should send someone to look for him. Luckily he had just walked into the compartment and she saw the Weasley twins walk past. Hermione cast a look at Cho, who had seen it too. They gave one another a look that said this isn't going to end well, but decided not to mention it, at least not yet. If he wanted to get involved in a Weasley twin plot, then it would give them all a few seconds of humor, before it went wrong. "Hello everyone, how are doing?" Harry exclaimed, happy to see his friends again. He had last seen them at the Christmas party, and the end of that was spent explaining the ludicrous ideas on blood purity to Hermione, who had not understood the mudblood insult. After it had been explained to her, then she was even more grateful to Harry for sticking up for her. Cho had known about the small-mindedness of wizards. It had been explained to her before, but she didn't blink at the suggestion she was a mudblood. Firstly, she wasn't, and the insults of the Parkinsons really did not bother her, and secondly, she was too busy thanking Harry for helping her to care. "We're all good. Now we were wondering what you and your..." Draco began slyly, obviously wanting to make a comment. Cho, however, was sat opposite him, and she leaned forward so she could punch him in the shoulder. "No," she warned, shaking her head. Draco looked like he was going to protest, but Cho's threatening gaze made him think twice. Harry, for his part, decided he didn't want to know what Draco was going to say and instead took the seat next to Hermione. Ignoring Draco, who won't be living much longer if he makes the comment I told him not to make. "How are you, Harry?" Cho asked sweetly, giving Draco another glare. The blonde-haired boy shrank back into his seat, but Harry decided to ignore him. Perhaps it was better if he didn't know what they were talking about. For a while the group talked about what they had done over the holidays. There were some funny stories as well as exciting ones. Luckily it seemed like everyone had enjoyed themselves. However, slowly the conversation turned to Hogwarts, and in particular Quirrell. "So what are we going to do? Should we tell a teacher?" Hermione wondered aloud. "No," Draco declared, "we have no evidence, and if Dumbledore wants Quirrell to steal the stone, then he's not going to help us at all. This makes no sense. Why go to the trouble of protecting the stone if you want someone to steal it?" Cho wondered. She had a point, and Harry had been pondering that very question. Maybe he doesn't want him to steal it, maybe he just wants someone to have a go at taking it, Crabbe suggested. Harry looked up. That made sense. If he wanted Quirrell to try and steal the stone, it would explain a few things. It made more sense than any of the answers he had come up with. Good idea, but why Dumbledore would want that to happen is another question, Harry countered. I say we keep an eye on him. All we need to do is set up one of those detector wards around the door and we will know if someone goes in, Draco announced. Not a bad idea, but can anyone do a ward that will last a long time? Cho asked. All of us, we could all cast part of the spell and that would make it last a long time and also alert us all when Quirrell goes in, Harry nodded, thinking it through. Okay, we have a plan now. What are we going to do about the whole Quirrell trying to kill us thing? Draco wondered aloud. That's simple, me and Cho worked it out already, Hermione answered reasonably. What did you come up with? Harry wondered. Don't die, Cho responded grimly. The next day, it was night and the halls of Hogwarts were dark and empty, however not completely, for Harry Potter and his friends were stood around the entrance to the room containing a Cerberus. They were going to make a ward and Harry had spent the previous day trying to work out which ward would be the best. He had decided on one that would just alert them if someone entered the room, as it would give the whole group time to meet up quickly and stop Quirrell. Okay, I know the incantation, so you lot channel the magic around the area, Harry requested. His friends extended their wands and quickly Harry could feel magic in the air. He drew his wand, he muttered an incantation and a circle of purple surrounded the door before vanishing. If someone entered the room, it would ensure the group knew about it, all of them, as their magic had been combined. However, it seemed they were not the only ones up and about, because as they turned to leave they heard voices. In particular the voice of Ron Weasley and two others. What are they doing up at this time? Harry mumbled. This was strange, they seemed to be heading towards the main entrance. No, here's the question, do we follow them or not? Draco inquired softly. Harry, thinking about Dumbledore's manipulations and how the Weasley family was involved, decided they needed to, so the group slowly made their way out of the castle. They were hit by cold air, but Harry was more focused on Ron Weasley and his friends. Why are they going to Hagrid's hut? Cho wondered. Harry had only met the gamekeeper once and that was very briefly, but he seemed nice enough. Harry wondered why Ron Weasley of all people would want to see Hagrid in the middle of the night. That's a good question. Harry mumbled. As far as he knew, these lot did not know or were friends with Hagrid and there was no need for them to be going to his hut during the night. Then they dropped to the ground as if they were hiding. What are they doing? Hermione sighed. It was like watching a pantomime where the dumb villain would act stealthy. The difference was this lot were not acting, they were just dumb. Harry crept around the side as they approached the hut. He was confused and interested, but suddenly something appeared at the window. Now he understood. Ron Weasley had brought his friends here to see something. How he knew about it he had no idea, but sure enough, at the window Hagrid was holding a dragon. How do we get involved in these things? Draco sighed. Why do we get involved in these things? Draco sighed. 2 nights ago the group had discovered the existence of a baby dragon that had been identified as a Norwegian Ridgeback. Why Hagrid thought he could keep a dragon in his hut was something else entirely. Only Harry and Draco had gone to see Hagrid. If everyone went, then it would be slightly suspicious. Also, neither the girls or Crabbe and Goyle wanted to be in the same room as a dragon. Because neither of us want the school burnt down, Harry suggested as he knocked on the hut's door. The evening was cool and a slight breeze caused the plants to shiver and people to seek warmth. That was the reason no one else was in the grounds, and that meant it was unlikely Harry and Draco would be seen by prying eyes. Hello, Hagrid greeted, but was taken aback when he opened the door to see Harry Potter of all people with Draco Malfoy. Harry smiled at him. Hello Hagrid, we need to talk, he announced politely. Is something the matter? Hagrid wondered. He did not know Harry well and was slightly put off by the presence of a Malfoy. It seemed prejudices worked both ways. Yes, it's about the dragon you have in your hut, Draco replied somewhat dryly but not disrespectfully. Dragon? Who's got a dragon? Hagrid inquired, feigning shock and wonder. You, Draco answered, we saw it through your window the other day. You've been spying on me, Hagrid declared angrily. No, we were following Ron Weasley and he was the one doing the spying, thank you. No, we're trying to help you before Ron tries to blackmail, bully or get you fired, Harry answered, knowing a person like Ron would take delight in having power over someone. He saw reluctance in the giant's eye, but eventually Hagrid conceded. I suppose you better come in then, he sighed, knowing that his secret was now out in the open. He moved to the side so the two could enter and Harry looked around. It was small but at the same time it was cozy, a warm fire, a bed, it was definitely comfortable if nothing else. Harry took a seat at a table and Hagrid, wanting to remain polite, offered him a rock cake. It was hard and slightly burned but Harry ate in any way. Then Hagrid revealed the dragon. It was small but Harry knew it would grow much bigger in a few days. It was dark-scaled and looked up at Harry curiously with wide yellow eyes. Obviously it knew that what it was looking at was not entirely human. I've decided to call him Norbert, he knows me really well now. Look, Norbert. Norbert, where's Mummy? Hagrid called, wanted to show how friendly and peaceful the dragon was. A man who enjoys being a mother to a dragon. Harry, I think we've entered a maniac's home, Draco muttered under his breath. Harry did not laugh but knew his friend didn't really mean it. However, what Hagrid was doing was very strange. Harry watched as the giant continued to play with his oversized pet before asking, "Where did you get him?" It was a good question. The breeding of dragons and the trading of dragon eggs was illegal. Looks like that book on ministry law Fudge sent him his birthday actually had some uses. I won him off a man in the Hog's Head, Hagrid answered truthfully. We were playing cards and he was asking about animals. I mentioned Fluffy and how music puts him right to sleep, and then I said how I always wanted a dragon. So he wagered a dragon egg he got and I won. Then we spent the rest of the night talking. He was really interested in Fluffy. Harry had no idea what Fluffy was but was slightly perplexed as to who would walk around with a dragon egg on them. It made no sense. He's getting a bit big, Draco commented, looking at the creature who was walking around the table, obviously interested in something. Yeah, should be even bigger in a month. Not sure where I'm gonna keep him. Maybe the forest, Hagrid mumbled, talking more to himself than anyone else. Harry sighed. The giant was already attached but he was concerned about two things. Firstly, a dragon being in the school, and also the fact Ron might use what he knew to hurt Hagrid in a way. Dragons aren't very good pets, Harry commented. Maybe not all of them but this one's okay, Hagrid chuckled, thinking Harry was worrying for nothing. Norbert's a lovely dragon, it's just you are next to a school and dragons to grow very big, Harry explained, knowing he needed to find some way to convince Hagrid to part with this dragon. It wasn't safe and dragons didn't belong in captivity. Yeah, but he's got nowhere to go, Hagrid pointed out, knowing what Harry was getting at. There is somewhere, Draco pointed out. He and Harry had spent the entire night researching it. Where? Hagrid wondered. He didn't want to part with Norbert but he knew the dragon was getting a little big and couldn't stay hidden forever. There is a place, a sanctuary per se, why lots of dragons are kept. Norbert would have lots of company, food and also people to help her. It's run by Charlie Weasley, Harry explained. The name had been inside Ron's mind, which Harry was reading from time to time, just to check up on things, but Harry had found out his brother worked with dragons. He had already contacted the man and it seemed Fred and George weren't the only Weasleys exempt from their mother's plans. No, instead, when Harry had mentioned a dragon might be near the school, he had offered to come and collect it. However, before he could organize the dragon leaving the school he needed to persuade Hagrid to part with it. I liked Charlie, liked him a lot, great with animal, Hagrid commented. Then Harry heard something. Well, felt something would be the better phrase. He had felt nothing like it before, and more importantly, it was not a human feeling. His inner Dementor was pulsing as if it was growing in strength. Are you okay? Hagrid asked, seeing Harry had zoned out of reality. Fine, Harry began, then the dragon hissed and in a blur rocketed out the window and a loud yelp sounded. Hagrid was alarmed and grabbed his crossbow, obviously hoping to protect his dragon, but Harry somehow already knew who it was, Ron Weasley. The name had come to his mind naturally and Harry had no idea why or how. What he did know was that this type of dragon was venomous. Get off, Ron was screaming as the baby dragon sunk its fangs into the boy time and time again. Harry conjured a wave of energy and blasted it to the side. Hagrid ran to the dragon and began comforting it while completely ignoring Ron. That thing bit me, Ron exclaimed as he cradled his injured hand. You were spying on us, Harry pointed out, ignoring how ironic the situation was. They had been spying on him not 48 hours ago and Harry was lecturing people about doing it. It bit me, Ron roared, ignoring Harry completely. It's poisonous, Draco remarked simply, as if he was talking about the weather. Ron for his part then began rolling around on the ground, howling like a madman. Harry sighed. A very low-level venom that can be treated by Madame Pomfrey. It took another 5 minutes before Ron finally calmed down. Harry gave him no sympathy but saw him run back the castle. Obviously he wasn't stupid enough to not get his hand checked out. Hagrid was still cradling his baby dragon but looked slightly less sure he could handle it all on his own. Later. It had taken 3 weeks to finally get Hagrid to decide parting with his dragon was for the best. Harry had taken the baby dragon tonight, and after the giant tearfully bidding Norbert goodbye and giving him his favorite teddy bear, Harry was off. Charlie Weasley was supposed to meet him at the top of the astronomy tower, but Harry still had to get past prefects, teachers and Filch. This was why he had chosen not to bring anyone else along. He could remain hidden with more expertise on his own and could fly, manipulate minds, use his invisibility cloak to sneak past anyone around. However, deep down he thought something was off, but he was more focused on getting a now 2-foot dragon out of the school. He had put it to sleep after a while. It was squirming and hissing, so Harry decided to save himself the trouble of calming it down. There was no time, so here he was. The tower was inches away when he heard something. The cloak was already around him, but he moved himself to the side as a McGonagall appeared. She was pulling someone else along by the arm as well. "But Miss, Harry Potter is here and he has a dragon," Ron was saying. Harry should have known he'd try something like this. He must have found out somehow, or more likely he had been watching the dragon and saw Hagrid was getting ready for it to leave. How Ron knew was not his problem, and he waited until the two were far enough away before continuing. "In all my years I have never heard a story as ridiculous as this. You should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Weasley. Now 50 points from Gryffindor, and if you get out of bed again on any night then you will have a month's detention as well." McGonagall fumed, her voice echoing around the empty corridors. Harry snickered slightly. It was slightly funny watching someone trying to outsmart him. Meanwhile, Draco was sat in the common room. He had given up trying to sleep. He was worried about Harry, the dragon, and also was in deep thought. Something was nagging at him, but he couldn't place what. Harry was smart, but Draco had a feeling only he could work this out. Something someone had said. What was it? Draco. Goyle greeted, looking slightly confused as to why one of his friends was up so late in the night. He knew about the whole dragon business and had been part of the team trying to convince Hagrid to give it up over the last 3 weeks. "Hey Goyle," Draco greeted. He wasn't really in the mood to talk, but there was no point in turning down company. "What's wrong?" Goyle wondered after a while. "No idea," Draco responded truthfully. He had no idea after all. "I just can't help feeling like I've missed something someone said." Goyle looked thoughtful for a few moments. "I can't think of anything," he announced. Draco was about to make a comment, but he decided against it. He was tired and Goyle was only trying to help. Then his mind began to flicker. He remembered something else he had said over the day. Oh yeah, that harp on the 6th floor was gone. Now who in their right mind would steal that old thing? It only plays one tune. "Hang on," Draco murmured, "the harp was gone. That must have something to do with it. So had anyone said something about music to him? Oh yeah, 3 weeks ago. I mentioned Fluffy and how music puts him right to sleep," Draco repeated, wondering why that was relevant. "Fluffy. Isn't that a dog's name?" Goyle murmured, not really knowing what Draco was talking about. "Yes it is," Draco began but trailed off. "Music, dog, harp, sleep. He's going after the stone tonight," Draco announced, suddenly jumping to his feet. "What?" Goyle exclaimed. "Quirrell. He's going after it tonight. Get Crab, we need to get ready before he sets the ward off," Draco announced, finally working out what had been bothering him. Fluffy was the name of a dog, and Hagrid already had one dog. The only other dog in the school that would appeal to Hagrid would be the Cerberus. So if a large instrument that would be hard to hide vanished, it could only mean one thing: Quirrell was on the move. It was a few moments after Harry left the astronomy tower when it hit him. He had just given Norbert to Charlie Weasley when suddenly his mind felt as if it had walked into an invisible brick wall. It didn't take him long to connect the dots. The ward had been breached. "Quirrell," he whispered. He was alone in the tower and it would take too long for his friends to wake up, let alone make it to the 3rd floor corridor. This was the moment he had preparing for, and it looked like he had to do it alone. He was a long way from the 3rd floor and it looked as if Quirrell had one hell of a head start. But he wasn't counting on two things. He didn't know Harry knew he was going after it, nor did he know about Harry's powers. There was one way he could get there quickly. he looked back up the steps of the tower. This is crazy, he sighed loudly, but he began to climb anyway and soon enough he was in the tower. It was silent and Charlie Weasley was long gone. That was a plus seeing as what he was about to do was insane. The astronomy tower overlooked the castle and beneath it was an entrance which would lead him to the grand staircase, however that was at the bottom and he was at the top. It was a long way down and this would be the tallest thing he had ever flown off, though in comparison to the stairs and halls this would be a much quicker way down. Harry sighed and cautiously stood on the balcony. He climbed up on the railing and looked down. It was a long way down and he needed to pull up at the last second or, splat. Why am I doing this? Harry asked himself. Quirrell might be a threat but did Harry need to jump of a tower? He had leapt from the roof of Azkaban once but it was a lot harder to pull up with the amounts of kinetic energy that built up during the jump. Lucy had saved him that time but she was bit too far away to help now. However these thoughts suddenly vanished from his mind as he swan dived from the balcony and towards the ground. Flying was fun but this felt like pure adrenaline as the wind stung his face and clouded his vision. At first it was terrifying but then he began to enjoy it. He allowed himself to fall until he could just make out the ground. Then he thrust his neck and body upwards until he had maneuvered himself into standing position. He touched the ground lightly with none of the force he had on the way down which was one hell of achievement. However he didn't have time to enjoy the adrenaline pumping through his veins nor did he have time to comprehend what he had just done. He had never jumped off a building like this, nor did he allow himself to fall but this time he did. It was like extreme bungee jumping, very extreme. Later. Come on, Draco urged. The moment he had worked out what was going on he had grabbed Crabbe and Goyle and they had sped towards the Ravenclaw common room. Surprisingly there was no password just a riddle which Draco answered with ease. Some security this house had. The girls were in separate rooms and neither were particularly pleased to wake up with Draco, Crabbe and Goyle around them. It had been difficult to ensure their roommates had stayed asleep but luckily the three could be quiet when they needed to be, something Hermione and Cho found disturbing seeing as the boys were in the girls' dorm. I am getting a lock for this room, Cho had vowed after they had explained what was going on. However they weren't angry for long seeing as the person they knew hated them was trying to become rich and immortal. Seeing as they were pressed for time the entire group were wearing nothing but their pajamas and in the girls' case dressing gowns. Both had dared Draco to make a comment but explained if he did then certain areas could be lost to a stray and accidental curse. So far Draco had refrained but mostly because they were now half running half sneaking through the corridors. How long will it take Harry to get here? Cho wondered aloud knowing he was the one they wanted facing Quirrell. He had the power and skill while she and Hermione had the brains. Draco provided terrible comedy and Crabbe and Goyle were the ones who gave the group a new perspective on things. Not sure the astronomy tower's the other side of the castle but knowing Harry he will have found a way to get here quickly, Draco answered knowing his best friend well. Wait there he is, Hermione pointed out suddenly. Harry was soaring up the grand staircase while they were going down it. Draco was confused for a moment. How did he get down there? Crabbe wondered knowing the astronomy tower was very high up. He didn't do it did he? No he did. Cho sighed realizing what he had done, jumping off the tower really. He could be so reckless, he could fly sure but gravity had a strong pull when flying down from something that tall. Harry, Hermione called suddenly not thinking, he heard but he was not the only one. Her voice echoed around the mostly empty area and someone had heard them. Shish, Draco shushed her looking around, it was too late, Peeves had seen them. Harry not wanting to be spotted dived for cover, if his friends were caught then at least he could continue alone. Well looky here ickle first years, the poltergeist exclaimed happily, delighted to cause trouble in some way. Great, Draco sighed, how were they going to deal with him? He was unpredictable and only feared one person and the Bloody Baron was not here. Ickle first years shouldn't be out of bed, perhaps Peeves should yell for Filch, the poltergeist teased wondering what trouble he could cause. Perhaps you shouldn't, Hermione advised taking control of the situation. Why not girly? Peeves chuckled wondering what she could do to dissuade him. Because we're planning a prank, Hermione answered coming up with the answer on the spot. She was trying to appeal to Peeves's nature and he was interested now. Ooh and what is the plan that you ickle firsties came up with? He asked realizing he might be able to cause more trouble by helping them rather than telling on them. To wash Snape's hair, Hermione quickly replied again coming up with the answer on the spot. It worked and Peeves was suddenly looking very interested indeed. Yeah, we're going to put shampoo over his door and in the morning it will fall on him, Crab interjected, trying to get the poltergeist to believe the story. Peeves frowned. Interesting, maybe Peeves could help you, the poltergeist suggested. Fine, why don't you go the prefect's bathroom, grab some shampoo and put it over his door, we'll do the rest, Draco suggested. Peeves considered this for a few moments, then he gave the group a mock salute and flew away. That worked, Cho stated, surprised. Yes it did, Draco nodded, they had tricked a trickster. What do we do when Peeves blames us? Because he got the idea from us, Cho wondered aloud. Let's cross that bridge later, Draco suggested, not wanting to think about what Snape would do in the morning. He may be nicer now, but Draco doubted he would take the prank well. Come on, Hermione urged, realizing they were wasting time. Harry emerged from under one of the staircases and arrived at the entrance to the corridor. He waited a few moments for everyone to arrive. How did you get here so fast? He wondered. Draco worked the whole thing out, Crabbe explained, patting the blonde-haired boy on the back. And then they snuck into the common room and woke us up, Cho finished. Yes, it was terrifying, Hermione commented, shuddering at the memory. Don't worry, in a few years you'll both be used to waking up with 3 boys over you, Draco teased. It had taken him a while to come up with the perfect comment, and that was the one. I'm going to kill you, Cho vowed darkly. For a moment Harry didn't think she was joking, neither did she. While you lot are talking, there's a guy trying to steal the stone, Goyle suddenly interrupted. Fine, I'll kill you later, Cho conceded. Harry chuckled slightly and opened the door. He could hear a harp playing in the distance, and the group walked slowly towards the door where they knew Fluffy was being kept. Slowly, very slowly, they pushed the door open and found the giant dog passed out over the trapdoor. The harp was magically playing itself and the dog was fast asleep. I really didn't want to come back here, Draco grumbled. No one did, Crabbe remarked. I'm the one who has the last word in this group, Draco warned his friend. Would you two shut up? Hermione advised. The moment the words left her lips, the harp stopped playing. It was enchanted to stop when a louder noise was present. Well, look who killed us all, Draco commented, nodding towards the now stirring dog. Someone even with the giant dog. Hermione still managed to punch Draco on the shoulder. Harry studied the dog. Its mind was basic, and while it would be easy to manipulate it, it would be much harder to keep a creature that acted on instinct subdued mentally for long. However, it was just waking up which gave them a slight advantage. Come on, Harry called to his friends. He pushed its paw off the trap door and Harry flung it open. The dog growled deeply as it began to register what was going on. The trapdoor opened up to a hole which seemed to go quite a way down. However, at the moment the drop was looking more favorable than the giant dog. Come on, Harry called again. Cho moved first and dived down with ease. Hermione rushed forward next, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. The Cerberus's attention was now on Harry. Oh goody, a dark hole, Draco mumbled sarcastically before he too jumped down. Fluffy moved forward, ready to give Harry the killing bite, but it was too late. Harry had already dropped and the dog had no way of getting down. It barked loudly, but there was nothing it could do as Harry descended into the darkness and hit something soft. It took a few moments before his eyes could adjust to the darkness. At least we got a soft landing, Crabbe murmured. Harry frowned. The room seemed to be filled with a giant plant with tentacles and tendrils. Something was wrong here. Oh no, Hermione mouthed from the other side of the room. Harry was confused for a moment, but suddenly he saw why. It was alive and moving. Suddenly one of the tentacles slid around his leg and he scrambled up to shake it off, but instead it only tightened its grip before wrapping around his arms and chest. What the? Draco yelled as the same thing happened to him. It's Devil's Snare, Cho shouted as one of the tentacles wrapped round her arm. What do we do? Harry shouted. His powers would not be helpful here, and the more he tried to fly away, the more tentacles gripped him. Crabbe and Goyle's bodies were now hidden by tendrils as they tried to escape. It likes the dark and damp, so it hates fire. Hermione worked out. She was the least affected, most likely she was the calmest, but there's no wood. You're kidding me. Because it's not like you have some kind of stick that can make a magical fire, Draco announced sarcastically. Hermione worked out what he meant. Incendio. Suddenly a fire erupted in the center of the room and the plant moved as one to escape it. Harry was close by and the tendrils holding him vanished as 2 more fires freed the others. Hermione was coordinating the fires and the plant scuttled away from them, giving Draco and Cho enough time to crawl out of the mass of vines. Crabbe and Goyle were almost dragged away with the plant, but the two managed to force the tendrils to the side and scramble away from the fleeing plant. "Not your first time with 10, Draco began. "You make any comment about tentacles and I will throw you back in there," Cho warned. "Me too," Harry announced, agreeing with her. "And me," Hermione interjected, not wanting to hear it. "Innes," Crabbe and Goyle warned. They were the ones who had been submerged in the plant, and the comment Draco was about to make would offend them quite a bit. Draco, seeing he was outnumbered, decided to withdraw the comment. Suddenly the humor had run dry and the group were now focused on what they would need to face next in order to stop Quirrell. "This is not going to end well," Draco sighed. The group moved quickly in the dark. The Devil's Snare wasn't going to be the only defense guarding the stone, and it seemed like it was going to be a very long night. They had all been shaken by the plant, Harry especially. He had never been in a situation his powers couldn't help him, or a situation when his fate relied on someone else. However, as they moved down the twisted corridors and braved the chilling cold, they suddenly heard what sounded like the jingling of metal and the flapping of wings. "What's that?" Cho wondered aloud. "Dragon, bird, giant flying bumblebee, who knows?" Draco responded casually. Cho just shook her head at his stab at humor. "They sound almost like." Hermione began listening to the sound as Harry opened a small wooden door. He stepped into a huge chamber. There was light, which Harry welcomed, but the sound was still confusing. At one end there was a door with a large lock, but as far as he could tell there was no key. Next to it was two broomsticks. The chamber seemed to branch into passageways, and Harry could see arches and pillars which would make it very difficult for someone to fly in. "Oh look, birds," Draco murmured, pointing to a mass of silvery flying things. It was a strange place to keep birds, but if this was another obstacle, then it was obviously going to have some meaning. "They're not birds, they're keys," Harry realized looking closely at them. They were flying keys. "Could be worse," Draco supposed, nodding in agreement as he observed the flock. They were flying around the room, seemingly uncaring about the new arrivals. Alohomora, Hermione had drawn her wand and tried the unlocking charm on the door. It didn't work, and Harry didn't expect it to. Obviously the keys were what was important. However, there was a lot of them, and it didn't take long for someone to voice what he was thinking. "So which one opens the door?" Hermione wondered. They all studied the flock for a moment. They couldn't try every single one, could they? It would take far too long, and it would Quirrell more than enough time to get the stone. "That one," Crabbe pointed it out. Harry and the group looked to where he was pointing, and they could see a large old-fashioned silver key with bright blue wings standing out from the rest of them. It was surrounded by the others and flew much quicker. "How are we going to get up there?" Cho asked. "No, because it's not like we have some magical flying boy who could zoom up there," Draco announced dryly. Cho glared at him, looking exasperated. "I mean, how are we going to get the one we need? It's a flock of birds, and if Harry flies up there, then they will attack him, which will give the key we need time to fly away." "Well, I can only see 2 Quidditch players in this room and one's a seeker," Draco responded, looking at Cho. She paled, realizing he was talking about her. Harry realized what Draco was getting at. He could distract the rest of the flock while Cho snuck in and snatched the one key they needed. It was a far from perfect plan, but it was their best bet. "Okay, Cho, get a broom," Harry ordered, suddenly taking control of the situation. She complied but did not seem too pleased. Harry meanwhile ascended into the air until Cho pulled up alongside him. She seemed comfortable on the broom, but not too pleased about flying so close to a flock of metal keys which could attack. "Ready?" he asked her. She nodded, and Harry for some reason was reminded about the first time they played Quidditch and how she was a lot more nervous, and yet without her they wouldn't have won. "Okay then." Harry moved first and almost leisurely approached the flock. He didn't get more than a meter away before they zoomed off. Harry chased after them while Cho looked around. She had an idea. "Come on," Harry muttered as the keys zigzagged around the room. He had to dodge walls, pillars, and a number of other things the keys flew around to escape him. He had no experience in bird catching and decided he would have to give it a go during the summer. "Thank you," Cho exclaimed suddenly. She had flown directly upwards and simply plucked the key from the flock. Harry had to hand it to her. It was a very good plan. The group were standing near the door, but Harry noticed the flock start to band tighter together. "Open it," he shouted, realizing being trapped in a room with fast-moving metal things was not a good idea. Cho, seeing his urgency, threw the key to Draco, who plunged it into the lock. Cho looked ready to land but let out a slight squeak as Harry hoisted her off it and carried her to the ground. "You have got to stop doing that," she smiled, remembering he had done the exact same thing during the Quidditch game. Then she looked up. The flock was coming towards them and they didn't look friendly. Quickly, Cho encouraged, running to the door with Harry just trailing behind. Draco had somehow managed to get the key stuck. "It won't turn," he protested, worried. Hermione sighed and turned it the other way. "No, it turns the other way," she scolded, but there was no time for him to reply as they sped through the door and Harry pulled it shut. A second later 1,000 keys pierced the wood, and if they had been standing there then they would be in the same position. "That was close," Harry murmured, looking concerned. "Nothing like certain death to keep you alert," Draco suggested as Hermione pretended to hit him for not knowing how to operate a lock. Harry and the others regained their breath. "Ready to go?" he asked them, eventually deciding that they needed to move on. Everyone nodded. "Come on then." It didn't take long to reach the next chamber, but it was not as light as the key one, though not as dark as the Devil's Snare room. This chamber resembled a huge graveyard with a checkered surface. A number of strange statues dotted it, and it took a few moments for Harry to realize what was going on. It was a huge chessboard and the pieces on the other side were the enemy and would not let them pass. His theory proved right when they banded together to stop Draco moving forward. "It's a chess game," Harry announced. Draco looked at him oddly. "A chess game, you say?" Harry nodded. The moment the words left his lips, the entire room exploded in light. Torches based around the board formed a wall of fire to stop anyone leaving. "A chess game with us as the pieces," Harry finished, realizing what this challenge actually was. "Well then, let me introduce you to Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, both experts in their field of chess," Draco beamed, pointing to the two who had already begun studying the board. "You play chess?" Cho asked the two. "Both of them have won the chess championship at some point in their life," Draco explained, knowing the two did not want to talk when they were about to play a game. Harry watched with interest. He didn't play chess much. "Okay, Hermione and Cho, you two take the place of the rooks," Crabbe decided. Seeing no reason to argue, the two approached the pieces, who slid away so the girls could replace them. "Draco, you a bishop," Goyle announced. Draco complied, leaving only Harry. "And you're the queen," Goyle decided, realizing it would be the best position for him. "Well, he is a," Draco began. "Shut up," Cho ordered, still annoyed with his previous comments. Harry decided he was thankful for her interjection. Crabbe and Goyle then took the place of the knights. "Let's do this," Draco decided, wondering if his prediction of this not ending well would come true. Later. "Well, that was a genius move," Draco sighed. He was in the middle of the board by now and the only one who seemed completely fine with the risk of getting decapitated by a giant chess figure. The first time they had seen it, the girls had jumped slightly and everyone seemed a little unnerved, except Draco, who seemed unmoved. "Do you want to do this?" Crabbe asked. They were doing well. Only a few knights and queen remained on the other side, but they were focusing more on not using their friend in case they were taken. Being taken in this game was a life and death situation. "Wait a moment," Draco suggested suddenly. He was looking at the game. "There's a way you can win." "We can't do that one," Goyle responded quickly. "Why?" Harry wondered. "Because the bishop needs to be taken," Crabbe responded. Harry saw it now. If Draco moved a few paces to the right diagonally, then the queen on the other side could take him. He could then take the queen, which would put the king in checkmate. Draco's mind was already alert. "Well, it's my move," Draco sighed suddenly. "Don't do it," Harry ordered, unwilling to allow his friend to be hurt. "Harry, the stone we need to protect, like you said. Everyone has played their part in this, except you, but you know you're the one going to beat the hell out of Coral, but if we delay any longer he's gonna get it." Draco responded calmly. "No," Harry protested, but it was too late. Draco moved several steps diagonally until he was on the same row as the queen. Before anyone could say anything, she moved quickly to his spot. "Can you get on with it?" Draco wondered sarcastically. Her response was to backhand him. Normally it would only sting, but she was made of white marble. It was rockhand and Draco went flying across the room. Harry gasped, as did everyone else. "I'm fine." "Well, not fine, but I'm alive, so can you end the game now?" Even injured, he was somehow sarcastic. Harry, knowing he was right, walked forward. His steps echoed around the room as he approached. The queen seemed to look down on him. Then he tapped the base. She still needed to obey the rules and walked off the board. "Checkmate," Harry announced simply. The king at the other end dropped a sword, the clang echoed around the chamber. The moment it did, he rushed over to Draco. "Are you okay?" Cho asked first. No, getting thrown across a room feels great," Draco murmured. Cho decided to save slapping him until later. "Anyway, you need to get going," Draco decided. "We can't leave you here," Harry told him. "We'll stay," Crabbe and Goyle announced. Slytherins had to stick together after all. "Me too," Hermione decided, knowing they would be lost without any guidance. "Fine, we'll go on. You get to the hospital wing and get Snape." "Not Dumbledore, okay?" Harry requested. "Sure thing," Draco responded, being gently helped to his feet. Harry and Cho turned to leave. "Say hi to Quirrell for me," Draco yelled. Cho rolled her eyes. Later. Harry moved alone now. The potion chamber had proved very easy and Cho had solved it quickly, very quickly. He had never been more grateful for the assistance he was getting from his friends. Their help had proved invaluable. Without Hermione they would have been crushed by the plant. Without Crabbe and Goyle they couldn't have won the game. Without Draco they would have given Quirrell too much of a head start. Cho had gotten the key and he doubted he could have done it so quickly, and she had solved the potion puzzle first as she had been in a rush to get out of the troll room. Quirrell had a way with trolls, it seemed. "Come on," Cho encouraged. She had refused to turn back and had taken the icy potion with them so they could get back. She seemed confident, but he knew she was a little afraid. He was grateful she was here. She managed to pull him away from his Dementor form before, and if he needed to use it then maybe she could again. He wasn't actually intending to use his form, but it was just in case scenario. "Should I break the mirror?" He heard Quirrell's voice first. Harry moved silently until he reached his destination. He was slightly surprised to see the mirror arise in the center of a large chamber while Quirrell murmuring. Who was he talking to? Harry decided it wasn't his concern and instead loudly walked into the room. Cho followed behind and seemed slightly worried but tried to remain strong. "It's over, Quirrell," was all he said, and the man spun around. He seemed surprised and caught off guard. "Harry Potter and Cho Chang. Interesting choice of companion," he announced. Cho was suddenly staring intensely into the mirror, but Harry was not focused on her. If he was, then he would have noticed her pocket grow in size. "What are you doing here?" Quirrell demanded, but he already knew the answer no matter how much he pretended not to. "I'm here to stop you," Harry responded icily, ignoring the mass of colors in the mirror. He was immune, and that may prove to be an advantage. "Let me see him," a voice called. Harry realized this was the second mind he thought Quirrell had, but where was it coming from? "Master, you're not strong enough," Quirrell responded. He seemed afraid and Harry wondered again who he was speaking to. "Let me see him now," the voice demanded, and Harry felt like he was meeting an old enemy. Quirrell looked ready to protest, but instead he unwound his turban and spun around. Harry recoiled. He had seen the glowing red eyes before. He was staring into the face of Lord Voldemort. Harry raised his hands. "You," Harry spat at Bella's former master. She had spoken highly of him in the past, but he could see now how wrong she was. This man was evil, and there was no doubt about that. While he prepared for battle, he failed to notice Cho put her hand in her pocket. Unlike Harry, she could use this mirror, and she had the stone. She had the one thing the Dark Wizard wanted, and as his attention turned to her, she realized he knew it. "Give me the stone," he demanded coolly. "Good luck with that," Cho spat, wondering where this newfound courage was coming from. This was Voldemort after all. Quirrell looked ready to lunge, but Harry blasted him back with a wave of energy. "Leave her alone," Harry demanded. "Well then, it looks like we have a hero," Voldemort hissed angrily. Quirrell drew his wand and Harry extended his arm. "Cho, go," he ordered to his friend. Quirrell was distracted and he couldn't stop her leaving. "If you want the stone, you have to go through me," Harry offered. Quirrell and Voldemort smiled sickeningly. "I was counting on it." The Quirrell Voldemort monster was standing in front of Harry. Already he had decided against switching to his Dementor form. If he did, then he couldn't stop it easily. However, that left other powers that could be used in this situation. Currently Voldemort was facing Harry. The mirror was blocking his view ever so slightly, but with his wand in hand he could still duel. However, normal magic, or at least the magic he knew, wouldn't be effective in this situation. "You think you can challenge me?" Voldemort spoke first in a high, cold voice. Obviously he was taking more control of Quirrell with each moment, who was not resisting at all. Harry wondered if the man was even alive now. Fire suddenly exploded around the room. However, Voldemort was not the one doing this. Harry had willed it to be, and the dark energy emitted from Voldemort's soul was giving him power. It was ironic in a way, his enemy was inadvertently giving him power, however he said nothing, waiting for Voldemort to make the first move. Interesting, you have power, boy. And yet it is not magic I have seen before. Perhaps the boy who lived has a darker secret than I thought. Voldemort chuckled, but his eyes were wider after Harry's display of power. Harry just glared at him. He was buying Cho time and she had the stone. Hopefully she would get far enough away to ensure Voldemort never touched it. He was not the only one who knew what he was doing. I will kill her, and I will destroy all of your friends unless you step aside so I can reclaim what is mine, Voldemort hissed coldly, with anger etched upon the lines of his snake-like face. Something inside Harry rushed to defend his friends, and he flicked his hand forward and sent a wave of dark energy at Voldemort. Quirrell spun around and conjured a shield. If he had done so seconds later, then he would have been flung into the darkness, but instead the energy just cracked his shield. Kill him! Voldemort screeched, feeling the pulse of magic. Quirrell was eager to comply, and Harry dodged as Quirrell fired a jet of green light towards him. The man had very bad aim, but Harry had to avoid the beams just the same, but he would not hide. Instead he spun around, dodging a killing curse in the process, and fired a pulse of dark energy towards Quirrell. It worked and the man was flung to the floor, but he was not dead, not by a long shot, but his mind was open, and Harry, knowing where his strengths would be best suited, entered his mind. This time he went further than merely exploring his thoughts and ideas. This time he dived into Quirrell's very core. A dark landscape was all he could see. For miles and miles around there was nothing but a barren land with dark veins inscribed onto the surface. The sky was burning with rage while the ground hummed in surprise. Harry knew where he was. This was the very mind of Quirrell, and this was the full extent of his mind invasion power. Minds were like labyrinths when looking for information, but Dementors drained memories from every corner of the mind. They became a part of the mind in a way, and entering a mind was almost too easy. Harry did not use this power often. It exposed him to true nature of people, and he was a destructive force. Every step he took would corrupt a man's thoughts, twist and distort them until they shattered. This would drive a man to madness, but Harry, unlike Dementor, could do it directly and quickly. Potter! Quirrell's voice screamed from the distance, then a silkier, colder voice stepped in. How are you here? Was all it said. Voldemort had no knowledge of his powers, but Harry was going to tear him from this mind. The dark veins that existed under the surface of Quirrell's mind was how Voldemort was latching on. This is why he could never enter Quirrell's mind in class or ever. There was another mind which was protecting it, Voldemort's. A wind like no other suddenly picked up around Harry. He almost smiled. Quirrell had worked out sooner than most that he was in control of the landscape. He had sent a wind to try to throw him out, but there was no way that would work. Harry took a step and the wind stopped. So Harry Potter, I was right. There is a lot more to you than this fool thought. He thought you were nothing more than a student who would never amount to anything, but instead I find you to be a master of legilimency, but not in the way I would expect. Voldemort's voice rang out. Harry was distorting Quirrell's mind, but it was giving Voldemort more power. I know you're here, Harry called out, knowing the pulsing black veins under the surface of the dark land would lead him to Voldemort. Indeed you do, but how? How have you done this? And why do you not reveal this power that you have? You could be great. His voice was almost seductive, but Harry would never listen to darkness, not in mind or body. You made a mistake, Harry announced. And what is that? Voldemort demanded coolly. Already he was taking more control of Quirrell, and Harry reached out into the very fabric of what made up this mind. Voldemort was within, and his darkened soul nourished him with energy. You gave me the power to destroy you. Then Harry unleashed a blast of dark energy within Quirrell, so powerful that he was thrown into the air. The ground began to break and the black veins broke, but it wasn't enough, and Harry was repelled from this mind that no longer belonged to Quirrell. Harry took a deep breath as he returned to reality. The world seemed almost unreal to him after what he had just done. However, he had no time to ponder his existence or any philosophy behind it, because the body of Quirrell was changing. The same black veins now lined his face, and the cold red eyes of Voldemort replaced those of Quirrell's. Harry had accidentally allowed Voldemort to take more control, well, total control. Harry did not wait around to fight. Voldemort in a body was more threatening than Quirrell. Luckily he had an advantage. Voldemort could not live in Quirrell's mind and body forever. It was resisting him, and soon his dark energy would cause Quirrell to crumble. Harry ran. Potter! Voldemort cried, breaking into a similar sprint. Quirrell's body was already suffering and cracks were appearing along his skin. He needed to get to the stone and fast. Harry had an advantage and quickly his feet left the ground. He was faster when flying and the potion had not yet worn off. He swooped through the flames. Cho was in the room. "Harry," she exclaimed. Harry looked startled. She was waiting for him because she knew the potion to get them back. Quickly, he ordered knowing Quirrell was not far behind. The potion had already worn off for him but it wouldn't stop Voldemort whom he doubted could feel pain. Cho quickly took a swig of the potion as did he. Voldemort appeared. The flame melted his flesh and set his clothes alight but he still moved forward. "Really?" Cho sighed knowing what Harry was about to do. He picked her up and dragged her through the air as they rushed to escape the monstrosity chasing them. "Have you got a plan?" she demanded watching Voldemort with evident worry. "No," Harry replied honestly entering the troll room. He ignored the stench as it was mixing with that of Voldemort's burning flesh and left the room very quickly. "Give me the stone," Voldemort screeched through black lips. His tongue was shriveling into ash and his fingers were falling apart. His eyes had yellowed and his teeth were rotted. "Faster," Cho urged as they entered the chess room. The board had reassembled and the pieces were just waiting for someone else to take up the game. Harry saw the far door was blocked and he could not fly over without one of the pieces stabbing up at him or hitting Cho. He landed it turned as Voldemort charged into the room. Cho looked queasy at the sight of his decaying form but Harry was busy looking for a way out. Voldemort sensed he had beaten the two. "Give me the stone," he rasped in a voice that was hoarse and angry. He would not be able to speak for much longer. Cho's hand went to her pocket to check the stone was still there. "Give it to me," Voldemort roared. Harry just glared up at him and stood in front of Cho. "What are you going to do now, boy?" "I have won," Voldemort spat with some difficulty. "Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do." A dry and unimpressed voice filled the room. Voldemort turned shocked to see Draco Malfoy causally propped up against a chess piece. "I'm going to say, knight to f3, Draco smugly retorted before Voldemort could say anything. Sure enough the knight moved but Harry could not see what it was going to do. "Was that supposed to impress?" Voldemort hissed. "No, that's going to hurt," Draco remarked causally as Voldemort was backhanded by the same queen that had hit Draco. He went soaring through the air but unlike Draco, Voldemort was nothing but a frail form. The moment he hit the wall he collapsed and crumbled into dust. "How the," Harry exclaimed. "Don't look at the actor, look at the writer," Draco commented gesturing to Hermione who had emerged with Crabbe and Goyle from behind a rook. "Well, she tried to shrug off any involvement with the scheme." "Come off it," Draco announced. "She bandaged my leg up and thought it would be best if we waited for you too. She came up with this plan when we heard the running. Well, I knew the queen could hit almost any target on the board, in particular the ones that whoever was chasing you would be standing," she admitted looking slightly abashed. "Brilliant," Harry beamed at her. Suddenly the room felt dark and he turned to see something that was neither a ghost nor gas rising from the ashes of Quirrell. "Uh-oh," Draco announced as it screamed and lunged at Harry. Then it screamed in terror as his inner Dementor reached out for it, eager to absorb its evil. "No," Harry gritted his teeth. He was not going to let evil into him, and not this thing. Whatever it was, or he might end up like Quirrell. The pain of resistance was stunning but he would not let it in. "Harry," Cho called, followed by Hermione and Draco. Crabbe and Goyle were beside him and were keeping him standing. It was a good thing too. "Focus on them," he told himself as his inner self battled with his personality. The pain just grew and Harry gritted his teeth. "Focus," he ordered, and suddenly he fell back, exhausted but empty of that evil. "Harry," Draco called, worried as Crabbe and Goyle struggled to keep Harry awake. However, he did not focus on anyone at that moment because in a flash he was locked in a deep sleep. His last thought was of the mirror, for in that very moment in the other room it began to glow. For blood and hate, his heart remains closed. Blood was his inner self, the Dementor inside him, and he had not allowed it to take control. Hate was Voldemort and the dark energy he would have absorbed, but he had rejected both. This was the first part of a prophecy inscribed within the very bones of time. Harry awoke to what tasted like melted gold running down his throat. The last thing he remembered what the disgruntled spirit of Voldemort attacked him. He already knew Voldemort would be injured, and quite heavily. In some way Harry saved his enemy. If he had allowed Voldemort to enter him, then the man would have destroyed and Harry would have become something much different. Something he did not want to think about. "Harry," he heard Cho's voice first and a hand on his shoulder. His vision was blurry but slowly he was refocusing. Told you it would work, he heard Hermione grumble. Draco normally would have made some kind of comment by now, but instead he helped Harry to his feet. Quirrell. Harry checked, hoping the man was dead. He's stuttering with Satan now, Draco confirmed, feeling no sympathy for either of the men who tried to kill them. Voldemort. Harry continued, noticing that not a single person in the group flinched at the name. Long gone, Draco answered. The group had seen the spirit fly away from Harry, screeching with pain as it was almost devoured. They were still in the chess room and no one had arrived to help them. The ash pile that was once Quirrell Voldemort was in one corner and the spirit was long gone. Hopefully he gave Voldemort a fright he would not soon forget, and if the man had any sense he would not come close to Harry in spirit form again. Are you okay? Cho asked suddenly. It took Harry a few moments to grab hold of reality, then he saw a thick golden liquid on the floor. You used the elixir, he realized looking at the stone. Cho was holding it and nodded. It healed obviously, and if it kept drinking it he would be immortal, something he was not going to do. In fact, he intended to return to Flamel the moment he could, but he could not help feel touched that his friends had gone to such lengths for him. Well, thanks for almost dying back there. You're our ride home, remember, because I have a strange feeling unless Crabbe can turn into Fly and Goyle can become a giant green monster, we are not getting out of here in a hurry, Draco remarked dryly once he realized the danger had passed. Harry shook his head at the comment as Cho flashed Draco an irritated glare. Though we need to thank Hermione who worked out it would help more, Draco pointed to the bushy-haired girl who for the second time this night flushed red. Harry did what he would do when anyone saved his life, he hugged her. Brilliant, was all he could say. The elixir would have sped up the time it took for him to heal, and not knowing the full extent of his powers Harry would have guessed it would take some considerable time. Ah, Draco commented looking at Cho with wide arms. No, was all she could say with narrow eyes. Draco looked at her with mock hurt and turned to Crabbe and Goyle. No, the echoed Cho's words, not wanting a hug from anyone right now. She gets one, Draco murmured in protest, gesturing to Hermione who had now been released from the embrace. Save my life first, then I'll think about it. Cho sighed, not completely against the idea. Anyway, they needed to get out of here. I take that as a challenge. Draco winked at her before turning towards the door. The chess pieces had moved for them to exit the room now, and Draco looked at Harry. Any clue as to how we're getting out of here again? He wondered. Harry nodded. He had a plan to get out, one he had come up with around 3 seconds ago. Is the plan insane? Draco checked. Harry nodded slightly and Draco burst into a smile. The only way we do things in this club, he decided, and the 6 of them walked out of the room knowing that the job was done. Though they still had Dumbledore to deal with when he found the pile of ash, the lack of Quirrell, no stone, well, and of course Snape when he woke in the morning to shampoo covering his hair. Out of pure interest, are you planning on telling Aunt Bella you almost ate the Dark Lord? 1 week later, Nicholas Flamel had been sitting by the windowsill reading a book. He had been trying to distract himself. Dumbledore had taken the Philosopher's Stone away for safekeeping, but he would some of it soon. Already he felt older and tried to distract himself by burying himself in a book written by one of the great writers he had met during his life. His wife was somewhere downstairs doing the same, but suddenly he heard something, a squawk of some kind, and he turned around to see an owl as white as snow soaring towards his home. It was a manor on one of the islands hidden from Muggle eyes just off Britain. 3 floors, a tower with all the comforts of home was all he needed. The owl, however, was not his, and in the warmth of an early spring sun he wondered who had sent him at this time. Hello, he murmured. He was old, there was no denying it, but he had been old for a long time. He had a short gray wispy beard and spectacles hung loosely from his face. His eyes were shining blue and his skin had a darkened tone. He was tall and thin with lines across his face that would never fade. He spoke in a kind voice as the owl landed on his desk. This was his study, but he noticed the owl was carrying something. A package, and so he took the poorly wrapped present and came face to face with the stone. What on earth? He questioned aloud as he noticed a note accompanied the owl. He took it. Dear Mr. Flamel, Hogwarts was never safe for your stone, and now we have stopped it being stolen. We believe it would be safer with its owner. Lord Voldemort attempted to use it so he could return from the dead, or whatever he is, and we think it best that you take it back. Please do not mention this to Albus Dumbledore, as he is sure to demand it back. He had his own purposes for the stone, and we think it best if he remained ignorant. Regards. HP, DM, CC, HG, VC, GG. Flamel smiled. He had a feeling that his old friend had wanted the stone for his own reasons, but he had given it to him. Strange, he did not remember the agreement well, and perhaps this lot was right. They had given him the stone back, ignored the gold it could give or the promise of immortality, and instead wrapped it up and returned it. He had a feeling this lot had the right attitude. The snowy owl was gone and he had no idea who had sent it. The initials did not ring any bells, and he supposed if they wanted to remain distant he would let them, though if they ever needed something they just needed to ask. Then they picked up the stone and smiled. 2 months later. Draco, where's Harry? Cho asked from the Ravenclaw table. The group were sitting pretty much back to back, but there was only 5 of them. It was getting close to the end of term and soon the exam season would be upon them, and then the end of term. The summer was looming, it seemed, and the time had gone quickly. Hermione and Cho were already revising, but they noticed that Harry seemed to spending a lot of time alone. Draco, however, stiffened slightly at the mention of Harry. Cho took this to mean he knew exactly where he was. Harry? Why would I know where Harry is? He's in your house. Draco pointed out. Cho glared at him knowingly. Their adventure had flooded the school the day after they stopped Quirrell, and they become almost celebrities. Fudge had been notified by Harry as Dumbledore wanted to speak to him very soon, and slowly the true rumors of him being raised in Azkaban faded. They were replaced by rumors about Quirrell. Ron had the Gryffindors convinced he had killed Quirrell while others said otherwise. Cho did not care. She did, however, care about where Harry was. Dumbledore had already tried finding out where the stone was, but strangely his legilimency powers didn't work on any of them. Where is he? She asked darkly. Draco did not answer, and as she saw Harry approach from seemingly nowhere she wondered if she actually wanted to know. We don't want to ask, do we? Hermione commented. Cho smiled. It seemed great minds thought alike, and she nodded. No, I have a feeling we'll know soon enough. Meanwhile, Fudge and Umbridge flowed into Dumbledore's office. He had requested Fudge's presence, and while he would have gone alone he decided to bring Dolores along. She was going to note down the entire conversation just in case the man tried something. Thank you for coming, Dumbledore greeted. He had bags under his eyes now. His plan had gone completely off track. He had lost the stone, lost Harry, and had been humiliated all in 1 year. What do you want? Fudge groaned. Dumbledore was obviously aiming for something, but he didn't know what. He already knew what had transpired under the school, and he had experts working out how Voldemort has alive. He believed Harry, as did the wizards who had inspected the pile of ash that was once Quirrell. Harry murdered Quirrell, Dumbledore stated. Fudge looked up. Did Dumbledore really think he was that thick? Sorry. Even Umbridge knew the man was trying it on now. He killed a teacher, and while we have no proof, I think he needs to learn a lesson, Dumbledore began darkly. What are you saying? Fudge asked the man. He could see that this was some kind of last-second bid for control over Harry. He had already been discredited, and Fudge had released an official statement that Harry Potter had not been raised in Azkaban but instead by Ministry employees with a Dementor bodyguard whom he was fond of. Dumbledore had accepted this explanation, as had most of the wizarding world. They just didn't want to accept that a dark creature could raise a child. I think he needs to go to Azkaban for the summer, Dumbledore answered. His intention was to break Harry in a more direct way, and this would ensure he would be back under his control. However, the reaction he was expecting was shock and horror, which he would use against them. What he wasn't expecting was for both of them to burst out laughing. Sure thing, tell you what, I'll send him there for Christmas too, Fudge chortled. Dumbledore looked aghast. Albus, come on. He called a Dementor mum in a public place. I mean, do you really think that was some kind of for goodness sake think about it man, Fudge continued. And if this information leaves this room, then the world will know who tried to send their savior to a prison, Umbridge added sternly. Dumbledore shrank back in his chair, realizing the minister had outwitted him. The last night of term. On the whole, a good year for Ravenclaw. They had won the House Cup without much effort at all. Literally, Cho had proved to be a much better seeker than she thought, and Harry was just Harry. They had been named the Lightning Duo. They worked together, and often if you tried to stop one, the other would interfere. Wood had ended up in tears after he had lost for the 9th time in a row, and Ronald Weasley had turned the color of a tomato. The whole group had passed their exams with flying colors, as did Ron Weasley, much to their annoyance. Currently, Gryffindor were in the lead with points, as Dumbledore had proved to be much less fair when he realized his pawn was lost. Ravenclaw were 100 points behind, and Slytherin almost 200. Where's Harry? Cho demanded to Draco. Draco stiffened again. No idea, he stammered very quickly. Cho had tried to find out a lot but for some reason she couldn't get Draco to talk. She wanted to know now. It was the feast and in the morning they would be off. They would meet in the summer obviously, but for some reason Cho felt something was off. She just didn't know what. Cho, Hermione urged suddenly. Cho turned to see the Weasley twins giggling in the corner. Oh no, she sighed, realized whatever he had been planning on the train had spilled into his time at Hogwarts. Now it was coming to fruition and she was not too happy. Draco, she hissed, realizing he had known he was planning some kind of prank all along. Draco just beamed at her as Dumbledore stood up to make his speech. This isn't going to end well, Cho sighed. Snape had been searching for whoever had pulled the shampoo joke for a while and it looked like his search was coming to an end. For in that moment a torrent of foam exploded from the ceiling. Dumbledore had no time to react as he was suddenly covered from head to toe in a pink foam. Cho, Draco, the rest of the hall and some teachers burst out laughing as Harry appeared next to them. He had dropped into his seat next to Cho. What's going on? He asked innocently. Cho hit him with the glare she usually reserved for Draco as Dumbledore cleaned himself off. It took a few minutes and Snape was already looking at Harry, who he had seen drop into his seat. Dumbledore shook the whole thing off with a chuckle before beginning his speech, then he mentioned the House Cup. Before we begin, Headmaster, may I make an announcement? Snape asked suddenly. Dumbledore was caught off guard. He had never had this happen before, but he nodded. Snape turned to the hall. He knew what transpired with Quirrell and had become a listener to the group. However, Harry had not been expecting him to interrupt a speech. An interesting year, he began to the Silent Hall, and I have realized a number of things this year, among others. Firstly, I think I owe a few people some points. The crowd began to stir. This was unusual and suddenly the Griefinders looked nervous. Firstly, to my own house, for keeping the lessons alive with wit I give 10 points to Draco Malfoy, he announced. Dumbledore was looking wary, but this was not against the rules. For the best game of wizard chess I've seen played in a long time I give Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle 50 points. The hall stirred again, but they knew this total could not compete with that of Lions. Dumbledore looked relieved, but Snape wasn't finished. No one cheered yet as no one had yet beaten the Lions. To Ravenclaw, for surprising the most deadly enemy with a simple tactic I award Hermione Granger 30 points. The Ravenclaw table now waited with held breath. For showing courage, determination I give the Harry Potter and Cho Chang 30 points each, Snape continued. Only 10 more points was needed now. And for standing up for one another, I give Harry Potter, Cho Chang, Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle 2 points each. McGonagall interrupted, startling the hall yet again as Dumbledore looked angered. His staff were going against him and even the head of the house that was about to win knew he had been unfair. Ravenclaw only needed 3 more points. And for showing the best Quidditch I've ever seen I give the Lightning duo 1 point each. Phyllis finished, 1 point below what they needed to be even. But on a more negative note, for bullying, spreading rumors and harassment I take 3 points from Ron Weasley. Sprout ended. All the heads of houses had come together. The Ravenclaw table exploded into cheers and claps and Dumbledore stood to attention. He had not planned for this, not by a long shot. So it seems with 699 points Ravenclaw win the House Cup this year, Dumbledore sighed. The cheering did not stop for a while and all of the group clanged their goblets together. To us, Draco announced loudly. They echoed his words. They had been through a lot and it was time to celebrate. And may nothing bad happen next year, he finished. They all started to laugh. What could be worse than what they had faced this year after all? Why do I have a feeling I'm going to regret those words? Summer had come to Malfoy Manor and Draco was currently sat in the living room with Crabbe and Goyle. It was a large room that was kept out of sight during the parties his parents had. Currently he was sat on a shining green cushion which was resting on the sofa. He was toying with his wand. He was bored already and it had only been a week since he had arrived home. Harry wasn't due for a week yet, but Crabbe and Goyle were with him today. The train ride back had been eventful. Ron Weasley thought he could enact some kind of revenge against Harry in particular for losing the cup. He decided to target Draco and Cho, who had gone to get something from the trolley. Well, Ron should have chosen a better place to spring his attack than outside the compartment with the entire Ravenclaw Quidditch team. One black eye later he had run off. Can Dobby get Master Draco and his friends something? The house elf suddenly appeared in the room, causing Draco to jump on the black leather sofa. The house elf gave him a nervous smile as he wondered if Draco was going to be angry because he had made him jump. Luckily it was Draco and not Lucius he had disturbed. No thanks, Draco smiled slightly. Since he and Harry had become friends, he had found himself taking a less superior view on others. Dobby was more of a butler than a South Avenue to him. The rest of his family not so much, but they were improving. The house elf gave a slight bow before vanishing into the air. House elf magic was interesting. It could bypass all the wards on the house, and Draco not for the first time wondered how such a power was ignored. Dumbledore couldn't bypass the wards, but a simple house elf could. Well, if the wizarding world wanted to be stupid, that wasn't his problem. He suddenly heard a tweak and looked up. Above him as normal was one of the huge chandeliers that filled the manor. He could see Dobby at the top. "Is that your house elf?" Crabbe wondered, suddenly looking up. "Dobby, what are you doing up there?" he asked aloud. The house elf looked down slightly nervously. "Master Lucius said I needed to stop the chandelier swinging," Dobby answered as he practically swung from the huge glass thing. Both Crabbe and Goyle jumped up, not wanting to be on the receiving end if Dobby accidentally dropped the chandelier. "Tell you what, boys, let's go outside," Draco decided, wanting to give his new broom a try. He was going to try out next year after all. The two did, but Draco decided to wait a moment. "Okay, next time you're trying to kill me, be more obvious," Draco commented, jumping up just in case Dobby unscrewed the wrong thing and he ended up squashed. "Okay, Master Draco," Dobby replied innocently, causing Draco to look up with wide, slightly concerned eyed. Sighing, he was about to walk out of the room when he saw something in the corner of his eye. A black book had been left next to the largest armchair opposite the fireplace. This was strange. His father was a very careful man and quite attentive when it came to things being out of place, overly attentive almost. However, Draco felt the sudden urge to observe this strange entity and found himself staring at a black book. It was too small to be a school book, so he assumed it must be some kind of diary. "So what are you?" he commented, reaching for the book. Then he heard something from behind. A few months ago he wouldn't have cared, but he was the only person other than Dobby in the house today. His mother was out and his father was at work. So someone was sneaking around. He worked it out pretty quickly. Great, another one of Arthur Weasley's raids. He sighed, knowing any moment the doorbell would ring, and when he opened the door a team of wizards would search the place. Well, it might liven up his day. Meanwhile, Harry also found summer tedious. The first few days had been fun with him catching up with everyone. Sirius, Bella and Lucy were the main ones, but he was currently bored. It was midday and Lucy was on her patrolling duty. Sometimes he went with her while other times he did not, and this was one of them. He would be staying with the Malfoys in a week or so, but he currently had a bit of a problem, and that problem involved explaining to Lucy what happened between him and Quirrell. He had told Sirius and Bella had overheard, and neither were angry or upset he had not told them, but both had given him advice on the matter. "She is going to kill you," they had both laughed. Hermione had written to him to let him know that she had told her parents part of the truth but not all of it. So Voldemort, any near-death situation had been left out except the troll. Cho had done the same, but Draco decided not to mention it. He had no idea how his father would react if he was told that his son had managed to have his former master crushed into a wall. So he had a choice: tell Lucy or not. "I can't not tell her," Harry sighed. He trusted her and she needed to know. It was just her reaction which worried him. How would any mother react to finding out her son had been attacked by Lord Voldemort? "What?" a voice in his mind demanded. Harry was shocked for all but a moment, but quickly regained himself. "Hey, I thought we agreed not to use the mental connection to listen to each other's thoughts," he accused suddenly. "Don't try getting out of this like that." "What do you mean Voldemort attacked you?" she demanded within his mind. Harry thought for a moment. Well, looks like this would be the best time to tell her. "You bet it is," she replied, listening to his thoughts again. "Stop reading my thoughts," Harry demanded, not overly happy that she was listening to everything he was thinking. "Stop being attacked by Dark Lords," she replied immediately, and Harry got an inkling that there was no way he was going to win this fight. So using the connection he explained what had happened over the course of the year, not mentioning Fudge knew. And what had transpired after they had followed Quirrell. "What school did I send you to?" she wondered in her own mind and in Harry's. "You know," Draco asked the same thing. Harry almost chuckled but decided not to show any humor. She was not too happy today. "Well, not anymore." Meanwhile, Cho lived in a moderately large home in the middle of a wizarding village just outside of London. Thanks to her mum working at the ministry, they were relatively rich and a 5-bedroom home was just right for them. She had 2 younger sisters who would go to Hogwarts in 3 of 4 years, but today was an interesting day. Her mum was at work thanks to Umbridge demanding she do extra work. Harry had spoken of the woman once and for some reason she got the impression he didn't really like her. He felt that she was only out for herself and would please Fudge however she could, so in a few years she would have a chance of taking over. The inner workings of Britain's magical government were a mystery to her. Despite what they thought, the entire Chinese Communist Party had been aware of magic since they took over. They had taken over the magical government as well and their rules were far more relaxed. "Cho, what's that?" Hermione asked. Cho had invited her round after finding out they didn't live far apart. It was only a car journey away, and seeing as Cho was a half-blood with a magical parent, both girls could use magic outside of school. Hermione was currently pointed to a small stone on the end of her bed. The room was large. A double bed rested on a Ravenclaw blue carpet. A small bedside table had a few books and a Muggle alarm clock, while the rest of the room was covered in shelves and wardrobes. Some had pictures, others had clothes and more, but Hermione was drawn to Cho's impressive book collection. They were both Ravenclaws, so they did enjoy a good read. "It's supposed to predict your future," Cho answered. It had been a gift from her father, who was currently downstairs talking to Dan and Emma Granger. He was a Muggle-born wizard and had married a pure blood. Not that Cho cared. Blood purity was unheard of in China and the rest of the world except Britain as far as she knew. Hermione was toying with the blue stone and suddenly it exploded into a vibrant green. She looked towards Cho for an answer. "It means you're going to be healthy, I think," she answered after a moment, looking at the stone in more depth, though the moment she touched it, it turned black with a slight tinge of red. "What does that mean?" Hermione wondered. "No idea," Cho answered. She didn't know. Luckily the conversation did not continue this way for long, as both girls were more interested in discussing magic, gossiping, testing spells and more than trying to work out strange omens. Though this one was strange, black meant darkness and red meant joy after all, and these two did not often go hand in hand. "Cho, you and Draco," Hermione began after a while, not too sure on how to start her next sentence. Cho already knew what she meant and laughed. "You mean was is it with me and him?" Hermione nodded. "He's funny at times, but someone has to keep comedy in its place. Before you know he starts with the creepy comments, so to restore the balance of the universe I threatened to kill him." Hermione giggled at this, but Cho had a feeling this was not the question Hermione was really asking, the real question she was not going to answer, at least not yet. Later, Crabbe and Goyle were gone now. They had left after the raid, and luckily Narcissa had arrived home before the raid could actually commence. They found nothing, and Draco knew they wouldn't. Anything giving even the slightest indication of his father's past was locked away in the secret chamber. Not that Arthur Weasley or anyone else could find it. They had spent hours looking through the place and left. Lucius would not be happy and would most likely file a complaint or go directly to Fudge. They men had a frosty relationship, and what Harry didn't know was that Arthur had at the last moment had fought against Harry staying in Azkaban. The man's memory had been altered accordingly, as Fudge had already worked out where Dumbledore wanted him to go and was not going to allow it. Harry had pretty much forgotten about him anyway, and Draco had only heard it when he was eavesdropping on a conversation. Though as Draco stepped back into the living room, it had been put back the exact way it should be after the intruders were done. He noticed something. The black book was gone. For a moment he was confused. Why would they take that? But then again, someone could have just put it back on the shelf, though he was not the only person that noticed. Dobby had watched the entire thing and he knew that Arthur Weasley had taken the diary. He knew what that could mean, and already a plan was forming in his mind. Harry managed to calm Lucy down eventually. It had taken 3 days of conversation, groveling and further explanations before she forgave him. In her own way she was still really annoyed and was expressing her feelings as she glided alongside Dora. Her main focus was no longer being annoyed at Harry but instead Dumbledore, Hogwarts and pretty much everyone she could be annoyed at. Her chill was double the capacity it normally was, and the prisoners in the lower level of the prison were shuddering as she cut through them. A heavy Dementor presence was unusual in this part of the prison. It was different. The cells were the same and straw was used as a carpet for the corridor and the cells. It was dark and damp, but these prisoners would only stay in here a few months or a year. The ones higher up would stay much longer. What kind of school did I send him to? she asked her closest sister as they glided through the low security wing. Why they had levels of security she had no idea, but there had to be some system of separating the foolish from the evil. Dora was gliding next to her and suddenly put a scabbed hand on her sister's shoulder. It was comforting, but Lucy was still angry. "Calm, Lucy, I understand you're upset more than anything, but think about it, he's fine. Everyone is fine, if anything you should be proud," Dora soothed, coming to a halt at the far end of the corridor. People were groaning behind her, but the two Dementors ignored them. "Of course I'm proud of him. He took on Voldemort and won, they all did. I'm very proud, but he still was put in that situation," Lucy replied quickly. If Dora had proper lips she would smile. "Calm down then, we knew Dumbledore would try something, but it blew up in his face. Harry won easily and the foolish man tried to have him imprisoned here," Dora informed Lucy. "The entire family had loved that. Fudge sent him to Azkaban every holiday, and to be honest, all Dumbledore was actually trying to do was send him on his summer break." "I know, the nerve of the fool. The old Fudge would have done so," Lucy began angrily. She had not found the thing amusing. If she had never have met Harry, then he might have been condemned here without being able to talk to them. The manipulative fool. "Calm, the old Fudge is not here and that is what counts. What Harry did was what we were trying to do. He proved that he would not be easily beaten, and that has set Dumbledore back a few steps. His plans have been disrupted heavily this year and Harry was just the icing on the cake," Dora interrupted firmly, not wanting her sister to get upset about this. Lucy took a few moments to compose herself. "I suppose you were right, but this coming year will prove challenging," Lucy sighed. "Dumbledore would try even harder this time round. I don't doubt it, but I have a strange feeling Harry will know what to do. He has protected his friends and himself all year round, and if he can do once, then he can do it again," Dora assured her. The next day. "So did she kill you?" Draco wondered as Harry appeared with Lucy from the shadows. He gave him a really look and Lucy looked at Harry. Obviously she was saying something. Every summer she had to go on a ministry-mandated course of some kind and Harry would stay with the Malfoys. "She says not yet," Harry translated, looking slightly nervous. Draco laughed as Lucius moved forward to greet Lucy and Harry. Narcissa was out, but she would be back later. "Good to see you both," Lucius announced warmly, but Draco noticed a flicker of something in his eye, suspicion. No, something else. It was as if he was trying to read Harry in some way. His eyes twinkled but nothing came of it, and Draco supposed his father was just being his father. "Bye, Mum," Harry turned to the Dementor, who said the same back. Draco couldn't understand them, but he could tell it was a goodbye of some kind, seeing as the two embraced for a moment. Then Lucy nodded to Lucius and vanished. Shadow travel looked fun. Harry couldn't go very far yet, but had managed to move himself across Malfoy Manor with ease. "Ah, good times. How you doing, mate?" Draco wondered as Dobby apparated in and took his luggage. The elf had been considerably quiet these last few days, but no one really noticed. Draco shook his friend's hands and they walked into the manor. Later, Harry flew through the air. Draco had invited Crabbe, Goyle and Pansy over today. Cho and Hermione were busy, but they would visit in a few days. Draco had taken initiative and divided the teams up fairly. Well, it was him, Crabbe and Goyle against Harry and Pansy. He had tried getting Harry on his team, but Pansy pretty much threatened to slap him if he tried ganging up on her. Draco made no comment about this. Harry decided to invite her along more often if she could keep Draco in line. Either way, they had walked over to the Quidditch pitch and ascended into the air. It was a good day for it. There was no wind, a warm sun, and everything was peaceful. "On your marks, get set, go," Draco announced, sending a stream of sparks into the air. Harry moved first. He dived through the defense Crabbe and Goyle before attempting to snatch the quaffle from Draco. His hand reached for it and then, "Nope," Draco said, dropping it into Goyle's hand, who was suddenly awaiting below. Harry braked and swerved around, but before he could even make a move to intercept, Pansy charged Goyle, who threw the quaffle up for her to catch. It was not a move he made willingly, but because she was trying to charge him. Luckily she caught it, and in a move that could rival Harry, she dodged Crabbe and threw it to Harry. "Nope," Draco said again, veering upwards. He knew Harry's techniques and plucked the quaffle in mid-flight. Harry had anticipated this and swerved to take it out of Draco's hands. It worked, and Draco cursed as Harry cruised towards the goal. He scored the first point. "Damn it," Draco muttered. Meanwhile, as they were playing, Dobby watched. He was worried and scared for Harry Potter. He felt a link to Harry for some reason, but Dobby knew what was going on. Arthur Weasley had no right to order that raid, so he must have some support higher up in the Ministry. Dobby was no fool and he knew how things worked, but that was not all he knew. He also knew that the diary was the intended target of the raid. Arthur Weasley had been instructed to get the diary and Dobby knew what it would do. History would repeat itself and he needed to stop Harry Potter from getting hurt. Later, when he was at Malfoy Manor, Harry slept in one of the many guest rooms available. This one was reserved just for him to use, though some changes had been made. The bed now had a Ravenclaw blue cover while the carpet was green. A dark chair rested opposite a fireplace which was contained in silver casing. Evidently the Malfoys did not want him to forget that he was allied with Slytherins. He wouldn't have any way, but the thought was nice, he supposed. "Okay, you can come out now, Dobby." Harry sighed. He had read the elf's mind earlier and found two things. Firstly, all personal information was inaccessible as it was part of the elf's mind not contained by the Avery bond, which would allow his master access to his thoughts and plans. Secondly, Dobby wanted to meet up with him. He had always felt sorry for Dobby. He was treated a little better now but wanted to find some way to free him. "Harry Potter, sir?" Dobby questioned, appearing from seemingly nowhere. He had been intending to surprise Harry after all. "You wanted to meet up, what's wrong?" Harry asked, hoping the elf was not being mistreated. Dobby looked down and seemed conflicted for a moment, then he looked up. "Something very bad is going to happen at Hogwarts, something dark," he began slowly. Harry frowned. "What's going to happen, Dobby?" Harry asked gently. The elf was clearly scared if his drooping ears and wide eyes were anything to go by. Then Dobby vanished and it was as if the conversation had never happened. Meanwhile, Arthur Weasley walked along a darkened alley. It was night and no one was around, but this was not a normal walk. He was on his way to a meeting that could shape the very future of the wizarding world. The meeting was run by Dumbledore. So when he arrived at what most would assume was a dark wall, he tapped it with his wand 3 times and stepped through. He was in a dimly lit room. A number of people sat around a circular table in the center and he could see Dumbledore and other members of the group. "Arthur," Dumbledore greeted, gesturing for him to sit on an empty seat. Arthur did and saw his wife across the table looking eager to begin. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew a book. It was the same book they had been searching for a long time. "Good," a voice announced lowly. Arthur turned to see a robed figure at one end of the room. He had no idea who it was and the only person who did was Dumbledore. Arthur nodded at the real head of the order. "So what do we do with it now?" Molly asked. She had no idea of what the diary was and she was not the only one. Arthur thought it was only a key to the chamber. The truth, only 2 people in this room knew. "We use it, open the chamber, then Harry Potter will be forced to go down there and he will find a connection with Ginny," Dumbledore replied as if it was obvious. "Is this plan going to work as well as your other one?" someone asked from the table. Dumbledore chuckled. "This plan, I assure you, cannot fail, and once Harry meets Ginny we will have a direct link to him and he will play into our hands," the figure announced darkly. "And what of his upbringing in Azkaban?" someone else inquired with concern in their voice. The news had been disturbing to them all. "What about it?" Dumbledore asked. The person spoke in an irritated voice. "How will it affect us? He has played out of your hands this year." Ron Weasley did not make contact, they explained. Dumbledore smiled and raised a hand. "That was an oversight, one that cannot happen again," Dumbledore assured them all in a grandfatherly tone. Then he looked at Molly. The figure then spoke. "And if this plan does not, then is it was your idea, Molly, to have him rescue Ginny and get the sword of Gryffindor, then your life will be the forfeit," the figure announced calmly. Molly Weasley shuddered slightly as the threat washed over her. "Don't worry, he will be friends with Ginny before the year is out and then we can work on their eventual marriage," Molly announced faithfully after taking a moment to regain herself. The threat was real and she knew it. "He better," the figure replied darkly. Harry and Lucy walked down Diagon Alley. It was that time of year when the 2 of them would go out and get Harry's school supplies for the new school year. Lucy was still technically on some kind of ministry-mandated training program, but she was given this one day off in order to care for Harry. It was on Fudge's orders and now the whole world thought he had a Dementor bodyguard. There was no need for secrecy. A few people nodded in his direction but most just scuttled away when they saw Lucy. Dementors were still considered dark creatures by a lot of people, but at least a few people were changing their views. "Are you okay, Harry?" Lucy asked suddenly. Harry had been dwelling on Dobby. Neither party had acknowledged the brief conversation in his room, but whatever Dobby was scared of or worried about troubled Harry. House elf magic was more in tune with the natural world, and if they were scared of something, then there was a good reason behind it. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks," Harry replied warmly. "Who is Gilderoy Lockhart?" Lucy asked suddenly, staring at Harry's list of books for the new year. His name was on most of them, and most of them looked like gossip or fan-made material. It was about this man winning awards, fighting monsters, and a load of other stuff that Lucy found ungrounded. She, unlike human mothers, were not immediately gushing for the man's autograph or fainting when he smiled. "No idea, though I think Draco's mum likes him," Harry responded thoughtfully, remembering Narcissa had a number of books on the man. Most of them were on his school list, and according to Draco, who had picked up one by mistake once, there was more flirting in that book than information. "Harry." A voice startled Harry, and as he turned around he was engulfed in a crushing hug by Hermione, who had appeared out of nowhere. "Hermione." Harry greeted, completely caught off guard as the bushy-haired girl embraced him. Lucy nodded to Hermione, who greeted her after releasing Harry. "Harry." He was hit by another hug as Cho appeared. Obviously she and Hermione had arrived together, and once again he was wrapped in an embrace. "You must be Lucy," Cho greeted, smiling at the Dementor. Lucy nodded again, and Harry told the two that she said hello. "I'm terrified Draco's going to hug me next," Harry joked. "No, I'm fine," Draco announced dryly, walking up to them. Crabbe and Goyle were with him, and it looked like they were all here together. "Why don't you go and get your new books while I go to the potions shop?" Lucy suggested warmly, seeing her son was preoccupied with his friends. Harry smiled and thanked her before she flew away. "So how is everyone?" Harry wondered aloud as the six of them walked towards Flourish and Blots. "Fine, I've got some guy living in my house for some reason," Draco joked before he was hit by an irritated glare from 5 people. "Sorry for speaking. Anyone else had anything interesting happen to them?" he asked. The next few minutes was spent talking about how summer had gone for them all. Cho and Hermione lived near each other, so were spending a lot of time together. Hermione impressed them with a display of sparks which she and Cho had learnt on one of their study sessions. Crabbe and Goyle, as Harry knew, were mostly hanging around Draco's, but they had been around the ministry a few times when their dads tried to get them interested in politics. On the whole, it didn't work. "Anyone else feel like something bad is going to happen the moment we walk inside this shop?" Draco wondered, pushing the door open. "You're paranoid," Cho remarked, following him into the shop. "What's this, some kind of book signing?" Hermione asked, seeing a long queue at one end of the shop. Draco squinted and looked up into the shop. He could see a lot of the queue was made up of women who were clutching. "Uh-oh," Draco sighed as a loud voice filled the shop. It was booming, and suddenly a man appeared. He walked with a swagger, and his flamboyant blue and purple robes were almost blinding. He had long wavy blonde hair and a face that seemed forever morphed into a smile. "Harry Potter." He spoke each syllable loudly, and these 2 words alone took enough time. Then Harry found himself pulled into a handshake. The man had an iron grip, and his friends didn't know whether to stand back or draw their wands. "Gilderoy Lockhart," Draco muttered to Harry, who as far as he was concerned was being either kidnapped or attacked by some random nutter. "Possibly the only wizard in this room is equally famous as me. Tell me, Harry my boy, what brings you here today?" He asked the room rather than Harry, who answered, "Just getting my school books." Lockhart let out a huge booming laugh and grinned to one member of the crowd who had a camera. The blinding flash left Harry visionless for a few seconds. "Ah, the joys of being a student. Well, I suppose there is no better time to announce this than now, but I will be personally taking up the position of defense against the dark arts professor in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He may have spoken the words charismatically, but Harry's blood went cold. He did not like the man at all, and if his mind was anything to go by, he was going to be the second worst teacher Harry had ever had. Draco and his Cho were looking at each other with confusion and dread, while Hermione looked almost hopeful as Lockhart turned his attention towards them. "Ah, the infamous 6, come on you lot, any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine," he announced. Hermione rushed up, and everything she had read about Lockhart was obviously going to her head. Draco and Cho, however, would have probably stayed where they were if not for the crowd pushing them forward. Crabbe and Goyle were also presented not a few seconds later. "Also good, so see such prospective intelligent-looking students. Well, I think you deserve a treat for coming on up here, so here you all go. My complete works all signed by me and will be worth quite a great deal in the future." he announced as a pile of books was forced into Harry and his friend's hands, then Lockhart announced something to the crowd and the book signing continued. What the hell just happened? Cho spoke what they were all thinking and the honest answer was none of them knew. Can I just say my earlier concerns were justified? Draco asked her. She fixed him with an icy glare and said nothing. Can I agree with Draco on this one? Hermione announced. No, Cho answered for her. Lockhart was now talking to the women and making remarks that made Draco look like a world-class comedian. Please, for the love of God, can anvil fall on his head? Draco begged, looking up. I just can't take an entire year of that. Maybe he'll be okay, Hermione suggested meekly. Yeah, and maybe we'll end up fighting an 80-foot spider at some point this year, Draco countered dryly. He now had two people glaring at him. Though the prize for being glared at was taken by another source as the icy voice of Ron Weasley filled their ears. Can't even go into a bookshop without showing off, he spat. In that one moment 6 pairs of eyes were focused on him and Crabbe and Goyle took a step forward. Boys, don't fight with him, please. The effort it would take to wipe the floor with him is not worth your time, Draco announced, causing Ron to turn on him with vibrant red ears. Sorry, that's not normal. Have you been checked by a healer, because glowing ears is not a common trait? Cho asked him, looking slightly repelled. She has got a point, Hermione agreed, looking at his brightly colored ears with distaste. Look people, if we're going over all of his faults then we're going to be here all day. Let's just go, Draco decided. What could you two do anyway? You dumber than trolls. Ron sneered at Crabbe and Goyle. And yet they both got higher grades than you, Harry pointed out. Crabbe and Goyle took a step back. You're right, we don't have the time for this, Crabbe decided. Goyle looked at Ron gruffly but did not make a move. For a moment there was some kind of standoff as Ron refused to move and Harry wondered if he could get away with throwing the irritating boy out of the window. His answer came to him unfortunately in the form of a plump woman with long red hair who had seen part of what was going on, or had found an excuse to have a go at Harry Potter, who had made her life miserable for the whole year. What are you doing to my son? She demanded in a voice that made her sound like the world's most overprotective mother. In many ways she was, but Harry did not care. Standing here talking to him, Draco remarked. Maybe once he would have shown some respect to this woman, but after facing Voldemort himself and meeting her son he really did not care. No, you're bullying him, Molly corrected in a huff, angry that a Malfoy was showing her up in public. Harry looked at her warily, knowing that they would not be getting out of this easily. I really don't think this constitutes as bullying, Hermione pointed out, defending her friends. Don't you dare correct me, you filth, she began. In a rage. Shut up, Harry demanded coolly. Whatever she was going to say was lost as she turned on Harry. In her rage she raised a hand to slap him, and before Harry could move to defend she was bringing her hand down towards him and the force of a car threw her to the floor. A scabbed hand had pushed her forward, and not kindly. Lucy had just flown into the shop. She had no idea what had happened. All she saw was her child in danger. The shop was silent now. Some had been watching with interest before Molly had shouted, but her outburst had shocked everyone. Now people were watching a Dementor gliding around Molly Weasley angrily. While the red-haired woman began in a slight daze, then she screamed as a voice pierced her mind like a knife. You tried to attack my son, Lucy hissed in her mind. Anger was radiating off her and already the lights in the shop were flickering. Harry hadn't seen her this angry since they had first met and had a dark feeling this was not going to end well. Molly spat, trying to justify herself, then she wavered as she realized what she was speaking to and the reality of the event sunk in. Would you like to finish that sentence? Lucy demanded in her mind. Molly shook her head as her blood almost froze in fear. Lucy's chill was in full effect, and it was only Harry's influence that stopped his friends being affected. Let's all calm down now, a calm and reasonable voice suggested as Lucius Malfoy entered the shop. He held his arms up and, while not caring for the Weasleys at all, did not want a fight to break out in the middle of the shop. Lucy looked at him for a few seconds, as did Molly. Then Lucy's chill vanished and she glided back a few meters. Molly looked up, grabbed Ron and promptly ran out of the shop. Lockhart was now hiding under the desk as the angry Dementor scanned the room. See how much easier it is to fight a troll with a Dementor, Draco joked. Harry moved through Azkaban through the air once more. He had been feeling bored for the last few days of the summer since returning to his home and only had a few days left before he needed to get the train. Lucy was on patrol and today there was a definite sea breeze and mist which ensured he would not be going with her today. He could still feel the cold while she as a Dementor could not. Or so he thought, but it was never something he had discussed with his adoptive mother, though today was a special day as today was his 12th birthday. Harry, happy birthday. Bellatrix greeted with a wide smile as he entered the maximum security ward. For some reason his aunt had been far livelier and for Sirius looked like he was on his deathbed from sheer annoyance. Hello Bella, Sirius, he replied with a smile. Hey pup, happy birthday, Sirius greeted almost sleepily as he lay on the ground of his cell. How are you two? He asked. He had seen them pretty much every day and their answer rarely changed, but it was the thought that counted. Oh, nothing much, you know the usual, talking, chatting, laughing, crying, planning a daring escape and the rest of the stuff we get up to, Bella joked. Harry laughed but for some reason got the inclination that something was hidden in her words. But he was not here to do detective work, so he disregarded this feeling immediately. Send me a postcard from wherever you two end up, Harry smiled, continuing the joke. Bella nodded enthusiastically. Sure, dear Harry, we are fine. Love from Bella and Sirius, who are not in Hawaii, she murmured to herself about what she would write. Now once again we would have bought you a present, but living here means we only have a few shopping locations, so we'll just pool the money. The running total is 900 galleons or so, Sirius laughed. You could get a broom. With that, Harry pointed out. Not that you need one, maybe we could market you the new Harry broom, only one in the world and gives rides if you're under 8 stone, Bella considered, and for the second time Harry wondered if she was joking or not. His concerns quickly melted away however as they branched into conversation, and for a while they just talked. Harry, Lucy called suddenly, cutting their conversation short once more. She had chosen an all-night duty so she would be free today for his birthday. Well, good luck with the escape, see you. Harry waved goodbye to his aunt and godfather, who grinned. Should we tell him? Bella asked darkly. No, we need to plan and get your form up and running before anything happens, Sirius told her gravely. They were planning an escape for next year and both knew that Harry couldn't know about it. Okay, but he's going to miss us, Bella pointed out. I know, Sirius sighed with evident hurt and worry. Meanwhile, the owls had come in flocks this year. Last time it had been a few, but this year a lot more appeared. Lucy could only sense individual animals vaguely, but the amount of owls sent her senses skyrocketing. She sighed ever so slightly as the first entered the room, dropped a package and left, which was repeated about 20 or so times. Harry, she called, using their mental connection, the one they were actually using to spy on each other's minds, but for now their agreement was lasting. How long it would last was something else. Hey Mom, are they for me? Harry wondered when he finally arrived and looked slightly surprised. He got so many cards and presents. Some were from his friends while others were from well-wishers who had been given a ministry address for Harry Potter. Yes, Lucy replied. She held a badly wrapped brown package which Harry smiled at. She spent so much time doing things for him it was unreal, and when she handed her present to him he opened it first. A book with a rabbit, dog and fox fell out and Harry looked slightly confused. He had no idea what the book was about. I found your animagus research notes in the book. I thought if you're serious about this, which I think you are, then I should help in any way I can. This book gives you the recipe for a 4-month potion which will unlock your inner self. It also has a tips on what each animal says about you, she explained, and Harry had to smile. He pulled her into an embrace which she returned, a sign of their solid relationship as mother and son. Thank you, he whispered. The present was amazing enough, but her help was invaluable. Her approval meant a lot to Harry, and her helping him unlock his animal form showed she approved. Anyway, let's see what else you've got, she suggested suddenly, and Harry turned to the pile of presents. The first was a piece of parchment from Draco, but there was something very different about it. Hi, the words suddenly appeared onto the page and Harry jumped back slightly. Oh yeah, I should have mentioned it's enchanted. Whatever you write on this I can read and vice versa, Draco explained via the enchantment. Harry looked and grabbed for a quill. Very clever, he wrote back. I know I am, was Draco's response. Hermione sent him a diary which, as he found out, quickly shouted at him if he missed or forget a date, a strangely appropriate present which Harry decided would help him not forget. Cho had sent him a Quidditch guide and underlined one of the rules that said a player cannot fly on anything other than a broom. She had also included annotations on what she thought they should do in the next game. Crabbe and Goyle had sent a wizard chess set with cartoon paintings of all 6 of them on the black pieces, which Harry thought was quite witty considering everything that had happened. Hagrid sent him a plate of rock cakes. Neville had sent him a herbology guide, which was the only subject Harry found hard. Not the theory itself but the fact plants seemed to die when he was around them. Lucius and Narcissa had bought him a book titled How to Act Like a Pureblood, which was surprising considering Harry himself was no pureblood. Pansy had sent him a book on how to pick up girls, which Harry decided to put down until he was 16 after looking at the 3rd page. Fudge had sent him another book called Politics in Magical Britain, and Harry was pleased to discover the Weasleys had not sent him anything. September 1st. The funniest moment of the day was seeing Molly Weasley's face when Lucy swooped in with Harry. They had both decided to use shadow travel, and after the exhilaration of speeding through the underworld had worn off, he saw Molly take a few steps back. "I'm going to miss you even more this year," Lucy sighed as they approached the train. There was still half an hour to go, so after they had loaded Hedwig and his trunk into the train they were left with nothing much to do. "I'm going to miss you too," Harry confessed. If Lucy had lips she would smile, but instead pulled Harry into a deep embrace. Then halfway through Harry found a 3rd person had joined them. Literally someone else was hugging them both. He pulled back to see a young girl beaming at them for no apparent reason. She was a new first year judging by her size, but her short blonde hair seemed slightly odd due to a bright orange hair band that cut vertically through her hair instead of horizontal. Her wand was perched on her ear and she was dressed in a luminous green cardigan and a long skirt which seemed comprised of 2 different fabrics. "Hello," Harry greeted, looking at Lucy, who looked at the girl. Who was she? And why had she joined their embrace? "Hello," she smiled back at them, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "Right, I'm confused," Lucy announced. Harry could only agree and moved to ask the girl who she was. "Oh, was I interrupting? Sorry, but the Dementor's hug has been known to have a number of benefits, unlike the key, which can only be administered by 2 soul-bonded Dementors or a human and Dementor who are soul-bound, and if they are not soul-bound then the soul is removed from the person," she explained, looking at Harry with unblinking eyes. "Whatever she's taking you need to stay away from," Lucy told Harry, looking slightly awkward. She then asked Harry a few questions which he answered, but found himself wondering if she knew more than he thought. Her dreamy voice seemed to mask curiosity, and she made a number of comments which Harry found strange and yet accurate. "Luna dear, where have you been? Oh, you found a Dementor. Good to see you're making friends already," a man announced as he approached from behind, and Harry assumed was her father. He had much longer blonde hair which went down to his shoulders and rested on his brown robes with golden symbols all over it. Instead of introducing himself he just pulled Lucy into a hug. "What is going on?" she screeched to Harry as another of these strange people embraced her for no apparent reason. "I'm Xenophilius Lovegood and it's a pleasure to meet you," he nodded. "Come on Luna, let's get your stuff on the train before any Nargles show up." And they left without another word. "What the hell just happened?" Lucy demanded. "The train." The 6 of them were sat in their normal compartment chatting and catching up. However, about half an hour into the journey the strange blonde first year entered the compartment. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" she asked bluntly. Harry was about to say yes when Draco stood up. While Luna was a little strange for some reason, Harry found himself liking her. She seemed interesting enough, if not a bit mental, and she was nice. Her father was the same, and while Lucy may disagree, the family seemed like good people. "That depends on if you can pass the test," Draco announced dramatically. "What test?" Cho demanded. "The test to see if you eligible to join the group," Draco answered, acting as if this was a formality. "I don't remember taking a test," Hermione pointed, looking slightly confused as to what Draco was on about. Draco ignored them. "Ignore them, but first you need to answer question 1. Are you a maniac?" Draco asked Luna gently, who nodded without really thinking about it. "Then you're going to fit in just fine around here," Draco beamed, showing her to the seat next to Cho. "And then there were 7, Harry pointed out. 7 was a powerful magical number, and there was always space for more in this group. Always. So the conversations continued, and Luna interjected with a number of things that often resulted in Hermione mouthing what? Draco making a comment which ended up with Cho threatening to kill him and Harry trying not to laugh when Luna brought up a giant invisible dragon called Bob she had heard flying once to Crabbe and Goyle. "Hello," a voice squeaked from outside, and Harry turned to see a flash of red hair run out of sight. He looked confused. "Great, now we're being stalked," Draco sighed before turning back to whatever conversation he and Cho were engaged in. Most of it seemed to be vain threats with Luna interjecting about random stuff, but Harry relaxed slightly. Luna already seemed like part of the group, and with a new member then this year was going to be interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay class, listen up, today I have a treat for you. Lockhart was ranting on, but this time Harry was made to listen as the teacher paced up and down the room. A rattling cage which Harry knew to be Cornish pixies was sat on his desk, and Harry wondered how long the insufferable man was going to drag this out. Draco had his head on his desk and Harry was slowly beginning to wonder if he was asleep. He felt like sleeping too. Luna's many stories and ideas were far more interesting than this guy whose only qualification was he could pick up a quill. He had already spent half the lesson on himself in that test. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite food? What is his favorite color? What is his? It just went on and on, but Harry had to admit Draco had actually been able to make a joke. When Lockhart came to collect the papers, he had looked at his work with slight surprise. No, incompetence is not my favorite hobby, he mumbled aloud as he read through the paper. My favorite color is not, who the hell cares, nor is my favorite food brain damaging beep, and my proudest achievement is not graduating from preschool. Not even they could pass him, Draco had commented before the man had started this pacing up and down for dramatic effect. Though Lockhart was an idiot, it would have been harder for him not to notice Draco almost asleep now. Harry could enter this guy's mind like a 24-hour cafe. It was always wide open and he had no defenses, though there was a lot of interesting things inside which he may need to alert some officials. Something involving one hell of a lot of fraud. I don't think you should be sleeping right now, Mr. Malfoy, for there are dark things in this room that prey on the unaware, Lockhart yelled suddenly, seeing Draco on the edge of falling asleep. The blonde-haired boy looked up and Harry decided if he made a comment then he wouldn't really care. Out of interest, what owls do you have? Draco asked suddenly, but he was ignored. You are going to face the darkest, most terrifying creature known to wizard kind, the man suddenly announced darkly, and most of the girls in the room swooned as his eyes met theirs. Some looked worried, and slowly as his hand closed around the cage's covering and pulled it off. For some unknown reason a slight scream went through the room and then silence as the blue pixies chewed on the bars of the cage. Does Gilderoy Lockhart have a brain damage, B mental issues, or C is a CU? Draco trailed off as Hermione stamped on his foot before he could swear. She looked tired and she had the right to be. Apparently her and Luna had been up most of the night arguing about the existence of heffalumps and their honey-stealing ways, so she wasn't really in the mood for Draco today. Though she did laugh at his first comments. Cornish pixies? Someone questioned suddenly, and the man nodded. Sure, they might seem harmless, but let's see how much trouble they'll be now. He yelled, flinging the cage open and releasing hundreds of the little things into the class. Dive, Draco ordered to Harry and Hermione, who just dodged the oncoming swarm with seconds to spare by hiding under their desks. What do we do? Draco wondered aloud, not wanting to say he had no idea. They're pixies, we just need to get them back in the cage, Hermione explained, rolling her eyes at him. I'll leave that to you two then, and hey look, it's Crabbe and Goyle. Draco pointed to the two who were now in the air as the pixies lifted them higher and higher. Good to see they're making friends anyway, I'll leave the whole saving us thing to you. Draco nodded, suddenly looking to turn away. Hermione however grabbed him and pulled him back. I just knew that wouldn't work, he sighed as Hermione glared at him. She looked thoughtful for a moment, then looked at Harry and back at Draco. I could immobilize them, but one of those pixies grabbed my wand, she confessed, pointed to one of the many creatures zooming around. Draco looked at the wand and at Harry. Well, only one of us can fly, he began. But he'll need a distraction, Hermione decided darkly, pushing Draco towards Harry, who grabbed him but the back. Okay, the plan is, I'll throw you at them while I grab the wand. Any issues? Harry wondered, knowing that he was mainly doing this for his own amusement, but pixies weren't dangerous enough to not be funny right now. Yes, I have a few, Draco began as Harry zoomed into the air, dragging Draco along with him. He yelped slightly, but the pixies moved as a swarm to combat these two new entities flying through the air. Okay, now I'm going to throw you at them, Harry pointed out, and before Draco could protest he was flung towards the pixies, who were actually a pretty good cushion, but when they grabbed him he was less sure this was a good idea. Though Harry was able to snatch Hermione's wand as the pixies tried to hang him from the roof in the same way they hung Crabbe and Goyle. Remind me what the hell just happened, Draco requested as he heard a cry from behind and the pixies froze. Wait a moment, Draco muttered as he realized if the pixies froze then he would be dropped, but it was too late, as in that moment he fell from the ceiling, as was only saved by Harry grabbing him just before he smashed into the floor. Lockhart was now studying his destroyed classroom and smiled. "See, with my help you can take on anything," he announced, trying to take credit for their work. "You're throwing him next time," Draco growled, looking at the professor darkly. "Deal," Harry replied. "Later." "They do." "They don't." "They do." "Shut up," Cho demanded eventually in the Great Hall. Both Hermione and Luna looked at her. They had been arguing on, off for the last 2 days and it was getting really irritating. Cho and Hermione both liked Luna, but whenever she spouted some of her theories, Cho would ignore her pretty much, but Hermione would argue to the death, which for some reason ended up irritating the third year. "Woozles. Cho, really, Hermione began. Cho just rolled her eyes. Crabbe and Goyle just looked away, not really wanting to be part of the conversation. Well, at least not this one, and Cho really couldn't blame them. "Look, I don't care if what Winnie the Pooh says is real or not, let me just concentrate on the 3-page essay I have and we can argue with Luna afterwards." "Well, I don't really want to argue, but I do want to do this essay, so shush," Cho requested in the calmest voice she could manage. Hermione nodded and reluctantly went back to reading. "So Luna, your dad makes the quiver," Goyle began slightly awkwardly, but Luann nodded. "Daddy says it's the most accurate magazine now," she replied, looking slightly proud. "That's good," Crabbe hoped, not knowing if it was or not. Luna for her part just beamed at them. "He wants to do a story on Harry and use it to prove that the crumple-horned Snorak helped him learn to fly," Luna commented as Harry and Draco walked over. "Good luck with that," Cho sighed sarcastically. "Thank you. Statically, you are more likely to succeed when someone tries to damper your plans," Luna beamed in her dreamy voice. Cho said nothing. "Hi people," Draco greeted. Cho put the essay down. She wasn't going to finish her homework tonight, it seemed. Then she noticed Harry frowned for a moment. Then he relaxed, but before she could ask him what was wrong, Draco spoke up. "So how's things here?" "No one's dead yet, which is a plus," he remarked. Cho looked at him and wondered if she could get away with punching him. Unfortunately, McGonagall was nearby, so the answer was no. "Can you hear something?" Harry suddenly asked out of the blue. Cho looked around but could hear nothing except the other students' chatter and just general noises. "I think someone's lost it," Draco whispered as Harry looked around again. It was like they were being watched or something, but Harry was acting as if someone was talking to him. "So what are you three doing?" Goyle asked, trying to diffuse the tension around Harry, who was acting slightly strange. "Oh, I think Hermione was hit by a Minotaur," Luna confessed, looking at the bushy-haired girl warily. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to Luna. Luckily, any argument that would have taken place was halted by Harry, who suddenly looked worried. "One moment," he suddenly decided before turning around and practically sprinting away. Draco looked at Cho, who nodded. "Fine, let's go," Draco sighed. Meanwhile, "Let me rip, let me tear, let me kill," the voice was saying over and over in Harry's ear, and he had already worked out it wasn't Lucy on any Dementor. Firstly, it was a much deeper voice, and Dementors did not physically eat anything but only fed on positive emotions. So what was this voice he was hearing, and why was he hearing it? So he had followed the sound of the voice up the grand staircase, and suddenly he found himself in a very wet corridor. It had been flooded by someone, and Harry was vaguely reminded of a ghost he had heard about haunting one of the bathrooms or something. Great, so this dark, mysterious voice had targeted a flooded corridor. "Harry." Cho's voice was the first I heard, but was followed very quickly by another. "Oh, you're okay. I was worried the Nargles got to you," Luna shouted, and once again Harry found himself confused by her. "I'm fine, thanks, Luna," he assured her as Hermione appeared and was about to say something. "Are you sure? People saying they're fine are twice as likely to die of shock or disease. Should we check?" Hermione began. "Not now," Cho ordered, not wanting to be stuck in another argument between Luna and Hermione. Then she turned to Harry and was obviously worried. "Are you okay? What happened? You just ran out?" she asked, obviously concerned. Harry for his part had no idea. All he knew was the voice he was hearing was close by. "People I think were in trouble," Hermione sighed suddenly. Draco moved first and suddenly he looked at one of the walls. "Not again," Draco sulked, realizing that this was the start of another adventure. "What?" Luna wondered, not sure why he was so annoyed. "Luna, remember when I said you needed to be mental to join this group?" Draco wondered aloud and the girl nodded. Well, there was a reason, and it involves this group being roped into things, you know. Giant chess games, fighting dark lords and the like, and it looks like we are at the start of another grand adventure, he announced sarcastically. Am I not going to like this? Luna asked Draco, who considered her question. Depends, because at some point this year we will be fighting another dark force, and it seems to be the one right behind me now, Draco replied as he turned to see the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the air beware, was all it said. Is that blood? Cho wondered. Oh yes, blood sticks really well to walls and is very good at making messages, Luna confirmed, not caring either way. Harry for his part looked at the message. Whatever this was, it was connected to the voice, which meant this was another thing designed perfectly for him. I think we should be careful, Harry advised. Draco smirked. So do I, he announced, pointing towards the wall. Harry turned and his blood went cold as he saw Mrs. Norris hanging upside down from the wall, and by the sounds of it the man himself was coming towards them. This was not going to end well. Damn it, Crabbe and Goyle said as one. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.